passionately, my fingers twisting into his hair. Touch him everywhere, but restrain myself, knowing his fear. Desire unfurls, hot and heavy, blossoming deep inside me. He groans and grabs my shoulders, pushing me away.
Hey, lady.
Do you want me to fuck you on the stairs?
Let's go play ukulele by
his
himself.
breathing ragged. Because right now, I will. Yes, I murmur, and I'm sure my dark gaze matches his. He glares at me, his eyes hooded and heavy. No, I want you in my bed. He scoops me up suddenly over his shoulder, making me squeal loudly, and smacks me hard on my behind, so that I squeal again. As he heads down the stairs, he stoops to pick up the fallen spreader bar. Mrs. Jones is coming out of the utility room when we pass through the hall. She smiles at us, and I give her an apologetic upside-down wave. I don't think Christian notices her. In the bedroom, he sets me down on my feet and drops the spreader onto the bed. I don't think you'll hurt me, I breathe. I don't think I'll hurt you either, he says. He takes my head in his hands and kisses me, long and hard, igniting my already heated blood. I want you so much, he whispers against my mouth, panting. Are you sure about this? After today? Yes, I want you too. I want to undress you. I can't wait to get my hands on him. My fingers are itching to touch him. His eyes widen, and for a second he hesitates, perhaps to consider my request. Okay, he says cautiously. I reach for the second button on his shirt and hear him catch his breath. I won't touch you if you don't want me to, I whisper. No, he responds quickly. Do. It's fine. I'm good, he mutters. I gently undo the button and my fingers glide down his shirt to the next. His eyes are large and luminous, his lips parted as his breathing shallows. He is so beautiful, even in his fear, because of his fear. I undo the third button and notice his soft hair poking through the large V of the shirt. I want to kiss you there, I murmur. He inhales sharply. Kiss me. Yes, I murmur. He gasps, undo the next button, and very slowly lean forward, making my intention clear. He's holding his breath, but stands stock still as I plant a gentle kiss among the soft curls. I undo the final button and lift my face to him. He's gazing at me, and there's a look of satisfaction, calm, and wonder as I slowly push his shirt off his shoulders and let it fall to the floor. What have you done to me, Anna? He murmurs. Whatever it is, don't stop. And he gathers me in his arms, thrusting both his hands into my hair and pulling my head right back so that he can have easy access to my throat. He runs his lips up to my jaw, knitting softly. I groan. Oh, I want this man. My fingers fumble at his waistband, undoing the button and pulling down the zipper.
Wow.
He breathes as he kisses me behind my ear. I feel his erection firm and hard, straining against me. I want him in my mouth. I step back abruptly and drop to my knees. Whoa, he gasps. I tug his pants and boxers sharply, and he springs free. Before he can stop me, I take him into my mouth, sucking hard, enjoying his shocked astonishment as his mouth drops open. He gazes down at me, watching my eyes so dark and filled with carnal bliss. Oh my. I sheath my teeth and suck harder. He closes his eyes and surrenders to this blissful carnal pleasure. I know what I do to him, and it's hedonistic, liberating, and sexy as hell. The feeling is heady. I'm not just powerful. I'm omniscient. Fuck. He hisses and gently cradles my head, flexing his hips so he moves deeper inside my mouth. Oh yes, I want this. And I swirl my tongue around him, pulling hard, over and over. Anna. He tries to step back. Oh, no, you don't, Gray. I want you. I grab his hips firmly, double close. Please, he pants. I'm gonna come, Anna. He groans. Good. My inner goddess's head is thrown back in ecstasy, and he comes loudly and wetly into my mouth. He opens his bright gray eyes, gazing down at me, and I smile up at him, licking my lips. He grins back at me, a wicked, salacious grin. Oh, so this is the game we're playing, Steal. He bends, hooks his hands under my arms, and pulls me to my feet. Suddenly his mouth is on mine. He groans. I can taste myself. You taste better. He murmurs against my lips. He tugs my t-shirt off and throws it carelessly onto the floor, then picks me up and tosses me onto the bed. Grabbing the end of my sweats, he tugs abruptly so that they come off in one swift move. I'm naked underneath, sprawled across his bed, waiting, wanting me. You are one beautiful woman, Anastasia, he murmurs appreciatively.
I thought it was Kevin.
I tilt my head coquettishly to one side.
I know. You know what?
You are one beautiful man, Christian, and you taste mighty fine.
Yeah.
He gives me a wicked grin and reaches for the spreader bar. Grabbing my left ankle, he quickly cuffs it, strapping the buckle tightly, but not too tight. He tests how much I have by sliding his little finger between the cuff and my ankle. He doesn't take his eyes off mine. He doesn't need to see what he's doing.
Why? I would have seen that.
He's done this before. We'll have to see how you taste. If I recall, you're a rare, exquisite delicacy, Steal. Oh. Grasping my other ankle, he quickly and efficiently cuffs that one as well, so that my feet are about 2 feet apart. The good thing about this sweater is it expands, he murmurs. He clicks something on the bar, then pushes, so my legs spread further. Whoa, 3 feet apart. My mouth drops open, and I take a breath. Fuck, this is hot. I'm on fire, restless and free. Christian licks his lower lip. Oh, we're going to have some fun with this, Anna. Reaching down, I flip onto my front. It takes me by surprise. We'll see what I can do to you, he says darkly, and twists it again abruptly, so I am once more on my back, gaping at him, breathless. These other cuffs are for your wrists. I'll think about that. Kids behave or not. When do I not behave? I can think of fractions, he says softly, running his fingers up the soles of my feet. It tickles, but the bar holds me in place, though I try to writhe away from his fingers. You're a blackberry for one. I gasp. What are you going to do? Oh, I never disclose my plans. He smirks, his eyes alight with pure mischief. Wow, he's so mind-bogglingly sexy. It takes my breath away. He crawls up the bed so that he's kneeling between my legs, gloriously naked, and I'm helpless. You are so exposed, Miss Steele. He runs the fingers of both his hands up the inside of each of my legs, slowly, surely, making small circular patterns, never breaking eye contact with me. It's all about anticipation, Anna. What will I do to you? His softly spoken words penetrate right into the deepest, darkest part of me. I wriggle on the bed and moan. His fingers continue their slow assault of my legs, past the backs of my knees. Instinctively, I want to close my legs, but I can't. Remember, if you don't like something, just tell me to stop, he murmurs. Bending over, he kisses my belly, soft, sucking kisses, while his hands continue their slow, tortuous journey north of my inner thighs, touching and teasing. Oh, please, Christian, I plead. Oh, Miss Hill, I've discovered you can be merciless in your amorous assaults upon me. I think I should return the favor. My fingers clutch the comforter as I surrender myself to him, his mouth gently heading south, his fingers north, the vulnerable and exposed apex of my thighs. I groan as he eases his fingers inside me and rough my pelvis up to meet them. Christian moans in response. Murmurs against the line where my pubic hair joins my belly. My body bows as his mouth finds me. Oh my. He begins a slow and sensual assault, his tongue swirling around and around while his fingers move inside me. Because I can't close my legs or move, it's intense, really intense. My back arches as I try to absorb his sensations. Oh, Christian, I cry. I know, baby. He whispers, and to ease up on me, he blows softly on the most sensitive part of my body. Ah! Please! I beg. Say my name, he commands. Christian! I call, hardly recognizing my own voice. It's so high-pitched and deep. Again, he breathes. Christian! Christian! Christian Grey! I call out loudly. You are mine. Soft and deadly, and with one last flick of his tongue, I fall, embracing my orgasm. And because my legs are so far apart, it goes on, and I am lost. Vaguely, I'm aware that Christian has flipped me onto my stomach. We're going to try this, babe. If you don't like it, or it's too uncomfortable, tell me, and we'll stop. What? I am too lost in the afterglow to form any sentient or coherent thoughts. I am sitting on Christian's lap. How did that happen? Lay down, baby. He murmurs at my ear, head and chest on the bed. In a daze, I do as I'm told. He pulls both my hands backward and cuffs them to the bar, next to my ankles. Oh, my knees are drawn up, my ass in the air, utterly vulnerable, completely his. And he looks so beautiful. His voice is full of wonder, and I hear the rip of foil. He runs his fingers from the base of my spine down toward my sex and pauses me over my ass. When you're ready, I want this, too. His finger is hovering over me. I gasp under his gentle probing. Not today, sweet Anna, but one day. I want you every way. I want to possess every inch of you. I think about the butt plug and everything tightens deep inside me. His words make me groan and his fingers move down and around to more familiar territory. Moments later, he's slamming into me. Ah! Gently! I cry. Okay. Gently. Let me get used to this. He eases slowly at it and eases gently back, filling me, stretching me. Twice, thrice, and I am helpless. Yes, good. I've got it now. I murmur, relishing the feeling. He groans and picks up his rhythm, moving, relentless, onward, inward, filling me, and it's exquisite. There's joy in my helpless, joy in my surrender to him, and to know that he can lose himself in me the way he wants to. I can do this. He takes me to these dark places, places I didn't know existed, and together we fill them with blinding light. Oh yes, blazing, blinding light. And I let go, glorying in what he does to me, finding my sweet, sweet release as I come again, loudly, screaming his name, and he stills, pouring his heart and soul. He cries and collapses beside me. His fingers deftly undo the straps, and he rubs my ankles and my wrists. When he's finished and I'm finally free, he pulls me into his arms and I drift, exhausted. When I surface again, I'm curled beside him and he's gazing at me. I have no idea what the time is. I could watch you sleep forever, Anna, he murmurs, and he kisses my forehead. I smile and shift languorously beside him. I never want to let you go, he says softly, and wraps his arms around me. I never want to go. Never let me go, I mutter sleepily, my eyelids refusing to open. I need you, he whispers, but his voice is a distant, ethereal part of my dreams. He needs me. He needs me. And as I finally slip into the darkness, my last thoughts are of a small boy with gray eyes and dirty, messy, copper-colored hair, smiling shyly. Chapter 17. Christian is nuzzling my neck as I slowly wake. Baby, he whispers and nips at my earlobe. My eyes flutter open and close again quickly. Bright, early morning light floods the room, and his hand is softly caressing my breast, gently teasing me. Moving down, he grasps my hip as he lies behind me, holding me close. I stretch out beside him, relishing his touch, and feel his erection against my behind. Oh my, a Christian Grey wake-up call. You're pleased to see me, I mumble sleepily, squirming suggestively against him. I feel his grin against my jaw. I'm very pleased to see you, he says as he skates his hand over my stomach and down to cut my sex and explore with his fingers. There are definite advantages to waking up beside you, still, he teases, and gently pulls me around so that I'm lying on my back. Sleep well, he asks as his fingers continue their sensual torture. He's smiling down at me, his dazzling, all-American, drop-dead male model perfect teeth smile. He takes my breath away. My hips begin to sway to the rhythm of the dance his fingers have begun. He kisses me chastely on the lips and then moves down my neck, nipping slowly, hissing and sucking as he goes. I moan. He's gentle and his touch is light and heavenly. His intrepid fingers move down and slowly he eases one inside me, hissing quietly in awe. Oh, Anna, he murmurs reverentially against my throat. You're always ready. He moves his finger in time with his kisses as his lips journey leisurely across my clavicle and then down to my breast. He torments first one, then the other nipple with teeth and lips, but oh so gently, and they tighten and lengthen in sweet response. I groan. He growls softly and raises his head to give me a blazing gray-eyed look. I want you now. He reaches over to the bedside table. He shifts on top of me, taking his weight on his elbows, and rubs his nose along mine while easing my legs apart with his. He kneels up and rips open the foil packet. I can't wait until Saturday, he says, his eyes glowing with salacious delight. A party? I pant. No, I can stop using these fuckers. Aptly named, I giggle. He smirks at me as he rolls on the condom. Are you feeling this deal? No. I try and fail to straighten my face. Now is not the time for giggling. He shakes his head in admonishment, and his voice is low, stern, and his expression, holy cow, is glacial and volcanic at once. My breath catches in my throat. I thought you liked it when I giggled, I whisper hoarsely, gazing into the dark depths of his stormy eyes. Not now. There's a time and a place for giggling. This is me. I need to stop you, and I think I know how, he says ominously, and his body covers mine. What would you like for breakfast, Anna? I'll just have some granola. Thank you, Mrs. Jones. I flush as I take my place at the breakfast bar beside Christian. The last time I set eyes on the very prim and proper Mrs. Jones, I was being unceremoniously dragged into the bedroom over Christian's shoulder. Lovely, Christian says softly. I'm wearing my gray pencil skirt and blouse again. So do you. I smile shyly at him. He's wearing a pale blue shirt and jeans, and he looks cool and fresh and perfect, as always. We should buy you some more skirts, he says matter-of-factly. In fact, I'd love to take you shopping. Shopping. I hate shopping. But with Christian, maybe it won't be so bad. I decide on distraction as the best form of defense. I wonder what will happen at work today. They'll have to replace the sleazeball. Christian frowns, scowling as if he's just stepped in something extraordinarily unpleasant. I hope they take on a woman as my new boss. Why? Well, you're less likely to object to me going away with her. I tease him. His lips twitch and he starts on his omelet. What's so funny? I ask. You are. Eat your granola, all of it, if that's all you're having. Bossy as ever. I purse my lips at him but dig in. So, the key goes here. Christian points out the ignition beneath the gear shift. Strange place, I mutter. Delighted with every little detail, practically bouncing like a small child in the comfortable leather seat. Christian is finally letting me drive my car. He regards me coolly, though his eyes are alight with
Democracy now. Love democracy now.
He murmurs, amused. I nod, grinning like a fool. Just smell that new car smell. This is even better than a submissive special. Free. I add quickly, blushing. Christian's mouth twists. Submissive special, eh? You have such a way with words. He leans back with a firm look of disapproval. But he can't fool me. I know he's enjoying himself. Well, let's go. He waves his hand toward the entrance of the garage. I clap my hands, start the car, and the engine purrs to life. Putting the gear shift into drive, I ease my foot off the brake, and the Saab moves smoothly forward. Taylor starts up the alley behind us, and once the garage barrier lifts, follows us out of the sala onto the street. Can we have the radio on? I asked as we wait at the first stop sign. I want you to concentrate. He said sharply. Christian, please, I can drive with music on. I roll my eyes. He scowls for a minute and then reaches for the radio. Clear iPod and MP3 discs as well as CD songs. He murmurs. The two loud, dulcet tones of the police suddenly fill the car. Christian turns the music down. Payment of pain. Your anthem, I tease him. Then instantly regret it when his mouth tightens in a thin line. Oh, no. I have this album somewhere, I continue hastily to distraction. Somewhere in the apartment I have spent very little time in. I wonder how Ethan is. I should try to call him today. I won't have much to do at work. Anxiety blooms in my stomach. What will happen when I get to the office? Will everyone know about it? Will everyone know of Christian's involvement? Will I still have a job? Sheesh. If I have no job, what will I do? Marry the gazillionaire, Anna. My subconscious has her snarky face on. I ignore her. Rapacious bitch. Hey, Miss Smartmouth, come back. Christian drags me into the here and now as I pull up at the next traffic light. I'm very distracted. Concentrate, Anna. He scolds. Accidents happen when you don't concentrate. Oh, for heaven's sake. And suddenly, I'm catapulted back in time to when Ray was teaching me to drive. I don't need another father. A husband, maybe. A cheeky husband. I'm just thinking about work. Baby, you'll be fine. Trust me. Christian smiles. Please don't interfere. I want to do this on my own. Christian, please. It's important to me. I say as gently. Want to argue. His mouth sets once more into a hard, stubborn line, and I think he's going to break it again.
Peer-to-peer phenomena of the rank and file.
Let's not argue, Christian. We've had such a wonderful morning, and last night was...
There certainly is that
Words
dimension
fail me.
within police
Last night
culture.
was...
What's so striking
heaven.
about this story is that the
He says
retaliation against
nothing.
these officers
I glance
is
over at him,
marked
and his
by
eyes are
ranking
closed.
the supervisory officials within the department.
He says
So
softly,
Ms. Aurelia
I meant what I
described
said.
in great detail
What?
of how
I
the
don't
code
want
of
to let
silence
you go.
operates at the center
I don't want to
of
go.
the Chicago Police Department.
He smiles,
Jamie, about
and
this
his
issue
new,
of
shy smile
retaliation
that
being
solves
ordered at high
everything in
levels,
its path.
was that
Boy,
documented
it's powerful.
it also
He says
the
simply,
city settled for $2
visibly
million
relaxes.
before there was
I drive into the parking lot half a block from
tactic of the
SID.
city of San Francisco.
I'll walk you to work.
Right, so
Taylor
there
will
was
take
a,
you from
in
there.
the midst of this
Christian
ordeal,
offers. I climb awkwardly out of the car, restricted by my pencil skirt, while Christian climbs out gracefully. The impression of someone at ease with his body.
retaliation. It only compounded
Someone who
intensified
can't bear to be
the
touched
retaliation
can't
at
be
that
that
point.
at ease.
There are a number
I
of
frown at my
allegations
errant
in
thought.
the lawsuit, and
Don't
the
forget we're seeing
NSF's
Flynn and
links
says
to all the
he says
underlying
as he holds his
documents.
hand out to me.
But
I press the remote door lock to take his hand. I won't forget.
commander of
I'll
narcotics,
compile a
the
list
chief
of
of
questions
organized
for him.
crime,
Questions about
made
me.
it clear that they did
I
not
nod.
want these officers working
I
in
can
units
answer
that they
any
control.
questions you have about me.
They went so far
Christian
in one
looks
instance
affronted.
of really
I smile at
delivering a
him.
threat. And
Yes, but I want the unbiased, expensive charlatan's opinion.
the chief of internal
He
affairs,
frowns
who's
and gently
charged
pulls me
with
into his
investigating
embrace,
this sort of
holding
thing,
both my hands
threat against
tightly
their
behind
personal
my back.
safety. You know, if, I believe the quote
Is
was,
this a
if
good
they
idea?
call for backup,
He
it's not
says,
coming.
his voice low and husky.
So, you know, this
I
was
lean
not
back to
just
see
a
the
matter of
anxiety
being
loom large and
ostracized
wide
or
in his
shunned within
eyes.
the department.
It tears at my
Was
soul.
that these, as Shannon
If you
says
don't
at one
want me
point
to,
in
I
the article
won't.
that I wrote, saying
I stare at
we
him,
were
blinking,
officers without a
wanting
department.
to caress the
So
concern
they're
out of his
left out
face.
on the streets
I
in
tug
this
on one of my
really
hands and he frees
dangerous
it. I touch his cheek
investigation,
tenderly.
investigating a
From
team
Jamie this
of
morning.
officers who
What
are
are you
thought to
worried
have
about?
been
I ask,
implicated in two
my voice
murders.
soft
It
and
hasn't
soothing.
been proven yet, but
Let
it's
you
scarcely
go.
been investigated.
Christian,
Shannon and
how
his
many
work.
times do I have to tell
And
you?
they're kind of
I'm not going
definitely
anywhere.
exposed.
You've
So,
already told me
and
the
this was
worst.
coming from the
I'm not
top.
leaving
This
you.
wasn't some kind of
Why haven't you
aberrant
answered me?
behavior. This is really the
Answered
machinery
you?
of how the
I
Chicago
murmur
Police Department
disingenuously.
controls
what
the
I'm
narrative.
talking about.
Amy
I
quoted
sigh.
the line about
I want to know that I'm
false
enough
saying
for you,
didn't happen,
Christian.
it didn't happen.
That's all.
That's really what's at the
And you
center
won't
of
take
this
my
story.
word for it?
Let's go to Shannon
He
Spaulding,
says,
former Chicago
exasperated,
police officer.
releasing
On
me.
May 31st, Chicago
Christian,
agrees to settle
this
the
has all
whistleblower
been so
lawsuit
quick.
brought by Shannon
And
Spaulding
by
and
your
her
own
colleague
admission,
Daniela Trevania,
you're 50 shades of
allege they
fucked up.
suffered retaliation
I can't
for
give
reporting
what-
investigating criminal activity
I mother.
by fellow
It's
officers.
just not
Was it that you
especially
were
seeing you with
investigating?
Kayla.
When
Who's
did
to
it
say
happen?
that one
And when
day
did the
won't
cover
meet
up
someone
do
who
you feel
likes
the
to report
retaliation against you
And
start?
who's to say you won't, you know, fall
My
for
partner
her?
Danny and I started
Someone much
investigating
better suited to
allegations
your
that
needs.
kept surfacing.
Thought of Christian with anyone
There
else
was
sickens
a
me.
sergeant,
I
Ronald
stare down
Watts,
at my
and
knotted
members of
fingers.
his
I do
tag
stuff
team who
when
worked
it
directly
like
underneath
what
him
I like to
that
do.
were imposing what they called on the street Watts tags. Basically,
never
he
had
was
an
extorting
emotional
the drug
connection for
dealers.
any of them.
He was receiving money from drug dealers that ran different drug
Because
lines
you never
within
gave them a chance.
Ida B. Wells
You
housing
spent too
projects in
long
the
locked up
surrounding
in a
area.
fortress, Christian.
And
Look,
in exchange
let's
for that
discuss this
money,
later.
they were guaranteed
I have to go to
protection
work.
from
Maybe
prosecution
Dr.
and
Flynn can
arrest.
offer us his
In
insight.
addition to that, the
This is all
allegations were
far too heavy a
that
discussion for a
this
parking
crew
lot
of
at
row
8:50 in
officers
the
under
morning.
the command of
And
Ronald
Christian,
Watts
for
were also
once,
planting
agreed.
narcotics
He
on
nods,
innocent
but his eyes are
individuals
wary.
in falsifying police reports, falsely arresting them, putting them in prison.
When I reach my
for
desk, I find
false
a note asking me to
allegations.
go straight
There's
to
also
Elizabeth's office.
the
My heart
allegations
skips my mouth.
of
Oh,
physical violence, of being beaten if they
going
didn't
to
want to
get fired.
comply and pay this tax,
Anastasia.
as well as
Elizabeth smiles
warrantless
kindly, waving me
seizures,
into a chair
kicking
before
in
her
doors,
desk.
and
I sit
going
and
through
gaze at
people's
her
apartments,
expectantly,
stealing
hoping that she
everything
can't
that
hear
was
my
in hand
husband's
from
somber,
every
clear
individual
blue
that we
eyes.
would do intelligence
I
debriefings
have
with,
some
along
rather
with
sad
our confidential informants.
Sad?
And
Oh no. I've
I
called
think
you
you said,
to
when did the retaliation
Jack has let me
begin
come
on this
into rather
investigation?
suddenly.
We began
I
to
flush.
investigate it
This isn't
and
sad for me.
brought it to the
Can
FBI
I
in
tell her that I know?
2006. We
His
were
rather
not
hasty
officially
departure has
assigned
left
with our
vacancy.
department to work
I'm
with
right
the
here to
FBI
deal
at
with
that
her
time.
now
We were doing this on our
until we
own
find
time.
a replacement.
In
What?
2007,
I feel
we
the
were
blood
assigned by the
rush through
Chicago
my
Police
head.
Department to work with the
But I've
FBI
only been here
solely
for a
on
week
what
or
was
so.
dubbed Operation Brass
Yes,
Tacks.
Anastasia.
Brass meaning
I
the
understand.
top officials in
But
the
Jack
police
was always
department.
a
Brass
champion of
refers to a
humility.
boss. Tacks,
He had
because that's
high
what they were
hopes for you.
implementing on
I
the
stopped
drug
breathing.
dealers and the game
He had
makers.
high hopes of getting
It
me on
was
my
about,
back.
I believe it
Sure.
was 2010, August of
Here's a
2010,
detailed
when
job
I
description.
realized that our
Have a look at
identity
it,
had been
and we can discuss it
compromised
today.
and that
But
we were now out in the
I
open.
know
This was
this is
supposed to remain
but you've
a
already made
strictly
contact with
confidential
Jack's
investigation.
office.
And
Jack's notes have
it
been
was
gone unnoticed
imperative
by the
that
other
our
editors.
identities
You
not
have
be
a shrewd
revealed
mind,
because the
Anastasia.
targets of this
We all agree
investigation
you can do it.
were officers and
Okay.
bosses, and we didn't know how far up the
This is
chain it would go,
unreal.
which meant that they had access to all of our personal information, our children, anything that they wanted,
She
which
stands,
made us
effectively
very
dismissing me,
vulnerable.
and holds
So
out
to
her
expose
hand.
our
I
identity
shake
is
it
basically throwing us to the wolves. These targets
I'm glad
could
he's
now know
gone,
who we are,
she
who we're
whispers,
investigating.
and
You
a
have to
haunted
remember,
look crosses her
these are
face.
police officers
Holy
that
shit.
know what they did.
What did he do to
And now
her?
they know we know.
Back at
And
my
that,
desk,
with
I grab my
that comes
BlackBerry and
the
call Christian.
implication of federal
He
prison
answers at the
time,
second
losing
ring.
your job, losing your
Anastasia,
livelihood.
you okay?
That makes
He
us
asks, concerned.
targets,
They've
and
just
it
given me
makes it
Jack's
very
job.
dangerous for us to
Well,
work.
temporarily, I
I
blurt
want
out.
to Janet
You're
Hanna,
kidding.
20
He
years
whispers,
veteran of the
shocked.
Chicago Police Department.
Did you
She
have
says
anything
she
to do with
witnessed
this?
the harassment of
My
you,
voice is
Shannon,
sharper than I mean
and
it.
your
No.
partner, Danny Echeverria.
No, not at all.
On one occasion,
I
Hannah
mean,
said she
with
overheard
all
a
due
sergeant
respect,
warning
Anastasia,
you about her
you
own
won't be in
safety.
there for a
This
week
is
or so.
Hannah telling NBC
And I don't mean that
Chicago's Frank
unkindly.
Rogers what she
I
overheard.
know. I frowned.
That you better work.
Apparently, Jack really rated me.
In a gasket. He doesn't
Didn't
want to have to
no.
call her daughter and tell her
Christian's tone is frosty, and then he sighs.
she's gone.
Well, maybe you can do it. I'm sure you can. Congratulations. Flynn. Are you sure you had nothing to do with it? He is silent for a minute, and then he says in a low,
Oh, the
menacing
retaliation
voice,
was horrific. I actually felt so anxious walking into work every day because
I swallow.
once I filed the whistleblower
Gets
lawsuit,
mad
I
so
am now
easily.
working for the
I'm sorry.
defendants of my lawsuit. So can you just imagine what that was like? I felt like I was walking into the lion's den with a stink on my neck every single day. And I recall that in memory.
Adds
It was
tersely.
my direct supervisor at the
Christian.
time with a fugitive apprehension.
She doesn't hang
that
up
was
as I
telling me
expected
that
to, but takes a deep
because
breath.
we had investigated other officers, because we had basically broken the code of
His
silence,
words
and
are much
we
softer,
had gone against
conciliatory.
other
Oh,
sworn
he's so
members,
mercurial.
that
His mood
the
swings are
officers
like a
within that
metronome
unit,
set
the
in presto.
supervisors, relayed to me that the
Okay,
officers from the team
I
and in this
murmur.
unit will not
I
back
better
you up.
go.
You're
I
on
have
your
to
own.
move offices.
You're in a lot of danger. And he went so far as to say,
Hammers.
as
I
to
know.
say,
Thank you,
you're gonna
Christian.
end up in a box,
I
and I'm
love
gonna
you.
be the one knocking on the door and telling
I
your
sense
daughter
his
you're
grin
gonna
at
go
the
in
other
a
end of
box.
his phone.
And those were the type of
One
threats
back.
that would happen just on a
I
regular
love you.
basis. It was almost, the
Oh,
retaliation was
will I
relentless, and
ever
it was
tire of
daily.
him saying those words to me?
I wanted to
I'll talk to you later.
ask Jamie Carroll that you've been
I hang
investigating
up and glance at Jack's office. My office.
corruption
Holy
scandal.
cow.
For those of us who've been
Anastasia Steele,
following
acting
crime
editor.
stories and police
Who would have thought?
departments now for
I should
decades,
ask for more
this
money.
is almost like deja vu.
What would Jack
If
maybe
it
do?
wasn't cervical
I
in the
shudder at the thought and
1960s,
wonder how
type
New
of
York has
scandal,
he expected.
I
I stroll into my new office, sit down at the desk, and start reading the job description. At 12:30, Elizabeth buzzes me. And looking at 1 o'clock in the boardroom, Jerry Roach and Kate Besting will be there. The company president and vice president, all the editors. Shit. Do I need to prepare anything? No. This is just an informal gathering once a month. I'll be there. I hang up. Shit. I check through the current roster of Jack's authors. Yes, I've pretty much got those nailed. I had the 5 manuscripts he was championing, plus 2 more, which should really be considered for publication. I take a deep breath. I cannot believe it's lunchtime already. The day has flown by, and I'm loving it. There has been so much to absorb this morning. A ping from my calendar announces an appointment. Oh no! Mia! In all the excitement, I had forgotten about our lunch. I fish out my BlackBerry and try frantically to find her phone number. My phone buzzes. It's him. At reception. Claire's voice is hushed. Who? For a second, I think it might be Christian. The blonde god? Ethan? Oh. I immediately feel guilty for not having called him. Ethan, dressed in checked blue shirt, white t-shirt, and jeans, beams at me when I appear. Wow, you look hot, Steele, he says, nodding appreciatively. He gives me a quick hug. Is everything okay? I ask. He frowns. Everything's fine, Anna. I just wanted to see you. I haven't heard from you in a while, and I wanted to check how Mr. Mobile was treating you. I flush and can't help my smile. Okay, Ethan exclaims, holding up his hands. I can tell by this secret smile. I don't want to know anymore. I came by on the off chance you could do lunch. I'm enrolling in Seattle for side courses in September. From a
February of 2015,
Oh,
the former Chicago
Ethan,
Police
so much has happened.
Superintendent
I
Gary
have a
McCarthy
ton to
releases
tell
a
you,
statement
but
to
right now,
NBC,
I can't. I have a
Chicago,
meeting.
saying, quote,
An idea
Superintendent
hits me
McCarthy and the
hard.
CPD,
And
Chicago
I
Police
wonder if you
Department,
can
have
do me
zero
a really,
tolerance for
really,
retaliation
really
against
big
whistleblowers.
favor.
Your plaintiffs are without merit.
Sure,
The city will
he
continue
says,
to vigorously
by my
litigate this case.
I'm
That was in
supposed to be
February
having lunch with Christian
2015.
and Elliot's sister,
Shannon, the
but I
day you
can't
were
get
going
hold
to
of her,
trial,
and
right
this
in May
meeting's
of
just been sprung on me.
2016, they
Please,
settled
will you
with you
take
and
her for
Danny, your
lunch?
fellow police officer, for
Please?
$2 million.
Aw,
That is
Anna,
correct.
I
They
work
waited
babysitting
until
some
the
brat.
last minute and then
Please,
they decided to
Ethan.
settle.
I give him
And
the biggest,
I
bluest,
personally believe
longest
that's
eyelash
because
look
they
that I
did
can
not want
manage.
me getting
He
on the
rolls his
stand
eyes, and I
and
know
telling
I've got
everything
him.
that I know about how the
Please
operation
something.
within the police
He mutters.
department really
Sure,
works, and they
whatever,
didn't want that on
whenever.
public record.
So,
So they would
where
rather
is she?
settle than have
She's
me
due here now,
expose all of
and
their dirty
as if
laundry
on
in a
cue,
courtroom.
I
How
hear
much
her
money were you
voice.
talking about, by the way,
Anna!
when it came to
She
what these
calls from
officers
the
were
front
doing?
door. We both turn,
You know, we'll
and
never have
there
a
she
final
is,
count, but,
all curvaceous and tall with her sleek black bob, wearing a mid-green mini dress and matching high-heeled pumps with straps around her slim
we
ankles.
had several sources
She looks
say that
stunning.
one of the biggest dope
The
lines
brat,
that was run in the
he
city
whispers,
of Chicago
winking at her.
was named
Yes,
Obama,
the brat
and
that needs
it was
babysitting.
as much as
I whisper back.
$50,000.
Hi,
So
Mia.
it
I
depended
give
on
her a
the
quick
job
hug
period,
as she
the amount of money
stares
they were
rather
running,
blatantly
the
at
amount of
Ethan.
protection that they would
Mia,
need,
this
how
is
many
Ethan,
locations they were
Kate's
running
brother.
would vary. It was
He nods,
it
his
was
eyebrows
really
raised in
criminal.
surprise.
Otherwise, it was
Mia
a
blinks
complete
several times as she gives
business.
him her.
Prosecuted.
Ethan murmurs smoothly, and Mia blinks again,
Sergeant Ronald
silent
and
for once.
Muhammad pled
She
guilty,
blushes.
and they served their
Oh
sentences.
my, I
Federal
don't think I've
prison,
ever
I
seen
believe
her
it was
blush.
18 and 22 months.
I can't
while
make
Sergeant
lunch,
Ronald Watts doing
I say
22 months, and I
lamely.
believe
Ethan has agreed to take you, if that's okay. Can we have a
Lieutenant
rain
Kelvin,
check?
you were interviewing
Sure, she says
these
quietly.
officers off and on for
Mia's
several
quiet.
years
This
before
is
you
novel.
actually were were able
Yeah,
to
I'll take it
the
from here.
Intercept story came out
Later,
and told
Zana,
about the difficulties
Ethan
in
says,
getting this story
offering
out.
Mia his arm.
Yeah, so this
She
is
accepts it with a shy smile.
story.
Bye, Anna. Mia turns to me and mouths, "Oh my God," giving me an exaggerated wink. She likes him. I wave at them as they leave the building. I wonder what Christian's attitude is about his sister dating. The thought makes me uneasy. She's my age, so he can't object, can he? This is Christian we're dealing with. My snarky subconscious is back. Hatchet mouth, cardigan on, and purse in the crook of her arm. I shake off the image. Mia is a grown woman, and Christian can be reasonable, can't he? I dismiss the thought and head back to Jack's, my office to prep for the meeting. It's 3:30 when I return. The meeting went well. I have even secured approval to accept the 2 manuscripts I was championing. It's a heady feeling. On my desk is an enormous wicker basket crammed with stunning white and pale pink roses. Wow, the fragrance alone is heavenly. I smile as I pick up the card. I know you sent them. Congratulations, Miss Steele, and all on your own. No help from your over-friendly neighborhood megalomaniac CEO. Love, Christian. I pick up my BlackBerry to email him. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, megalomaniac. Date, June 16, 2011. 15:43. To Christian Gray. Is my favorite type of maniac. Thank you for the beautiful flowers. They've arrived in a huge wicker basket that makes me think of picnics and blankets. X. From Christian Gray. Subject, fresh air. Date, June 16, 2011. 15:55. To Anastasia Steele. Maniac A. Dr. Flynn may have something to say about that.
Very quickly, late last year, Chicago Mayor Rahm Emanuel apologized for LaQuan McDonald's death. In his speech to the Chicago City Council, Emanuel broke with the city's long history of denying the existence of the oath of silence.
Oh my. I flush reading his response. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, hectic. Date, June 16, 2011. 16:00. To Christian Gray. The day has flown by. I hardly had a moment to myself to think about anything other than work. I think I can do this. I'll tell you more when I'm home. Outdoors sounds interesting. Love you. A. X. P.S. Don't worry about Dr. Flynn. My phone buzzes. It's Claire from reception, desperate to know who sent the flowers and what happened to Jack. Holed up in the office all day. I've missed the gossip. I tell her quickly that the flowers are from my boyfriend and that I know very little about Jack's departure. My BlackBerry buzzes and I have another email from Christian. From Christian Gray. Subject, I'll try. Date, June 16, 2011. 16:09. To Anastasia Steele. Not to worry. Laters, baby. X. Christian Gray, CEO,
This comes
Gray
as Thursday
Enterprises
marked the
Holdings.
second anniversary of the death of LaQuan McDonald,
At
fatally
5:30,
shot by
I clean up
Chicago
my
police
desk.
officer
I
Jason
can't
Van
believe how
Dyke
quickly
in
the day is gone.
2014.
I have to get back to Escala and
Jamie
prepare to
Cowan,
meet
you were the
Dr. Flynn.
first to report
I
the
haven't even had
existence
time
of
to
the
think
video
of
of the
questions.
shooting, which was
Perhaps today we
released
can have an official
400
meeting
days
and
after
maybe Christian will
McDonald
let me
was
see him again.
killed, released
I shrug
after
off the thought as I dash out the
Mayor
office,
Rahm
waving a
Emanuel
quick
was
goodbye to Claire.
re-elected.
I've also
As
got
we
Christian's
wrap up,
birthday
can
to
you
think
talk
about.
about the
I know what
significance
I'm going
of
to
here?
give him.
He's acknowledging
I'd
the
like
vote
him
of
to have it
silence.
tonight. Beside the parking lot is a
LaQuan
small store
McDonald
selling tourist
shot
trinkets.
16 times.
Inspiration
It's
hits me, and I
almost
duck
one
inside.
bullet for every year of his
Christian
life.
is on his
He died at the
BlackBerry,
age of 70.
standing and staring out the glass wall as I enter the great room half an hour later. Turning, he beams at me and wraps up his call. Ross, that's great. Tell Barney and we'll go from there. Bye. He strides over to me as I stand shyly in the entryway. He's changed now into a white t-shirt and jeans, all bad boy and smoldering. Whoa. evening, Miss Steele. He murmurs, and he bends to kiss me. Congratulations on your promotion. He wraps his arms around me. He smells delicious. You've showered. I've just had a workout with Claude. Oh. Managed to knock him on his ass twice. Christian beams, boyish and pleased with himself. His grin is infectious. That doesn't happen often? No. Very satisfying when it does. Agree. I shake my head. What? He frowns at me. I'm nervous about Dr. Flynn. How was your day? He releases me and I give him a brief summary. He listens attentively. Oh, there's one more thing I should tell you, I add. I was supposed to have lunch with Mia. He raises his eyebrows in surprise. Never mentioned that. I know. I forgot. I couldn't make it because of the meeting, and Ethan took her out to lunch instead. His face darkens. I see. Stop biting your lip. I'm going to freshen up, I say, changing the subject and turning to leave before he can react any further. Dr. Flynn's office is a short drive from Christian's apartment.
We will
Very
link to your series Code of Silence at
for
democracy.org.
emergency session.
And Shannon Spalding, thank you for your bravery and for speaking out here
Christian
today
says
on
he marks
Democracy
my
Now!,
sob.
former Chicago
This is
police
hard.
officer, whistleblower featured in the series.
I think so too.
Says she suffered
I smile back
retaliation
at
for
him.
reporting and investigating criminal activity by fellow Chicago
I gaze
officers.
anxiously at him. What is it, Nana? Here. I pull the small black gift box from my purse. This is for you for your birthday. I wanted to give it to you now, but only if you promise not to open it until Saturday, okay? He blinks at me in surprise and swallows. He murmurs cautiously. Taking a deep breath, I hand it to him, ignoring his confused expression. He shakes the box, and it produces a very satisfactory rattle. He frowns. I know he's desperate to see what it contains. Then he grins, his eyes alight with youthful, carefree excitement. Oh boy, he looks his age, and so beautiful. Can't open it till Saturday, I warn him. I get it, he says. Why are you giving me now? He pops the box into the inside pocket of his striped jacket, close to his heart. How apt, I muse. I smirk at him. Because I can, Mr. Gray. His mouth twists wry and discontent. Why, Miss Steele stole my line. We are ushered into Dr. Flynn's palatial office by a voice. He greets Christian warmly, a little too warmly for my taste. She's old enough to be his mother, and he knows her name. The room is understated, pale green with two dark green couches facing two leather-winged chairs, and it has the atmosphere of a gentleman's club. Dr. Flynn is seated at a desk at the far end of the room. As we enter, he stands and walks over to join us in the seating area. He wears black pants and a pale blue open-necked shirt, no tie. His bright blue eyes seem to miss nothing. Christian. He smiles amicably. John. Christian shakes his hand. You remember Anastasia? How could I forget? Anastasia, welcome. Anna, please. I mumble as he shakes my hand firmly. I do love his English accent. Anna, he says kindly, ushering us toward the couches. Christian gestures to one of them for me. I sit, trying to look relaxed, resting my hand on the arm angles to each other. A small table with a simple lamp is between us. I note with interest a box of tissues beside the lamp. This isn't what I expected. I had in my mind's eye a stark white room with a black leather chaise longue. Looking relaxed and in control, Dr. Flynn takes a seat in one of the winged chairs and picks up a leather notepad. Christian crosses his legs, his ankle resting on his knee, and stretches one arm along the back of the couch. Reaching across with his other hand, he finds my hand on the armrest and gives it a reassuring squeeze. Christian has requested that you accompany him to one of our sessions. Dr. Flynn begins gently.
We
Just
fucking
so you know,
like back to the trailer.
this
He's so
session
tight.
is absolute confidentiality.
Yeah, Crown Prince.
I raise my eyebrow at Flynn, halting him mid-speech. Oh, I've signed an NDA, I murmur, embarrassed that he has stopped.
Save the audience.
Both Flynn and Christian stare at me,
Koreans.
and Christian releases my hand.
Saudi Arabia.
A non-disclosure agreement. Dr. Flynn's brow furrows. He glances quizzically at Christian. Christian shrugs. You stop all your relationships with women with an NDA. Dr. Flynn asks him, the contractual ones I do. Dr. Flynn's lip twitches. You've had other types of relationships with women? He asks, and he looks amused.
Really?
Dr. Flynn turns his attention back to me. Well, I guess we don't have to worry about confidentiality, but may I suggest that the two of you discuss this at some point? As I understand, you're no longer entering into that kind of contractual relationship. Different kind of contract, hopefully, Christian says softly, glancing at me. I flush, and Dr. Flynn narrows his eyes. Anna, you'll have to forgive me, but I probably know a lot more about you than you think. Christian has been very forthcoming. I glance nervously at Christian. What has he said? An NDA, he continues. That must have shocked you. I blink at him. Oh, I think the shock of that has paled into insignificance, given Christian's most recent revelations. I answer, my voice soft and hesitant. I sound so nervous. I'm sure. Dr. Flynn smiles kindly at me. So, Christian, what would you like to discuss? Christian shrugs like a surly teen. Anastasia wanted to see you. Perhaps you should ask her. Dr. Flynn's face registers his surprise once more, and he gazes shrewdly at me. Holy shit, this is mortifying. I gaze down at my fingers. Would you be more comfortable if Christian left us for a while? My eyes dart to Christian, and he's gazing at me expectantly. Yes, I whisper. Christian frowns and opens his mouth, but closes it again quickly and stands in one swift, graceful movement. I'll be in the waiting room, he says, his mouth a flat, grumpy line. Oh, no. Thank you, Christian, Dr. Flynn says impassively. Christian gives me one long, searching look, then stalks out of the room, but he doesn't slam the door. Phew. I immediately relax. He intimidates you. Yes, but not as much as he used to. I feel disloyal, but it's the truth. That doesn't surprise me, Anna. What can I help you with? I stare down at my knotted fingers. What can I ask? Dr. Flynn, I've never been in a relationship before, and Christian is, well, he's Christian. And over the last week or so, a great deal has happened. I haven't had a chance to think things through. What do you need to think through? I glance up at him, and his head is cocked to one side as he gazes at me with compassion, I think. Well, Christian tells me that he's happy to give up, I stumble and pause. This is so much more difficult to discuss than I'd imagined. Dr. Flynn sighs. Emma, in the very limited time that you've known him, you've made more progress with my patient than I have in the last 2 years. You've had a profound effect on him. You must see that. He's had a profound effect on me, too. I just don't know if I'm enough to fulfill his needs, I whisper. Is that what you need from me? Reassurance. I nod. Simply, Christian has found himself in a situation where his methods of coping are no longer effective. Very simply, you forced him to confront some of his demons and rethink. I blink at him. This echoes what Christian has told me. Yes, his demons. We don't dwell on them. They're in the past. Christian knows what his demons are, as do I, and now I'm sure you do too. I'm much more concerned with the future and getting Christian to a place where he wants to be. I frown and he raises an eyebrow. The technical term is SFBT. Sorry. He smiles. That stands for Solution Focused Brief Therapy. Essentially, it's goal-oriented. We concentrate on where Christian wants to be and how to get him there. It's a dialectical approach. There's no point in breastfeeding about the past. All that's been picked over by every physician, psychologist, and psychiatrist Christian's ever seen. We know why he's the way he is, but it's the future that's important. Where Christian envisages himself, where he wants to be. It took you walking out on him to make him take this form of therapy seriously. He realizes that his goal is a loving relationship with you. It's that simple. And that's what we're working on now. Of course, there are obstacles. His aphophobia, for one. His what? I gasp. I'm sorry. I mean his fear of being touched. Dr. Flynn says, shaking his head as if scolding himself, which I'm sure you're aware of. I flush and nod. Oh, that. He has a morbid self-abhorrence. I'm sure that comes as no surprise to you. And of course, there's the parasomnia, night terrors. Sorry, to the layperson. I blink at him, trying to absorb all these long words. I know about all of this, but Flynn hasn't mentioned my central concern. But he's a sadist. Surely, as such, he has needs that I can't fulfill. Dr. Flynn actually rolls his eyes, and his mouth presses into a hard line. That's no longer recognized as a psychiatric term. I don't know how many times I have told him that. It's not even classified as a paraphilia anymore. Not since the 90s. Dr. Flynn has lost me again. I blink at him. He smiles kindly at me. This is a pet peeve of mine. He shakes his head. Christian just thinks the worst of any given situation. It's part of the self-abhorrence. Of course, there's such a thing as sexual sadism, but it's not a disease. It's a lifestyle choice. And if it's practiced in a safe, sane relationship between consenting adults, then it's a non-issue. My understanding is that Christian has conducted all of his BDSM relationships in this manner. You're the first lover who hasn't consented, so he's not willing to do it. Lover? But surely it's not that simple. Why not? Dr. Flynn shrugs good-naturedly. Well, the reasons he does it.
Hey, Jimmy Neutron.
Anna, that's the point. In terms of solution-focused therapy, it is that simple.
How you doing,
Christian
Michelle?
wants to be with you. In order to do that, he
So,
needs to forego the more extreme aspects of that kind of relationship. After all, what you're asking for is not unreasonable, is it? I flush. No, it's not unreasonable, is it? I don't think so, but I worry that he does. Christian recognizes that and has acted accordingly. He's not insane. Dr. Flynn sighs. In a nutshell, he's not a sadist, Anna. He's an angry, frightened, brilliant young man who was dealt a shit hand of cards when he was born. We can all beat our breasts about it and analyze the who, the how, and the why to death. Or Christian can move on and decide how he wants to live. He'd found something that for a few years, more or less, but since he met you, it no longer works. And as a consequence, he's changing his modus operandi. You and I have to respect his choice and support him in it. I gape at him. That's my reassurance? As good as it gets, Nana. There are no guarantees in this life. He smiles, and that is my professional opinion. I smile. 2. Weekly. Doctor jokes. Geez. But he thinks of himself as a recovering alcoholic. Christian will always think the worst of himself. As I said, it's part of his self-abhorrence. It's in his makeup, no matter what. Naturally, he's anxious about making this change in his life. He's potentially exposing himself to a whole world of emotional pain, which, incidentally, he had a taste of when you left him. Naturally, he's apprehensive. Dr. Flynn pauses. I don't mean to stress how important a role you had in his Damascene conversion, his road to Damascus, but you have. Christian would not be in this place if he had not met you. Personally, I don't think that an alcoholic is a very good analogy, but if it works for him for now, then I think we should give him the benefit of the doubt. Give Christian the benefit of the doubt. I frown at the thought. Emotionally, Christian is an adolescent, Anna. He bypassed that phase in his life totally. He's channeled all his energies into succeeding in the business world, and he has, beyond all expectations. His emotional world has to play catch-up. So, how do I help? Dr. Flynn laughs. Just keep doing what you're doing. He grins at me. Christian is head over heels. It's a delight to see. I flush, and my inner goddess is hugging herself with glee, but something bothers me. Can I ask you one more thing? Of course. I take a deep breath. Part of me thinks that if he wasn't this broken, he wouldn't want me. Dr. Flynn's eyebrows shoot up in surprise. That is a very negative thing to say about yourself, Anna. And frankly, it says more about you than it does about Christian. It's not quite up there with his self-loathing, but I'm surprised by it. Well, look at him, and then look at me. Dr. Flynn frowns. I have. I see an attractive young man, and I see an attractive young woman. Anna, why don't you think of yourself as attractive? Oh, no. I don't want this to be about me. I stare down at my fingers. There's a sharp knock on the door that makes me jump. Christian comes back into the room, glaring at both of us. I flush and glance quickly at Flynn, who is smiling benignly at Christian. Welcome back, Christian, he says. I think time is up, John. Nearly, Christian. Join us. Christian sits down, beside me this time, and places his hand possessively on my knee. His action does not go unnoticed by Dr. Flynn. Did you have any other questions, Anna? Dr. Flynn asks, and his concern is obvious. Shit. I should not have asked that question. I shake my head. Christian? Not today, John. Flynn nods. It may be beneficial if you both come again. I'm sure Anna will have more questions. Christian nods reluctantly. I flush. Shit. He wants to delve. Christian clasps my hand and regards me intently. Okay. He asks softly. I smile at him, nodding. Yes, we're going for the benefit of the doubt, courtesy of the good doctor from England. Christian squeezes my hand and turns to Flynn. How is she? He asks softly. Me. She'll get there, he says reassuringly. Good. Keep me updated of her progress. I will. Holy fuck, they're talking about Layla. Should we go and celebrate your promotion? Christian asks me pointedly. I nod shyly as Christian stands. We say our quick goodbyes to Dr. Flynn, and Christian ushers me out with unseemly haste. In the street, he turns to me. How was that? His voice is anxious. It was good. He regards me suspiciously. I cock my head to one side. Mr. Gray, Please don't look at me that way. Under doctor's orders, I am going to give you the benefit of the doubt. What does that mean? You'll see. His mouth twists and his eyes narrow. Get in the car, he orders while opening the passenger door of the Saab. Oh, change of direction. My BlackBerry buzzes. I haul it out of my purse. Shit! Jose! Hi! Emma! Hi! I stare at 50, who's eyeing me suspiciously. Jose! I mouth at him. He stares impassively at me, but his eyes harden. Does he think I don't notice? I turn my attention back to Jose. Sorry I haven't called you. Is it about tomorrow? I ask Jose, but stare up at Christian. Yeah, listen. I spoke with some guy at Ray's place, so I know where I'm delivering the photos, and I should get there between 5 and 6. After that, I'm free. Oh. Well, I'm actually staying with Christian right now, and if you want to, he says you can stay at his place. Christian presses his mouth in a hard line. Some host he is. Jose is silent for a minute, absorbing this news. I cringe. I haven't had a chance to talk to him about Christian. Okay, he says eventually. This thing with Ray, it's serious. I turn away from the car and pace to the other side of the sidewalk. Yes. How serious? I roll my eyes and pause. Why does Christian have to be listening? Serious. Is he with you now? That's why you're speaking in monosyllables? Yeah. Okay. So, are you allowed out tomorrow? Of course I am. I hope. I automatically cross my fingers. So, where should I meet you? You could pick me up from work. Okay. I'll text you the address. What time? 6? Sure. I'll see you then, Anna. Looking forward to it. I miss you. I grin. Cool. I'll see you then. I switch the phone off and turn. Christian is leaning against the car, watching me carefully, his expression impossible to read. How's your friend? He asks coolly. He's well. He'll pick me up from work, and I think we'll go for a drink. Would you like to join us? Christian hesitates, his gray eyes cool. You don't think he'll try anything? No! My tone is exasperated, but I refrain from rolling my eyes. Okay. Christian holds his hands up in defeat. You hang out with your friend, and I'll see you later in the evening. I was expecting a fight, and his easy acquiescence throws me off balance. See, I can be reasonable. He smirks. My mouth twists. We'll see about that. Can I drive? Christian blinks at me, surprised by my request. I'd rather you didn't. Why, exactly? Because I don't like to be driven. You managed this morning, and you seem to tolerate Taylor driving you. I trust Taylor's driving implicitly. And not mine? I put my hands on my hips. Honestly, your control freakishness knows no bounds. I've been driving since I was 15. He shrugs and responds, as if this is of no consequence whatsoever. Ugh, so exasperating. Benefit of the doubt? Well, screw that. Is this my car? I demand. He frowns at me. Of course it's your car. Then give me the keys, please. I've driven it twice, and only to and from work. Now you're having all the fun. I am in full-on pout mode. Christian's lips twitch with a repressed smile. But you don't know where we're going. I'm sure you can enlighten me, Mr. Gray. You've done a great job of it so far. He gazes at me, stunned, and then smiles. His new shy smile that totally disarms me and takes my breath away. Great job, he murmurs. I blush. Mostly, yes. Well, in that case. He hands me the keys, walks around to the driver's door and opens it for me. Left here, Christian orders, and we head north toward I-5. Oh, gently, Anna. He grabs hold of the dashboard. Oh, for heaven's sake. I roll my eyes but don't turn to look at him. Van Morrison
I
croons in
feel
the
like,
background
oh, dude,
of the
I
car's sound
love
system.
him.
Slow down. I am slowing down.
What?
Christian sighs. What did Flynn say? I hear his anxiety reaching into his voice.
Half ounce?
I told you. He says I should give you the benefit of the doubt.
Half ounce.
Damn, maybe I should have let Christian
I
drive.
used to call him
Then I could watch him.
pounds.
In fact,
Really?
I signaled to pull over. What are you doing? He snaps, alarmed. Letting you drive. Why? So I can
Hey,
look
what's
at you.
going on? 0.0.
He laughs. No.
Like,
You
yeah,
wanted to drive. So
Rabbi,
you drive, and I'll look at you. I scowl at him. Keep your eyes on the road, he shouts. My blood boils. Right. I pull over to the curb just before a traffic light and storm out of the car, slamming the door and stand on the sidewalk, arms crossed. I glare at him. He climbs out of the car. What are you doing? He asks angrily, staring down at me. No, what are you doing? You can't park here. I know that. So why have you? Because I've had it with you barking orders. Either you drive or you shut up about my driving. Anastasia, get back in the car before we get a ticket. No. He blinks at me, at a total loss, then runs his hands through his hair, and his anger becomes bewilderment. He looks so comical all of a sudden, and I can't help but smile at him. He frowns. What? He snaps once more. You. Oh, Anastasia, you are the most frustrating female on the planet. He throws his hands in the air. Fine, I'll drive. The edges of his jacket and pull him to me. No, you are the most frustrating man on the planet. He gazes down at me, his eyes dark and intense. Then he snakes his arms around my waist and embraces me, holding me close. Maybe we're meant for each other then, he says softly, and inhales deeply, his nose in my hair. I wrap my arms around him and close my eyes. For the first time since this morning, I feel myself relax. Oh, Anna. He breathes, his lips pressed against my hair. I tighten my arms around him, and we stand, immobile, enjoying a moment of unexpected tranquility on the street. Releasing me, he opens the passenger door. I climb in and sit quietly, watching him walk around the car. Restarting the car, Christian pulls out into the traffic, absent-mindedly humming along to Van Morrison. Whoa, I've never heard him sing, not even in the shower, ever. I frown. He has a lovely voice, of course. Has he heard me sing? He wouldn't be asking you to marry him if he had. My subconscious has her arms crossed and is wearing Burberry check. The song finishes and Christian grins. You know, if we had gotten a ticket, the title of this car is in your name. Well, good thing I've been promoted. I can afford the fine. I say smugly, staring at his lovely profile. His lips twitch. Another Van Morrison song starts playing as he takes the on-ramp to I-5, heading north. Where are we going? It's a surprise. What else did Flynn say? I sigh. He talked about FFFSTV or something. SFBT, the latest therapy option. Christian snorts. Baby, I've been subjected to them all. Cognitivism, Freud, functionalism, Gestalt, behaviorism. You name it, over the years, I've done it. He says, and his tone betrays his bitterness. The rancor in his voice is distressing. Do you think this latest approach will help? What did Flynn say? He said not to dwell on your past, focus on the future, on where you want to be. He persists. He talked about your fear of being touched, although he called it something else. And about your nightmares and your self-abhorrence. I glance at him, and in the evening light, he's pensive, chewing on his thumbnail as he drives. He glances quickly at me. Eyes on the road, Mr. Gray, I admonish, my eyebrow cocked at him. He looks amused and slightly exasperated. You were talking forever, Anastasia. What else did he say? I swallow. He doesn't think you're a sadist? I whisper. Really? Christian says quietly and frowns. The atmosphere in the car takes a nosedive. He says the term's not recognized in psychiatry. Not since the 90s, I mutter, quickly trying to rescue the mood between us. Christian's face darkens and he exhales slowly. Lynn and I have differing opinions on this, he says quietly. He said you always think the worst of yourself. I know that's true, I murmur. He also mentioned sexual sadism, but he said that was a lifestyle choice, not a psychiatric condition. Maybe that's what you're thinking about. His eyes flash toward me again, and his mouth sets in a grim line. So, you want to talk with a good doctor and you're an expert? He says acidly, and turns his eyes forward. Oh, dear, I sigh. Look, if you don't want to hear what he said, don't ask me, I mutter softly. I don't want to argue. Anyway, he's right. What the hell do I know about all his shit? Do I even want to know? I can list the salient points. His control freakishness, his possessiveness, his jealousy, his overprotectiveness. And I completely understand where he's coming from. I can even understand why he doesn't like to be touched. I've seen the physical scars. I can only imagine the mental ones. And I've only glimpsed his nightmares once. And Dr. Flynn said, I want to know what you discussed. Christian interrupts my thoughts as he heads off I-5 on exit 172, heading west toward the slowly sinking sun. He called me your lover. Did he now? His tone is conciliatory. Well, he's nothing if not fastidious about his terms. I think that's an accurate description, don't you? Did you think of your subs as lovers? Christian's brow creases once more, but this time he's thinking. He turns the sob smoothly north once again.
Like 100.
Where are we going? No, they were sexual partners, he murmurs, his voice cautious again. You're my only lover, and I want you to be more. Oh, there's that magical brimming with possibility. It makes me smile, and inside, I hug myself, trying to contain my joy. I know, I whisper, trying hard to hide my excitement. I just need some time, Christian, to get my head around these last few days. He glances at me, oddly, perplexed, his head inclined to one side. After a beat, the traffic light we're stopped at turns green. He nods and turns the music up, and our discussion is over. Van Morrison is still singing, more optimistically now, about it being a marvelous night for moon dancing. I gaze out the windows at the pines and spruce dusted gold by the fading light of the sun, their long shadows stretching across the road. Christian has turned onto a more residential street, and we're heading west toward the sound. Where are we going? I ask again as we turn onto a road. I catch a road sign. 9th Avenue Northwest. I am baffled. Surprise, he says, and smiles mysteriously. Chapter 18. Christian continues to drive past single-story, well-kept, clapboard houses, where kids play basketball in their yards or cycle and run around in the street. It all looks affluent and wholesome with the houses nestling among the trees. Perhaps we're going to visit someone? Who? A few minutes later, Christian turns sharply left, and we're confronted by two ornate white metal gates set in a 6-foot-high sandstone wall. Christian presses a button on his door handle and the electric window hums quietly down into the doorframe. He punches a number into the keypad and the gates swing open in welcome. He glances at me and his expression has changed. He looks uncertain, even nervous. "What is it?" I ask, and I can't mask the concern in my voice. "An idea," he says quietly, ours. On one side, the trees ring a densely wooded area, and on the other, there's a vast area of grassland where a once cultivated field has been left fallow. Grass and wildflowers have reclaimed it, creating a rural idyll. A meadow where the late evening breeze softly ripples through the grass and the evening sun gilds the wildflowers. It's lovely, utterly tranquil, and suddenly I imagine myself lying in the grass and gazing up at a clear blue summer sky. The thought is tantalizing, yet makes me feel homesick for some strange reason. How odd. The lane curves around and opens into a sweeping driveway in front of an impressive Mediterranean-style house of soft pink sandstone. It's palatial. All the lights are on, each window brightly illuminated in the dusk. There's a smart black BMW parked in front of the four-car garage, where Christian pulls up outside the grand portico. I wonder who lives here. Why are we visiting? Christian glances anxiously at me as he switches off the car engine. "Will you keep an open mind?" he asks. I frown. "Christian, I've needed an open mind since the day I met you." He smiles ironically and nods. "Fair point, well made, Miss Steele. Let's go." The dark wood doors open, and a woman with dark brown hair, a sincere smile, and a sharp lilac suit stands waiting. I'm grateful I changed into my new navy shift dress to impress Dr. Flynn. Okay, I'm not wearing killer heels like her, but still, I'm not in jeans. "Mr. Gray." She smiles warmly and they shake hands. "Miss Kelly," he says politely. She smiles at me and holds out her hand, which I shake. Her "isn't he dreamily gorgeous, wish he were mine" flush does not go unnoticed. "Olga Kelly," she announces breezily. "Anna Steele," I mutter back at her. Who is this woman? She stands aside, welcoming us into the house. It's a shock when I step in. The place is empty. All. The walls are faded primrose yellow, with scuff marks where pictures must once have hung. All that remains are the old-fashioned crystal light fixtures. The floors are dull hardwood. There are closed doors to either side of us, but Christian gives me no time to assimilate what's happening. "Come," he says, and, taking my hand, he leads me through the archway in front of us into a larger inner vestibule. It's dominated by a curved, sweeping staircase with an intricate iron balustrade, but still, he doesn't stop. He takes me through to the main living area, which is empty save for a large faded gold rug. The biggest rug I have ever seen. Oh, and there are 4 crystal chandeliers. But Christian's intention is now clear as we head across the room and outside through open French doors to a large stone terrace. Below us, there's half a football field with manicured lawn, but beyond that is the view. Wow. The panoramic, uninterrupted vista is breathtaking, staggering even, twilight over the sound. In the distance lies Bainbridge Island, and farther still on this crystal clear evening, the setting sun sinks slowly, glowing blood and flame orange, beyond Olympic National Park. Vermilion hues bleed into the cerulean sky and meld with the darker purples of the scant, wispy clouds and the land beyond the sound. It is nature's best, a visual symphony orchestrated in the sky and reflected in the deep, still waters of the sound. I am lost to the view, staring, trying to absorb such beauty. I realize I'm holding my breath in awe, and Christian is still holding my hand. As I reluctantly turn my eyes away from the view, he's gazing anxiously at me. "You brought me here to admire the view?" I whisper. He nods, his expression serious. It's staggering, Christian. Thank you, I murmur, letting my eyes feast on it once more. He releases my hand. How would you like to look at it for the rest of your life? He breathes. What? I whip my face back to his, startled blue eyes to pensive gray. I think my mouth drops open, and I gape at him blankly. I've always wanted to live on the coast. I sail up and down the Sound coveting these houses. This place hasn't been on the market long. I want to buy it, demolish it, and build a new house. For us. He whispers, and his eyes glow, translucent with his hopes and dreams. Holy cow! Somehow I remain upright. I'm reeling. Live here? In this beautiful haven? For the rest of my life? It's just an idea, he adds cautiously. I glance back to assess the interior of the house. How much is it worth? It must be, what, $5-10 million? I have no idea. Holy shit. Why do you want to demolish it? I ask, looking back at him. His face falls. Oh no. I'd like to make a more sustainable home, using the latest ecological techniques. Elliot could build it. Miss Olga Kelly is on the far side, hovering by the entrance. She's the realtor, of course. I notice the room is huge and double height. A little like the great room at Escala. There's a balcony above. That must be the landing on the second floor. There's a huge fireplace and a whole line of French doors opening onto the terrace. It has an old-world charm. Can we look around the house? He blinks at me. Sure. He shrugs, puzzled. Miss Kelly's face lights up like Christmas when we head back in. She's delighted to take us on a tour and gives us the spiel. The house is enormous, 12,000 square feet on 6 acres, as well as the main living room. There's the banquet inn kitchen with family room attached, a music room, a library, a study, and, much to my amazement, an indoor pool and exercise suite with sauna and steam room attached.
This lady is so
Downstairs
fucking
in the basement, there's a
funny.
cinema, and game
Oh
room.
my god, this lady is so fucking
What sort of games can we play in here?
Yeah.
Miss Kelly points out all sorts of features, but basically the house is beautiful and was obviously at one time a happy family home. It's a little shabby now, but nothing that some TLC couldn't cure. Follow Miss Kelly up the magnificent main stairs to the second floor. I can hardly contain my excitement. This house has everything I could ever wish for in a home. Couldn't you make the existing house more ecological and self-sustaining? Christian blinks at me, nonplussed. I'd have to ask Elliot. He's the expert in all this. Miss Kelly leads us into the master suite, where full-height windows open onto a balcony, and the view is still spectacular. I could sit in bed and gaze out all day, watching the sailing boats and the changing weather. There are 5 additional bedrooms on this floor. Kids! I push the thought hastily to one side. I have too much to process already. Miss Kelly is busily suggesting to Christian how the grounds could accommodate riding stables and a paddock. Horses? Terrifying images of my few riding lessons flash through my mind, but Christian doesn't appear to be listening. The paddock would be where the meadow is now? I ask. Yes, Miss Kelly says brightly. To me, the meadow looks like somewhere to lie in the long grass and have picnics, not for some four-legged fiend of Satan to roam. Back in the main room, Miss Kelly discreetly disappears, and Christian leads me out once more onto the terrace. The sun has set, and lights from the towns on the Olympic Peninsula are twinkling on the far side of the Sound. Christian pulls me into his arms and tips my chin up with his index finger, staring intently down at me. A lot to take in, he asks, his expression unreadable. I nod. I wanted to check that you liked it
Would they be
before I
good?
bought
Yeah.
it.
They're, I bet put read.
He
They're like
nods.
read 30.
I love the view,
A lot of shit.
and I like the house that's here.
Oh, no, I bet the
I smile shyly.
better than reading. Really.
Christian, you had me at the meadow. His lips part as he inhales sharply. Then his face transforms with a grin, and his hands are suddenly thrusting into my hair and his mouth is on mine. Back in the car, as we head for Seattle, Christian's mood has lifted considerably. So, you're going to buy it? I ask.
Yes.
You'll put a Scala on the market? He frowns. Why would I do that? To pay for... My voice trails off. Of course, I flush. He smirks at me. Trust me, I can afford it. Do you like being rich? Yes. Show me someone who doesn't. He says darkly. Okay, get off that subject quickly. Anastasia, you're going to have to learn to be rich too, if you say yes. He says softly. Wealth isn't something I've ever aspired to, Christian. I frown. I know. I love that about you. But then again, you've never been hungry. He says simply. His words are sobering. Where are we going? I ask brightly,
I thought you were running for
changing the subject. To celebrate. Christian relaxes. Oh, celebrate what? The house? Have you forgotten already? Your acting editor role. Oh, yes, I grin. Unbelievably, I had forgotten. Where? Up high at my club. Your club? Yes. What? The Mile High Club is on the 76th floor of Columbia Tower, higher even than Christian's apartment. It's very trendy and has the most head-spinning views over Seattle. Gustave, ma'am? Christian hands me a glass of chilled champagne as I sit perched on a bar stool. Why, thank you, sir. I stress the last word flirtatiously, batting my eyelashes at him deliberately. He gazes at me and his face darkens. Are you flirting with me, Miss Steele? Yes, Mr. Gray, I am. What are you going to do about it? I'm sure I can think of something, he says, his voice low. Come, our table's ready. As we approach the table, Christian stops me, his hand on my elbow. Go and take your panties off, he whispers, quietly. Whoa, what? He's not smiling. He's dead serious. Quietly. Whoa, what? He's not smiling. He's dead serious. Every muscle below my waistline tightens. I hand him my glass of champagne, turn sharply on my heel, and head for the restroom. Shit, what's he going to do? Perhaps this club is aptly named. The restrooms are the height of modern design, all dark wood, black granite, and pools of light from strategically placed halogens. In the privacy of the stall, I smirk as I divest myself of my underwear. Again, I'm grateful I changed into the navy blue shift dress. I thought it appropriate attire to meet the good Dr. Flynn. I hadn't expected the evening to take this unexpected course. I am excited already. Why does he affect me so? I slightly resent how easily I fall under his spell. I know now that we won't be spending the evening talking through all our... How can I resist him? Checking my appearance in the mirror, I am bright.
Bitch, how dare you!
Flushed with excitement. Issues, schmissues. I take a deep breath and head back out into the club. I mean, it's not as if I hadn't gone pantyless before. My inner goddess is draped in a pink feather boa and diamonds, strutting her stuff in fuck-me shoes. Christian stands politely when I return to the table, his expression unreadable. He looks his usual perfect, calm, and collected self. Of course, I now know differently. Sit beside me, he says. I slide into the seat and he sits. I've ordered for you. I hope you don't mind. He hands me my half-finished glass of champagne, regarding me intently, and under his scrutiny, my blood heats anew. He rests his hands on his thighs. I tense and part my legs slightly. The waiter arrives with a dish of oysters on crushed ice. Oysters. The memory of the two of us in the private dining room at the Heathman fills my mind. We were discussing his contract. Oh boy, we've come a long way since then. I think you liked oysters the last time you tried them. His voice is low, seductive. Only time I've tried them. I'm all breathy, my voice exposing me. His lips twitch with a smile. Oh, Miss Steele, when will you learn? He muses. He takes an oyster from the dish and lifts his other hand from his thigh. I flinch in anticipation, but he reaches for a slice of lemon. Learn what? I ask. Geez, my pulse is racing. His long, skilled fingers gently squeeze the lemon over the shellfish. Eat, he says, holding the shell close to my mouth. I part my lips, and he gently places the shell on my bottom lip. Tip your head back slowly, he murmurs. I do as he asks, and the oyster slips down my throat. He doesn't touch me, only the shell does. Christian helps himself to one, then feeds me another. We continue this torturous routine until all 12 are gone. His skin never connects with mine. It's driving me crazy. Still like oysters? He asks as I swallow the final one. I nod, flushed, craving his touch. Good. I squirm in my seat. Why is this so hot? He puts his hand casually on his own thigh again, and I melt. Now, please, touch me. My inner goddess is on her knees, naked except for her panties, begging. He runs his hand up and down his thigh, lifts it, then places it back where it was. The waiter tops up our champagne glasses and whisks away our plates, with asparagus, sauteed potatoes, and a hollandaise sauce. A favorite of yours, Mr. Gray? Most definitely, Miss Steele.
Anyway, are you done?
Though I believe it was cod at the Heathman. His hand moves up
Who's
and
gonna pull
down
it
his
out?
thigh. My breathing spikes, but
Really?
still,
Yeah.
he doesn't
Are you
touch me.
done?
It's so frustrating. I try to concentrate on our conversation.
If I had daughters, I'd be like, dude, you know
I
what?
seem to remember we were in a private dining
Cutthroat
room
bitch of my
then,
generation.
discussing contracts.
Camilla.
Happy days,
Really?
he says,
This
smirking.
bitch sat on the
This
sideline
time,
when
I hope to
Diana
get to fuck you.
was in her
He
last
moves his
fucking
hand
dress,
to
the
pick up his
13
knife.
color, and she's just over there like
He takes a bite out of his sea
huffing
bass.
glue or
He's
something.
doing
Nobody's
this
helping.
on purpose.
Princess
Don't
Diana.
count on it. I
Really?
mutter with
35
a
ads
pout,
up there.
and he glances at me, amused.
13
Speaking
color.
of contracts,
Why? 13
I
color.
add,
How don't you know
the
it?
NDA,
Everybody knows it. 13
tear it up.
Really?
He
I'm not
says
freaking
simply.
about this.
Oh,
Well,
what?
I don't
Really?
know. I don't remember.
Yes.
Shit.
You're sure I'm not going to run to the Seattle
Really?
Times with an
Kinda.
expose? I
Wasn't like
tease.
But
He laughs,
I remember
and
then
it's a wonderful
fucking
sound.
Mother Teresa died
He
like
looks so
2
young.
seconds later. And I
No,
was like, what
I
the
trust you.
fuck is this shit? No
I'm
one's
going
died
to
in
give
like
you the
years,
benefit
and then
of the
these two
doubt.
bitches died. Like, bang, bang.
Oh. I grin shyly at him. Ditto. I breathe. His eyes light up. I'm very glad you're wearing a dress,
What's that bitch?
he murmurs, and
This
bam,
bitch was
desire
like the
courses through
worst
my
thing
already
ever.
overheated blood.
Really? Oh
Why
my god,
haven't you
kids.
When I
touched
was a
me
kid,
then?
they were
I
like,
hiss.
this bitch is so
Missing my
fucking
touch?
great.
He
What
asks,
a cunt.
He's amused, the bastard.
She let this
Yes,
fucking
I
like
see.
fucked up
He
school
orders.
where they hurt
You're
all
not
these
going
kids.
to touch me, are you? No. He shakes his head. What? I gasp out loud. Just imagine how you'll feel when we're
She
home,
don't like her?
he
Fuck
whispers.
no. This
I
bitch
can't
sucks.
wait to get
Really?
you home.
I'm glad she died.
It will
Really?
be your fault if I combust
Man, I
here
have
on the
heard
76th
Man, did
floor.
they try to fucking
I mutter through gritted teeth.
change my mind on this bitch. There was like,
Anastasia.
this woman's so great.
Find
She's
a way to put the
fucking
fire
got a
out.
soup kitchen,
He
and then
says,
she's feeding
grinning
this kid. She's
salaciously
got
at
flies all over him. She's a
Yumi,
mother.
I
I was like,
dig
who
into
are
my
her
sea
kids?
bass, and my inner
Is she
goddess
married?
narrows her
Is that
eyes
a
in
father,
quiet,
Teresa?
devious contemplation.
Fuck.
We can play this game
Okay.
too.
I bet she becomes a
I
fucking
learned the basics during our meal at the
St.
evening.
Teresa. They need
I take
another
a
one of
bite
those
out of my
fucking
sea
things.
bass.
It's not like she has
It
like a
is
unique
melting
name.
in the
Like,
mouth,
oh,
delicious.
dude,
I
it's
close
the
my
Saint.
eyes,
It's Saint Miley.
savoring the
Oh, we're on a
taste.
Saint Miley.
When I open
That's
them,
what the fuck Roman
I
Catholic
begin my
Church do.
seduction
They should
of
be, oh yeah,
Christian Grey.
Saint Coolio.
Very
Let's make the
slowly
Saint
hitching
Coolio.
my skirt
Why?
up,
That get asses
exposing
in the
more of
pews.
my
Really?
thighs.
Saint Coolio? Dude,
Christian
hey,
pauses
you know they're gonna
momentarily.
make Saint. You know they
A
make
forkful
Coolio a
of
saint
fish
this weekend?
suspended in
Really?
midair.
Yeah, they make Coolio a saint on Sunday. I'm gonna be there.
After a beat,
You wanna go?
he
Oh,
resumes eating.
oh, good
I
carpool.
take another
Yeah,
bite of sea
Saint
bass,
Coolio. Oh
ignoring
yeah,
him.
what were you for Saint
Then,
Coolio?
putting down my knife, I run my
Really?
fingers up the inside
This
of my
bitch
lower
is
thigh,
so fucking
lightly
cut.
tapping my skin with my fingertips.
I'm telling you,
It's
everybody loves
distracting
this fucking
even
bitch.
to me, especially
To
as
the
I am
point where
gripping his
if the whole
touch.
world loves you so much,
Christian pauses once more.
I eventually am like, I fuck.
Voice is low and husky. I know that you know,
Mother Teresa Women's
Mr. Gray.
University, that'd be a
I reply softly.
Can I go there?
That's the point. I pick up an asparagus stalk,
Studies.
gaze sideways at him from beneath my lashes,
You know what?
then dip
You
the
know, here's
asparagus
something
into
Mother
the
Teresa
hollandaise
can teach you.
sauce,
You know,
swirling
with the
the
arms
tip around
and
and
clitoris,
around.
you don't even know what
You are not
Huh?
turning the tables on
You don't
me,
even know.
Miss Steele. Smirking, he reaches over and
Are you
takes the
done?
spear from me, amazingly
This girl
and
is so
annoyingly managing not to touch me again. No, this isn't
Really?
right.
No,
This
really,
is
was
not
she a bad
going
person?
according to plan. Ah!
This
Open
is
your
all a
mouth,
fucking ruse.
he commands. I am losing this battle of wills. I glance
Very,
up at him
very,
again,
very dark.
and his eyes blaze bright gray.
Calcutta.
Parting my lips a fraction, I run my tongue across my lower lip. Christian
Really?
smiles, and his eyes
always
darken
been mine.
further.
In New
Wider.
Delhi,
He
nobody
breathes,
talks about
his lips
Calcutta.
parting so that I can see his
It has
tongue.
the same name, right?
I
It's like
groan
they didn't change it, but
and
like
bite my
mine.
bottom lip, then do as he asks.
Hey, did they come?
I hear his sharp intake of breath. He's not so
We always
immune.
knew about Calcutta. Oh,
Good.
yeah, they did
I
change
am
it.
finally
They
getting
did
to
change
him.
it. No one spells it that way.
Keeping my eyes
No
locked
wonder.
on his,
These
I take the
fuckers,
spear in my
whoever
mouth and
is the
suck gently.
whoever the fucking
Don't
mayor is of fucking
on the
Calcutta,
end.
these
The
assholes.
hollandaise
Like,
sauce
guys,
is
we gotta keep it
mouth-watering.
consistent.
I bite
I knew
down,
what Calcutta was.
groaning quietly in
See,
appreciation.
this shit with the K. I mean,
Christian
that's
closes
cool.
his
When it's
eyes.
like, oh, you should
Yes.
have named it a K back when I was
When he
there.
opens them again,
Why?
his pupils have
All I
dilated.
know about Calcutta
Effect on
is like,
his
it's a shithole
I groan and reach out to
built on a
touch his thigh.
shithole. And somebody took a
To
shit
my
on that hole.
surprise,
And that's
he uses his
your
other
running
hand
water.
to grab my wrist. Oh, no, you don't, Miss Steele.
Also known as
He
Calcutta.
murmurs softly.
Oh, Calcutta.
Raising
Fuck,
my hand
it's
to
Calcutta.
his mouth, he
Really?
gently brushes my knuckles with his
Oh, it
lips.
did change
And I
names.
squirm. Finally, more, please. Don't touch.
Westbound
He scolds
Calcutta
me
to Calcutta.
quietly and
Oh,
places
wow,
my
a bunch
hand
of these
back on
fucking
my
things
knee.
changed.
It's so frustrating, this brief, unsatisfactory contact.
Is that when Mumbai changed?
You don't play fair, I pout.
Man, they could have all kinds of fucking
He
shit.
picks up his champagne glass to impose a toast, and I mirror his
They
actions.
changed an R.
Congratulations on your promotion, Miss Steele. We clink glasses, and I blush.
Mumbai?
I mutter.
Mumbai
He
to Mumbai.
frowns as if some
Change effective
unpleasant thought
from
has crossed his mind. Eat, he
That
orders.
goes back.
I am not
So, like,
taking you
don't get
home until you
Bombay.
finish
It
your
goes
meal.
back to being not Bombay. It's Bombay Sapphire, and it's worth a lot to that brand.
His expression is so heated, so raw, so
It's
commanding.
like a whole huge
I
fucking city.
am
I know, I'm
melting.
just telling you.
I'm
Nobody
not
really.
hungry,
Oh, yeah, remember that thing called
not
Mumbai?
for food.
Called Bombay Sapphire.
He shakes his head,
Really?
thoroughly
Yeah, what is
enjoying
it?
himself, but narrows his eyes at me just the
Really?
same.
Yeah.
Eat,
Is it good?
or I'll put you across my knee,
Why?
right here,
Gin and
and
tonic.
we'll entertain the other
Right.
diners.
Why? It's
His
just not a
words
very.
make me squirm.
It's a
You
drink.
wouldn't
But it's
dare.
not very.
Him and his twitchy palm.
It's not,
I press my mouth into a hard line and stare at him.
Dude, they changed
Picking
it.
up an asparagus
No one
stalk,
fucking heard
he
of
dips
it.
the head
Once
into the
fucking Mother
hollandaise.
Teresa went down,
Eat
like,
this,
okay, well,
he
stop
murmurs.
people know about it. We got
His
the name.
voice
See ya.
low and
See ya.
seductive.
See you.
I willingly
Hey,
comply.
I know. Let's fucking change it to K. Okay. Boom.
Lost
No
weight
one
since.
knows you. No
His
one.
tone is gentle.
Really?
I don't want to think about my
Bitch.
weight. Truth is, I like being this slim.
It has so
I
many
swallow
fucking
the
people. I
asparagus.
bet it's right now. How many
I
ponies
just
is
want
it?
to go home and make love. I
It's
muttered
50
disconsolately. Christian grins. So do I.
It's actually 45 ponies.
Yeah.
Really?
Reluctantly, I turn back to my food and start
Hold
to
on.
eat.
The metropolitan
Honestly,
area, though.
I've taken my panties off and
Is-
everything. I feel like a child who has been denied candy. Heat is such a tease. A delicious hot,
150
not
ponies.
tease.
Really?
All mine. He quizzes me about Ethan. As it turns out, Christian does business with Kate and Ethan's father. It's a small world. I'm
Jaffa
relieved
is
he
the
doesn't mention
biggest
Dr.
speaking
Flynn or the house, as I'm finding it difficult to concentrate on our conversation.
Really, let's see.
I want to go home. The carnal anticipation
This
isn't
is
burning
7th
between
most
us.
city in
He's
India.
so good at this.
India is so fucking big.
Wait, setting the
That's
scene.
one town.
Between bites,
Buys
he places his
LG
hand on his
horse.
thigh, so
Hyderabad
close to
is
mine,
4.
but still doesn't touch
Ahmadabad
me,
is 5.
just to tease me
Is
further.
it Chennai?
Fascinating.
Chennai? It's gotta be Chennai.
Finally,
It's 6.
I finish my food and
Kolkata.
place
I
my
would have
knife
been like
and fork on the
Kolkata
plate.
and been like, hey, where the fuck
He
is
murmurs, and
Calcutta?
those two
7,
words. I frown at him.
10.
What now? I
Look
ask,
now, 12,
desire
cat,
clawing at my belly.
13,
Oh,
dapper,
I
14,
want this man.
15, bag.
Now,
He fucking shut down.
I believe you have certain expectations, Miss Steele,
17, fish on top of
which I intend to fulfill to
Fish
the
on
best of
top.
my ability. Whoa,
18, Pimpri,
the best
Chinchwad.
of
From
your,
where you got from Pimpri,
Bill,
Chinchwad? Which
Kitty?
one?
I stutter. Holy
19
shit.
Platinum, then 20.
He
Whatever.
grins and
It's
stands.
Vado Dada. Dude,
Don't we have to pay?
they should have never changed.
I ask,
They should have
breathless.
never given you neighbors any
Cocks
money.
his head to one
And
side.
they should have
I am a member here.
never changed the
There
name
will
of
be.
because no one knows about it.
Anastasia, after you. He steps aside and I stand to leave, conscious that I am not wearing my panties. He gazes at me darkly, like he's undressing me. And
If I
glory
haven't
in
said
his
it before,
carnal
I'm going to say it
appraisal.
again.
It just
Everyone
makes me
in
feel
the
so
West
sexy.
just thinks that you are a
This
shit.
beautiful man
Really?
desires me.
Well, fucking Mother Teresa
Will I
didn't
always
fucking
get a
help.
kick out of
It's not
this?
shit like she was like,
Deliberately
oh,
stopping
well,
in
let
front
me
of
tell you
him,
about the
I
tourist
smooth my
opportunities
dress
here in
over
Calcutta.
my hips.
But I'm
Christian
trying to explain
whispers
to
in
you
my
about this
ear.
kid's fucking
I can't wait to
ALS
get
or whatever the fuck he's getting. Did he
But he
ALS there?
still
That's
doesn't
not like the thing
touch
it's
me.
just like here, is it?
On the way out, he murmurs
You
something
get
about the car to the
ALS.
maitre d', but I'm not listening.
And
My inner goddess is incandescent with anticipation. Jeez, she could light up Seattle. Waiting by the elevators, we are joined by two middle-aged couples.
500,000.
With the doors open,
There could be
Christian
5 of
takes
these
my elbow
motherfuckers. It's a
and
huge
steers me
pop.
to the back. I glance around, and we're surrounded by dark smoked
This
glass
bitch was
mirrors.
so cutthroat.
As the other couples enter,
Really?
one man in
Like,
a rather
dude, quit
unflattering brown
putting this on.
suit greets
I mean to
Christian.
tell you, Mother Teresa has this whole backstory.
He nods politely.
Really?
Christian nods in return, but is silent.
Bitch. Okay, now,
The couple
here's a
stand
funny
in
thing.
front of us,
This is the
facing
funniest
the
fucking
elevator
thing ever.
doors. They are
These
obviously
fucking Russians
friends.
put this fucking
The women
monkey up
chat
into
loudly,
space when I was
excited
like,
and animated
before
after their
I think
meal.
it was,
I think
they put
they're
a
all a
dog
little
up, shout
tipsy.
to that dog. What was it, dog?
As the doors
Like
close,
lilac or something?
Christian briefly
Sweet dog.
stoops down beside me to tie his shoelace.
Anyway,
Odd,
then I think they
his
put a monkey up
shoelaces
there.
aren't undone.
And they put this monkey up there,
Discreetly,
and they dressed this bitch
places
just like
his
Mother
hand on
Teresa.
my
And I've
ankle,
never actually said
startling
this to anyone, but I looked at this
And
book
as
one
he
time,
stands, his hand travels swiftly up
and it
my
had a
leg,
monkey,
over my skin,
and I thought it was Mother
Whoa.
Teresa.
right up.
Oh, so you think Mother Teresa
I have
looks
to
like a monkey?
stifle my gasp of surprise as his
This book.
hand reaches my backside.
Not
Christian
Mother
moves
Teresa.
behind me.
Or this monkey looks like Mother Teresa.
I
I mean,
gape
the
at the
primates,
people in
but
front of us.
so now we have to
staring
find
at
that
the
fucking
backs
book.
of their
But first,
heads.
let's find the name of this
They
dog.
have no idea
Dog.
what we're up to.
You asked us our dog.
Wrapping his free arm
Look,
around
that's all I
my
have to put in.
waist,
It's like the
Christian pulls me to him.
Soviet space dogs,
holding me
like,
in place as
see,
his
they had
fingers
space
explore.
dogs in Soviet. What are we doing with our dogs? We got them fucking biting our own people.
Here,
They were sitting
The
there.
elevator travels smoothly down, stopping at the 53rd floor to let some more people on. But I am not paying attention.
I mean,
I am
I don't
focused
think you
on
should do
every
this.
little move his fingers make,
57 dogs.
circling around, now moving forward, questing as we shuffle
Something
back.
must survive.
Again, I stifle a groan when his fingers find their goal. Always so ready, Miss Steele, he whispers as he
Like,
slips a
they
finger
knew this dog
inside
was
me.
gonna die.
I squirm
Look at
and
this sweetheart.
gasp.
We're having back
How
when she
can
was
you do
like,
this with all these
she's
people
like the
here?
best dog of all the dogs.
Still and quiet.
Why? Because
He warns, murmuring in my ear.
I
I'm
don't know, she's
flushed,
the best one.
warm,
She
wanting,
died of overheating or
trapped in
suffocation.
an elevator with
Hours
7
in it.
people,
Like, because a poor thing
6 of
from
them
the fuck she's
oblivious
doing.
to
She's a
what's
straight
occurring in the
mongrel
corner.
in the streets of Moscow.
His finger slides in and
She
out of
was
me again and
noticed
again.
it in Moscow.
My breathing.
Was selected to be a
Jeez,
part
it's
of
embarrassing. I want to tell him to stop and continue and stop. I sag against him,
What
and
the
he
hell is a
tightens his arm
mongrel?
around me,
Oh, it's a what?
his erection against my hip. We halt again at the 44th floor. Oh, how long is this torture going to continue? In, out, in, out. Subtly, I grind myself against his
I mean, I know
persistent
what a mongrel is,
finger.
but I wonder if it was
After
some
all
kind of
this
special
time of not touching me,
No,
he
what's
chooses
a
now, here,
It's a
and it makes me
dog
feel so
whose
wanton.
parents
Hush,
made it
he
like
breathes,
necessary to
seemingly
remember
unaffected
that
as
the
yet
parts, I guess,
2
of this
more
minor
people
dog,
come aboard.
usually before
The
it's just two
elevator is
different.
getting crowded.
Oh, what is it? Two different
Christian
species
moves us
of
both
dogs.
farther back so that we're now pressed into
But
the corner.
in today's day and
Holding
age,
me
they
in
do that
place
on
and
purpose
torturing
because
me
it's a
further.
desire dog, which is still
He nuzzles my
it also
hair.
can be much, much
I'm
stronger.
sure we look
Actually,
like
much,
a young
much,
couple in love.
mongrels
Noodling
are
in the
stronger
corner,
dogs.
if anyone could be bothered to turn around and
Far
smell.
looking for like,
And I'm thankful that the
Eagle
gaggle
looks
of
like
people in front of us are still chatting
But-
away, totally oblivious.
why the fuck aren't you
Oh,
asleep? It's like
Christian,
4
what
You USSR dog.
I lean my head
Fiverr.
against his chest,
Fiverr.
closing my
But this
eyes
guy's
and
like,
surrendering
oh my
to his
God.
unrelenting fingers.
No one gives a shit.
Don't come,
Anyway,
he whispers.
USSR dog. They got canines here. They got Layla.
He splays his hand out on my belly, pressing down slightly as he continues his sweet persecution. The feeling is exquisite. Finally, the
Alright.
elevator reaches the first floor.
Are you done?
With a loud
My friend
beep,
Yoshi.
the doors
Are you done?
open,
Why
and
would I
almost
do this?
instantly the passengers start
That dog.
exiting.
Oh, the dog.
Christian slowly slips
Mother
his
Teresa,
fingers out of
fucking
me
monkey.
and kisses
Okay,
the back
monkey.
of my head.
Space
I glance
monkey.
around
Now this
at him,
I think
and
of
he
as a picture of the
smiles.
US.
Then nods
Space
again at
monkey.
Mr. Badly fitted brown suit, who returns his nod of acknowledgement as he shuffles out of the elevator with
No,
his
I
wife.
could tell this was a monkey. They could
I
tell that's a
barely
monkey.
notice,
Space
concentrating
monkey.
instead on staying upright
Oh,
and trying
no, this
to
was a
manage
real
my
monkey.
panting.
They
Jeez,
said,
I feel aching and bereft.
it was kind of like
Christian
that.
releases me, leaving me to stand on my own 2
And
feet
see how
without
that
being
monkey's
bothered.
got that fucking circle like this?
I gaze up at him. He looks cool and unruffled, his usual composed self.
Mother Teresa.
This is so not fair.
She also had that kind of circle fucking thing going for her.
His
And as a
eyes
child,
wickedly
I just
as he
couldn't keep all
slips
this
first
shit
his
straight.
index, then his
That
middle
was a
finger
history
into his
book.
mouth and sucks on them. Mighty fine.
She thought the fucking monkey was about to-
I nearly
I just
convulse
thought
on
that,
the
like,
spot. I can't believe you
they had
just
a uniform or
I
something.
murmur, and I'm practically part of the
For sure.
scenes. You'd be surprised what I
Really?
can do, Miss Steele, he says. Reaching
You
out,
thought her
he tucks a
habit?
lock of hair behind my
Mother
ear,
Teresa's habit
a
was a
slight
fucking
smile
monkey suit.
betraying his amusement. I want to get you
You
home,
gotta see this book.
but maybe we'll only make it as far as the car. He grins down
Were
at me as he
pictures on
takes
the
my
same
hand
page?
and leads me out of the elevator. What? Sex in
That's
the
the thing.
car?
That's what I think's gonna hurt me. I think
Can't we
it's
just
probably
do it here on the
multiple
cool
pages
marble
in
of the
between.
lobby
It's
floor?
not like it's the same. I don't think it's
Please?
the same. Why they talk about Mother Teresa on one
Yes,
page and a
I
monkey in
want
space
to.
on another?
Miss Steele. He admonishes me with mock amused horror. I've never had sex in a car, I mumble. Under my chin, tipping my head back and glaring down at me. I'm very pleased to hear that. I have to say, I'd be very surprised, not to say mad, if you had. I flush, blinking up at
I'm
him.
just telling you.
Of course,
That
I've only had
that
sex with him.
monkey.
I frown.
When you're a little kid,
That's
I
not
mean,
what I
it's like,
meant.
okay, well, it's got a little circle
What
head
did you
thing.
mean?
And then,
His tone is unexpectedly harsh. Christian, it was just an expression. The famous expression, I've never had sex
they're
in a
very
car.
similar. They're very
Yes,
similar.
it just trips off the tongue.
Why?
What's his
I just all I
problem?
could see was her face and the
Christian,
hand thing.
I wasn't
So
thinking.
it's like, oh,
For heaven's sake,
cool.
you've just, done that to me in an elevator full of people. My
Space
wits
monkey.
are scattered.
Flying
He
monkey,
raises his
something like
eyebrows.
that. Anyway,
What did I do to you?
this lady
Challenges.
was a
I
bitch.
scowl at
Really?
him. He wants me to
You
say
keep
it.
saying that. You've
He
provided
turned
no
me
evidence
on
that she's done
big
anything
time.
but like
Now take me home and fuck me.
hospitals.
His mouth drops open. Then he laughs,
Yeah.
surprised. Now he looks young and carefree.
So when I
to
was a
hear
kid,
him laugh.
she was like, oh,
I love
boy,
it
Mother
because
Teresa. I was like,
it's
oh,
so
Jesus
rare.
Christ. Really?
You're a born romantic, Miss Steele.
Yeah.
He takes my hand and we head out of the building to where the valet stands by my side.
Dude,
So,
they need
want
to go back
sex
to
in a
Calcutta.
car?
Really?
Christian murmurs
Well,
as he
whatever.
switches on the ignition.
Jesus made that fucking name.
Quite frankly, I would have been happy
Now, I
with the
remember
body
she was
form.
short. Really?
Trust
What
me,
else you remember about it?
So
She's
would
always
I,
like this.
but I don't
She
enjoy
always had
being
that
arrested
fucking
at this time of night, and I didn't want to fuck him in a restroom.
Spacesuit.
Well, not today.
What did it really look like?
What? You mean there was a possibility? Oh yes.
You
Let's
look.
go back. He turns to gaze at me and laughs. His laughter is infectious. Soon, we're both laughing. Wonderful, cathartic, head-held back laughter. Reaching
You look
over,
like
he
Psalms?
places his hand on my knee, caressing it gently
What?
with
Great, you
skilled
look like Psalms?
fingers.
She look like Psalms?
I stop laughing.
No.
Patience,
Sorry,
Anastasia.
Dallas.
He
But, yeah.
murmurs and pulls
She looks
into
like she's in
Seattle
Dallas.
traffic.
Really? For those who don't know,
He parks the
This is
Saab
not-
in his Scala garage and turns off the engine. Suddenly, in the confines of the car,
this isn't
the
Dallas, okay?
atmosphere anticipation, I glance at him, trying to contain my palpitating heart.
Okay.
He's turned toward me, leaning against
But
the
some
door.
reason,
his
Mother
elbow
Teresa
propped
was
on
always
the
wearing
steering
it.
wheel. He pulls his lower lip with his thumb and index finger. His mouth is so distracting.
They just let her do whatever the fuck she wanted to do, uniform-wise.
He's
Why?
watching me
I'd
intently.
be like, lady, you know
His
what the
eyes
fucking nuns
dark
look like?
gray. My
I
mouth
swear to
is
fucking God, I would have
dry.
said this to her.
He smiles a slow, sexy smile. We will fuck in the car at a time and place of my choosing. Right now, I want to take you on every available surface of my apartment. It's like he's addressing me below the waist. My inner goddess performs 4 arabesques and a pas de basque.
That's a nun.
Yes.
You?
Jeez, I sound
You
so
look like a
breathy,
monkey.
desperate. He leans forward a fraction. I close my eyes, waiting for his kiss.
Cute
Thinking,
little Sally feel.
finally. But nothing happens. After an interminable few seconds, I open
Like
my
this?
eyes to find him gazing at me. I can't figure out what he's thinking,
Bitch, you look
but
like you
before I
look
can
like
say
that.
anything,
You do not look
he
like a nun.
distracts me once more.
Really?
If I kiss you now, you won't make it into the apartment. Come. Ah, could this man be any more frustrating? He climbs out of the car.
I could be like this. Now, I've met some men
Once
that
again,
are froth in my
we
day.
wait for the elevator.
Like,
My body
ton.
thrumming with
and
anticipation.
I could be like, alright.
Christian holds my hand, running his thumb rhythmically
Like, if
across
they
my
never met
knuckles.
anybody, just
Each
all things
stroke
being the
echoing
same,
through me. Oh, I want his hands on all
I
of
could
me.
be like, okay,
He's
guys,
tortured me long enough. So, what
which
happened
one
to
of these
instant
is the Jew?
gratification?
And they'd be
I
like, okay,
murmur while we wait.
let me see.
It's not appropriate.
I'd be like,
in
alright,
every
you got
situation,
this one.
Anastasia.
And they'd be like,
Since
well,
when?
this looks like a fucking space monkey in a talus. I'd be like, I know.
Why are
I know.
you torturing me so?
So,
To protect Miss Steele.
they'd be
How am
like,
I
what the heck, she's in
torturing
a
you?
talus. That's fucking,
I think you know.
it's like midday, she's still in a
I
talus.
gaze up at him,
And then
his
I'd be like,
expression is difficult to read.
this
He wants my answer. That's
Like-
it. I'm into delayed gratification too. I whisper, smiling shyly.
well, obviously the Jew
He
is
tugs my hand
talus, right?
unexpectedly,
Wrong.
and
The
suddenly
one with the left
I
name.
am in
Gold.
his arms. He grabs the hair at the nape of my neck, pulling gently so my head tips back. What can I do to make you say yes? He asks fervently, throwing me off balance once more. I blink at him, at his lovely, serious, desperate expression. Give me some time, please, I murmur. He groans and finally kisses me, long and hard. Then we're in the elevator, and we're all hands and mouths and tongues and lips and fingers and hair. Desire, thick and strong, lances through my blood, clouding all my reason. He pushes me against the wall, pinning me with his hips, one hand in my hair, the other at my chin, holding me in place. You own me, he whispers. My fate is in your hands, Anna. His words are intoxicating, and in my overheated state, I want to rip off his clothes. I arrives at the apartment. We tumble out into the foyer. Christian pins me to the wall by the elevator, his jacket falling to the floor, and his hand travels up my leg, his lips never leaving mine. He hoists up my dress. First surface here. He breathes, and abruptly he lifts me. Wrap your legs around me. I do as I'm told, and he turns and lays me down on the foyer table. So he's standing between my legs. I'm aware that the usual vase of flowers is missing. Huh? Reaching into his jeans pocket, he fishes out a foil packet and hands it to me, undoing his fly. Do you know how much you turn me on? What? I pant. No, well, you do. He mutters, all the time.
Mother Teresa,
He grabs the foil
I
packet
feel
from
like
my
you know what
hands.
you're saying about it.
Oh, this is so
Mother
quick.
Teresa's
But after all his tantalizing teasing, I want him badly. Right now.
What did she do?
He gazes down
Without
at me
looking
as
at
he
it, what's
rolls
the
on
worst
the
thing you
condom,
remember?
then puts his
There was
hands
just
under
in
my
Calcutta,
thighs, spreading my
there was
legs
a lot of
wider.
corruption in those fucking
Positioning himself, he pauses. Keep your eyes open.
orphanages. Is it an orphanage?
He
Does anybody
whispers,
fucking remember?
clasping both my hands
The only
with
person
his,
there was
he
like hope,
sinks
hope,
slowly into
man.
me. I try. I really do. But the
I don't
feeling
even
is so
fucking think he knew what it
exquisite.
was.
What I've been waiting for after all his teasing. Oh, the fullness, this feeling.
Warehouse for
I
corpses?
groan
What
and
the fuck
arch
you
my
got
back
going on
off
here?
the table. Open.
Okay, so what did she do?
Tightening his hands
Well,
on
then
mine
people
and
came
thrusting
running.
sharply
But
into
I don't
me so that
remember.
I
She
cry
didn't have like a
out.
Make-A-Wish Foundation.
I blink
She
my
was
eyes
never like,
open.
hit
He
subscribe.
stares down at me wide-eyed. Slowly he withdraws.
I put out content every
Sinks into me once
Wednesday and
more. His
Sunday.
mouth slackening and then forming
like
an
that. Really?
but
I
he
don't think she
says
worked on
nothing.
Sunday. Really?
Seeing his arousal, his reaction to me,
Really?
I light up inside.
Really?
My
No.
blood scorching
Anyway,
through my
she
veins.
was such a bitch.
His gray
You keep
eyes
saying
burn
that. Why?
into mine.
Okay, here's
He
mine.
picks up the rhythm,
There was
and
a
I
lot of
revel
corruption
in
in those
it,
fucking things.
glory in it,
But what?
watching him,
That's what's so different
watching
about
me,
it. I can't give
his
you one
passion,
instance of like,
his
there was this
love.
motherfucker
Yes, Anna,
pole
he
dancer.
cries.
And Mother Teresa's like, you
He
can't be the world's
collapses on
greatest
me,
pole dancer.
releasing my
You
hands and
have to
resting
be
his head
the
on my
world's
chest.
greatest.
My legs are still wrapped around him, and under the patient, maternal eyes of the Madonna
Look, I
beams,
fucking hate
I
cake.
cradle his head against me
No, you got
and
to.
struggle to catch my
Fuck
breath.
you, Mother Teresa.
He raises his head
There's
to
no
look at
story.
me. I'm not finished with you yet, he murmurs, and
It's
leaning
called
up,
splunking or
he
spurling.
kisses me. I lie naked in Christian's bed, sprawled over his chest, panting. Holy cow! Does his energy ever wane? Christian trails his fingers up and down my back. Satisfied but still.
Is that a word in Israel?
I murmur my assent. I have no energy left for talking. Raising my head, I turn unfocused eyes to him
You
and
never study
bask
at
in
the
his
study
warm,
occasions.
fond
Why?
gaze.
People study.
Very deliberately, I angle my head down so he knows I am going to kiss
Never
his
be
chest.
spellingology.
He tenses momentarily, and I plant a soft kiss in his chest
There
hair.
you go. That's how good
And
it
his
is. They're gonna be
Christian
like, oh yeah,
smell,
we
mixed
know
with sweat and
that.
sex. It's
Alright, are
heavy.
you done?
He rolls
Motherfucker
onto his
bear.
side, so
We
I'm
call it
lying
motherfucker
beside
bear.
him and
Alright,
gazes
are you
down at
done?
me.
Are you done?
his sex-like face for
Just a
everyone?
little bit of Kale
I'm surprised anyone ever goes out. I murmured, feeling suddenly shy. He grins. I can't speak for everyone, but it's pretty damn special with you, Anastasia. He grins and kisses me. That's because you're pretty damn special, Mr. Gray. I agree, smiling and caressing his face. He blinks down
Are
at
you
me,
done?
at a loss.
100 bad guys with swords.
Go to sleep,
Not 1,000.
he
It's 100
says.
bad guys with
He
swords.
kisses me, then lies down and
Okay,
pulls me to
but
him
are you
so
done?
we're spooning in
I
bed.
found it. Just don't ask him.
Go to sleep, Anastasia.
Are you done?
But he
Like
is
George,
pretty damn special.
Any other sources?
Jeez, why doesn't he
You
realize
still didn't
this?
have any fucking evidence
I
against
love the house, I murmur.
Okay, so it's just
He
corruption.
says nothing for a minute.
What?
But
I remember,
sense
I
his
think she
brain.
got a lot of money and none of it went to those fucking kids.
Go to sleep.
Really? Name
He
one
nuzzles
fucking
my
person in
hair and I
Calcutta who
drift
has a
into
car
sleep, safe in
from
his
that
arms,
fucking
dreaming of sunsets
hospital.
and
I
French
don't think
doors
anybody
and wide
does.
staircases.
If you were in her
And a small
fucking
copper-haired
orphanages,
boy
or
running through a
that's
meadow.
what we need to do. We need to do follow-up on
As I
fucking who was
chase
in the
him.
fucking orphanages there. Did anyone survive?
Gotta go, baby. Christian kisses me just below my ear. I open my eyes. It's
Why?
morning,
Because when we were
I
kids, we
turn
used to
to
hear
face
about these
him,
fucking
but
orphanages.
he's up and dressed and
Like,
fresh
I mean,
and
it's really, really
delicious,
sad.
leaning over
What
me.
was it?
What time is
Basically,
it?
probably young
Oh, no.
Indian
I
people
don't want to be
had
late.
children or
Don't
got
panic.
raped or
I
something
haven't
like
breakfast
terrible
with
could have happened.
He
They had
rubs
to
his
give up the
nose
children
against
for
mine.
adoption.
You
And
smell
Mother
good,
Teresa was
I murmur,
supposed to take care
stretching
of
out
his
beneath
kids. So
him.
the whole world
My
thought, oh,
limbs
this lady is just
pleasurably
the
tight,
best fucking lady.
from all
And
our
she was
exploits yesterday.
the
I wrap my arms around
Nobel
his
Peace
neck.
Prize, and everybody
Don't go.
thinks her shit doesn't stink.
He
And
cocks
I'm
his
over
head
here
to one
as
side
like a
and
fourth
raises
grader,
his
like
eyebrow.
this fucking bitch.
This you. Are you trying to keep a man from an honest day's work? I nod sleepily at him.
Really?
He smiles his shy
I
smile.
wondered it all. Did you?
As tempting as you are, I have
Nobody
to go.
knows anything about this kid.
He kisses
Corruption.
me and stands. He's wearing a really sharp, dark navy
Corruption.
suit, white shirt, and navy tie. And he looks every inch
That was
the
another thing too.
CEO.
This bitch
The
had
hot
an English name. Oh yeah, Mother Teresa. If her name was Mother
He
Grandma,
murmurs, and
No.
he's off.
no. There's a
Glancing
Mother
at the
Grandma
clock,
there.
I note it's
That
already
bitch?
7. I must have slept with the alarm. Well, time to get up.
She can't even get
In the shower,
orphans for her orphanage,
inspiration hits
let
me.
alone
I've thought of another
support
birthday present for Christian.
why. People like,
It's
I don't
so
know what Mother
difficult to
Trip,
buy
probably
something
Mother
from a
Teresa.
man who has
Why?
everything.
People can say that
I've
fucking
already
name.
given him my main present, and I still have the other item I bought. I hug
So
myself
her
in
real name was
anticipation
Aunt
as I
Jay-Z,
switch off the
Don't
shower.
Or
I
Jack.
just have
She would
to
have gotten
prepare it.
0 press coverage with that name.
In the walk-in
Really?
closet,
Yeah.
I put on a dark red fitted
Okay,
dress
so-
with a square neckline.
So now
But
2016,
quite
she's Saint Teresa of
Yes.
Calcutta. Look at,
This will
they
do
put
for work.
Calcutta like
Now, for Christian's
CALCUTTA,
present.
and not like
I start
Colgetta
rummaging
or whatever
through
the
his
fuck you
drawers,
say it now.
looking for his
Oh, yeah.
ties.
React
Organizations.
organizations.
The ones he wears in the playroom, the ones he looks so hot in. I stroke them gently, using my whole hand. Oh my, the material is so soft. Beneath them, I find a large, black, flat cardboard box. It piques my interest immediately. What's in here? I stare at it, feeling like I'm trespassing again. Taking it out, I shake it.
Okay, so the
It's
contraband
heavy,
extension
as if it
includes
holds papers or
the large sums of
papers.
money donated to her as
I
well as
cannot
bags
resist.
for
I open the
criminal
lid
criticism.
and quickly shut it again. Holy
Do you
fuck,
think she has any, like, do you think she has a sex tape?
the red room.
The Mother Teresa sex. Do you think
Shocked
she died a
makes me sit
virgin?
back on my heels as I try to wipe the image
You
from
know
my
she
brain.
fat.
Why did I
I
open
think she
the
died a
box?
virgin.
Why is
If
it
she
empty
poked
now?
every once in a while.
I shudder. My subconscious
That's
scowls
some
at me.
fucking space monkey.
This is before you. Forget them.
Alright, so
She's
what is
right.
this? Major creative.
When I stand up, I notice his ties are hanging at the end of his clothes rail.
Well,
I
firstly,
find my
here's my
favorite and
criticism.
exit
She wasn't
quickly.
really a mother. Really?
Those photos are B.A.
Yeah, I think it's like a
For
thing. If
Anna.
you're gonna go out there saying you're a
My
mother,
subconscious
like I'm a
nods
rabbi,
approval.
really? Believe it or not.
It's with a
Really?
heavier
Yeah.
heart that I
Why?
head into
Just
the
have to
main
teach you
room for
something. Fine.
breakfast.
To be a mother, you
Mrs.
gotta like
Jones smiles at me warmly and then frowns.
get of
Everything
yourself.
all right, Anna? She asks
I guess she
kindly.
could have been an adopted
Yes,
mother.
I murmur.
I guess she
Asks
could have been an adopted
Yes,
mother.
I murmur,
She gave it herself.
distracted.
Who the fuck are you not to say
Do you
Mother
have a
Teresa?
key to the playroom? She pauses momentarily,
She
surprised.
could have been caretaker.
Yes, of course.
She wants to be
Puts
a
a small
mother.
bunch
She's
of
gonna be
keys
a
in her
mother.
belt.
I'm just saying,
What would you like for breakfast, dear?
you're already
She
kinda.
asks as she hands me the keys. Just granola. I won't be long. I feel
Fudge the
more
truth a little
ambivalent
bit
about
when you're
this
like, hey, I'm
gift
Mother
now.
Teresa.
But
Hey, how you
only
doing?
since the discovery of those photographs.
Where are your kids?
Nothing's
Oh, I don't have kids.
changed.
I thought you said you're a
Subconscious
mother.
looks at me again,
Oh, yeah.
glaring
Okay.
at me over her half-moon
What's it like being Aunt
glasses.
Teresa? Oh, my name's
One
not
picture
Teresa.
you saw was
It's
hot.
fucking
I
Ajay
give her that as
Gajay
chip
Babadoo.
and
Who the fuck are
mentally,
you?
I scowl at her. Yes, it was. Too hot for me. What else
Did you
does
see
he
that
have hidden
motherfucking
away? Quickly,
monkey in
I
a
flip
talon?
through the museum
Fuck
chest,
is that
take
shit?
what I need, and lock the playroom door behind me. Wouldn't do for Jose to discover
She's
this.
laughing at him.
I hand the keys back to Mrs. Jones and sit down to devour my
That was
breakfast,
just the same fucking
feeling
picture of her.
odd that Christian is absent. The photographic
Same
image
shit. Did she ever
dances
wear
a
anything
welcome
different?
around my
I want
mind.
to see her in like a big
I
fucking
wonder
Easter
who it
bunny.
was.
What did you wear on Easter, lady?
Layla, perhaps? On my
That's another
drive
thing.
into work, I debate whether or not to tell Christian I found his
Is
photographs.
that a Catholic thing?
No,
I don't
screams
know.
my subconscious.
Well,
her
some
Edvard
Catholic priests tell me.
Munch face on.
Is that a Catholic thing?
I decide
When
she's
they-
probably
That's a
right.
Jewish thing. I don't understand.
As
That's
I
a
sit
fucking
down at my desk, my
Really?
BlackBerry buzzes.
I'm gonna tell you what.
From
I
Christian
spent a lot of
Grey.
time in a lot of places that
Subject,
I didn't like to be.
surfaces. Date,
30 years
June
of that shit,
17th,
basically.
2011.
Never saw that shit once.
59.
I walk into a Chabad once, these
Anastasia
motherfuckers are
Steele.
wearing it every single fucking.
I calculate that there are at least 30 surfaces to go. I am looking forward to each and every one of them. Then there's the floors,
Give me
the
a dark side
walls,
of my streets.
and let's not
Dude,
forget
here's
the
another
balcony.
picture. I've never seen her
After that,
pissed off.
there's my office.
I kind of like her a little bit.
Holdings, Inc. His email makes me smile, and all my earlier reservations evaporate. It's me he wants now, and memories of last night's sexcapades flood my mind.
That's what you
The
get kicked
elevator,
out.
the foyer,
Prize.
the bed.
Hell's Angel.
Priapic is right. I wonder idly what the female equivalent might be. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, romance. Date, June 17th, 2011.
Chris Rich.
9:03.
Really?
To Christian Grey. Mr. Grey, you have a one-track mind. I missed you at breakfast, but Mrs. Jones was very accommodating. A. X. From Christian Grey. Subject, intrigued. Date, June 17th, 2011. 9:07. To Anastasia Steele. What was Mrs. Jones accommodating about? What are you up to, Miss Steele? Christian Grey, curious CEO.
Giving food
Grey
that
Enterprises
Teresa was
Holdings.
taking advantage of these people to boost
How
her
does
picture
he
of being
know?
compassionate rather than actually caring for
From
these people.
Anastasia Steele. Subject, tapping nose.
Is it a
Date,
case of no
June
funny? That's where I really
17th,
remember.
2011.
Where how's money
9:10.
going?
To Christian Grey. Wait and see.
So
It's a
she
surprise.
alone brought in $30 million in like the 80s, which is like $30 million in the 80s to get you a lot of
X.
cocaine.
From
Holy fuck.
Christian Grey.
She was doing all
Subject,
kinds of weird shit.
frustrated. Date, June 17th, 2011.
$30 million, they could have made that shit run smoothly.
To
There were no
Anastasia
attempts
Steele.
to make the
I
thing.
hate it when you keep things from me. Christian Grey, CEO,
They
Grey
refused to
Enterprises
install water
Holdings.
heaters to keep certain camps.
I stare at the
That's
small
okay.
screen of my
They
BlackBerry.
didn't really give a shit.
The vehemence implicit in his email takes me by surprise.
So they
Why
had
does he
people
feel
bathing in
like
freezing
this?
water.
It's not
I'm
like
not saying
I'm
that's the worst
hiding
thing in the
erotic
world, but
photographs of
it is
my
bad.
exes. From Anastasia
saying.
Steele. Subject, indulging you.
For $30 million, there should be a big fucking
2011.
hospital there.
9:14. To Christian Grey. It's for your birthday. Another surprise. Don't be so petulant. A. X.
People tied up with ropes.
He doesn't reply
so
immediately,
they could be fed.
and I'm called into a meeting, so I can't dwell on it for too long.
And she had all these fucking
When I
friends.
next glance at my BlackBerry, to my horror, I realize it's 4 in the afternoon. Where has the day gone? Still no message from Christian. I decide to email him again. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, hello. Date, June 17th, 2011, 16:03. To Christian Gray. Are you not talking to me? Don't forget I am going for a drink with Jose and that he's staying with us tonight. Please rethink about joining us. A. X. He doesn't reply, and I feel a frisson of unease. I hope he's okay. Calling his cell phone, I get his voicemail. The announcement simply says, Gray, leave a message. In his most clipped tone. Hi, it's me, Anna. Are you okay? Call me. I stutter through my message. I've never had to leave one for him before. I flush as I hang up.
Why?
Andrea,
Check this out for a
but
second.
decide
It's
that's
like,
a
oh,
step
yeah,
too
cancer.
far.
Did you ever think about Mother Teresa? Oh, yeah, I put that bitch in the top podium.
My phone rings unexpectedly and my heart jumps.
Say Mother Teresa. Now you gotta call her Say Mother
no.
Teresa?
It's Kate,
Huh?
my best friend.
I call it SMT.
Finally. Anna! She shouts from
How about
wherever she
Calcutta?
is. Kate,
Oh,
are you back?
Smatog.
I've missed you. Me too.
There's
I have
another
so
time
much to tell you.
Smatog.
Brett Z-Tac, me and my man. She giggles
You think she was
in a
getting her
most
pussy pounded? That's my
unladylike way.
question. I don't really give a shit
Cool.
about the $30 million.
I have so much to tell you too. See you back at the apartment? I'm
I
having
want to
drinks
know
with
how
Jose.
often she
Join
got
us.
fucked.
Jose's
Really?
in town?
Nobody ever wrote an article
Sure.
on that.
Text
Yeah,
me where.
yeah, we know about the kids.
Okay.
Lady,
I'm
how often are
leaving.
you getting it?
You good, Anna? Yeah,
Come on.
I'm fine. Still with Christian? Yes. Good. Laters. Oh, not her too.
Oh, she never
Elliot's
intended to build
influence
hospitals.
knows no bounds. Yeah. Laters, baby.
She wanted a
I
place
grin, and
where
she
those
hangs
who
up.
refuse to admit it's going
Wow.
to at least die and be covered
Kate
in
is
it.
home.
You know you can save
How am I
these
going
people
to tell her
from-
all that has happened? I should write it down so I don't forget anything. An hour later, my office phone rings. Christian? No, it's Claire. You should see the guy asking for you in reception. How come you know all these hot guys, Anna? Jose must be here. I glance at the clock. It's 5:55, and a small thrill of excitement pulses through me. I haven't seen him in ages. Anna, wow, you look great. So grown up. He grins at me. Just because I'm wearing a smart dress. Jeez. He hugs me hard. And tall, he mutters in amazement. It's just the shoes, Jose. You don't look so bad yourself. He's wearing jeans, a black t-shirt, and a black and white checked flannel shirt. I'll grab my things and we can go. Cool. I'll wait here. I pick up 2 Rolling Rocks from the crowded bar and head over to the table where Jose is seated. You found Christian's place okay? Yeah, I haven't been inside. I just delivered the photos to the service elevator. Some guy named
Anyway,
Taylor
you like
took them
her?
up. Salud, Anna. Seattle agrees with you. I flush as we clink bottles. It's Christian that agrees with me. Salud. Tell me about your show and how it went. He beams and launches into the story. He sold all but 3 of his photos, which has taken care of his student loans and left him with some money to spare. And I've been commissioned to do some
Alright,
landscapes
so
for the
this
Portland
is
Tourist Board.
super cool.
Pretty cool, huh?
Really, yeah, it's
Finishes
just ask
proudly.
each person, like, it's
Oh,
like, you're
Jose,
fucking dead in
that's
fucking Calcutta.
wonderful.
You're gonna die.
Not interfering
How?
with your
You got
studies,
hit by a
though.
bus. You got hit by
I
one of
frown
those
at him.
fucking trains. Remember that
Nah.
guy who was on the train?
Now that you
He had to
guys
sneak
have
under
gone,
the thing and the
plus
fucking
3
train's
of the
going
guys
like
I
this
used
and
to
comes
hang out
out.
with,
Oh,
I have more
that guy.
time.
The guy was there
No
before
hot
him. Got
babe to keep
fucking
you busy?
steamrolled. That guy
Last
doesn't
time I
have
saw
legs
you,
out.
you had half a dozen
He's
women
sitting in
hanging
this
on your every
fucking
word.
hospital. He's
I arch an eyebrow at him. Nah,
they sent me to the wrong
Anna.
place. I want to
None
go
of
to a
them are
fucking
woman
hospital.
enough for me.
They sent me to this fucking
He's
bitch's
all
place. All she
bravado.
cares about is
Oh,
being
sure.
candidates.
Jose Rodriguez, lady killer. I giggle.
So this fucking bitch
I have
has each
moments.
person in danger of death if they wanted a
He
ticket
looks
to heaven.
vaguely hurt,
Of course you're
and I
gonna
am
say you want a
chastened.
ticket to heaven.
Sure you
Why?
do. I
You're in
mollify him.
Calcutta in some
So?
fucking corpse
How's
warehouse.
Gray? He asks, his tone changing, becoming cooler. He's good.
An affirmative
We're good,
reply was
I murmur.
to mean
Serious,
consent
you
to
say?
baptism.
Yes. Serious.
Okay.
He's not too old for
The
you.
sister was then to pretend that she was just cooling a patient's
Jose,
head with a wet cloth.
you know
Well, in
what my
fact,
mom
she was
says.
baptizing
I
him,
was born
saying
old.
quietly the necessary word. Secrecy
Jose's
was
mouth
important.
twists
It would not
wryly.
come to be known
How is you,
that
Mom?
Mother Teresa's sister
And like that,
were
we are
baptized
out
again.
of the danger zone. Anna! I turn, and there's Kate with Ethan. She looks gorgeous. Bleached strawberry blonde hair, golden tan, and beaming white smile. And so shapely in her white camisole and tight white jeans. All eyes are on Kate. I leap up from my seat to give her a hug. Oh, how I've missed this woman. She pushes me away from her and holds me at arm's length, examining me closely. I flush under her intense gaze. You've lost weight. A lot of weight. And you look different. Grown up. What's been going on? She says, all mother hen. I like your dress.
These
Suits
people.
you.
It's
Since
not.
you went
Oh
away.
yeah. Hey,
I'll tell
Mother
you
Teresa,
later.
where'd you
When
get
we're on our
your
own.
nursing degree?
I am not ready
Where'd
for
you
the
get?
Catherine
Where'd you
Kavanaugh
go? School
Inquisition
lady?
just yet.
She's just some fucking
She
lady ninja.
regards me
I'm sorry,
suspiciously.
but like,
You're okay.
this was a bad
She
decision.
asks gently.
Whomever was like,
Yes.
dude, let's give this
I
fucking lady a
smile.
shot.
Though
Bad
I'd
fucking
be
decision.
happier knowing where Christian is. Cool.
Why?
Hi, Ethan.
I don't know. Somebody
I grin at
witnessed
him,
one patient
and
that
he
had
gives
been
me a
being
quick
treated
hug.
paracetamol and tetracycline,
Whispers
antibiotic
in my
only,
ear.
to be later
Jose
diagnosed with
frowns at
malaria
him.
by a visiting doctor,
How
prescribed
was lunch with
chloroquine.
Mia? I ask Ethan.
Spock specifically helped Teresa
Interesting.
responsible for these conditions
He
and
says
overriding.
cryptically.
Mother Teresa prefers
Oh?
providence to planning.
Ethan, you know Jose? We've met once.
Fox
Jose
also observed
mutters,
that staff either
assessing
declined to
Ethan
use
as
the
they
lab
shake hands.
or lacked access to
Yeah,
blood films
at
or
Kate's
simple
place in
algorithms that might
Vancouver.
help to
Ethan
sisters to
says,
distinguish between
smiling
curable
pleasantly at
and
Jose.
incurable patients.
Right.
Investigations, I was told, are seldom permissible.
I make my way to the restrooms. While there, I text Christian our location. Perhaps he'll join us. There are no missed calls from him and
Cleanliness,
no
the tending of wounds
emails.
and sores, and
This
loving
is
kindness.
not like him.
Fox conceded that the
What's up,
regimen
Anna?
aims are included
Jose asks
cleanliness,
as I come back to the table.
the tending of
I
wounds and
can't
sores,
reach
and
Christian.
loving kindness.
I hope
But
he's okay.
critique the sister's spiritual
He'll be
approach
fine.
to managing
Like
it.
other
I was disturbed to learn that
Sure.
formulary with no
Kate
strong
leans across.
analgesics.
Ethan
Along
says
with
some
the
mad
neglect
stalker
diagnosis.
ex-girlfriend was an
Well, that's
incarnate
good.
with a gun.
And
Well, yeah.
Mother Teresa.
I shrug
urged
apologetically.
from the hospital.
Oh, jeez.
I know.
We have to do this now?
Which
Anna,
that it has a
what
lot
the
more.
hell's been going on? Kate stops abruptly and checks her
Painkillers,
phone.
basically. You have
Hi,
morphine.
baby,
Which
she
is way
says
better
when she
than mine.
answers it.
Really? Yeah.
Baby? She frowns and looks at me.
Syringes run out of cold water
She
used
says,
given
and turns to me.
chemical baths given
It's
to
Elliot.
Is
He
that
wants to
bad?
talk to you.
Yeah, it's terrible. Are you gonna hold them accountable for that?
Elliot's voice is clipped and quiet, and my scalp prickles ominously.
It's India in
What's
Calcutta.
wrong?
I'm sure shit
It's
sucks.
Christian. He's not back from Portland. What?
It's
What do you
like,
mean?
you weren't supposed to be running a fucking
His
hospital.
helicopter has
Well, then
gone
why
missing.
fucking there's some syringes?
Charlie
Oh,
Tango?
we're not supposed to be running a
I whisper,
hospital. Well, then
as all
give me all your
breath
fucking
leaves
syringes.
my body. No. Chapter 19.
That's what's over there.
I stare at the flames, mesmerized. They dance and weave, bright, blazing orange, with tips of cobalt blue at the fireplace in Christian's apartment.
Mother
And
Teresa
despite the
herself
heat pumping out of the fire and the blanket
dying.
draped around my shoulders,
We
I'm
should have been like,
cold.
you know, that should
Oh,
have been a
chillingly
This
cold.
bitch isn't like,
I'm aware of hushed voices.
we're gonna call this
Many
place
hushed voices.
home.
But
Maybe
there in
you
the
got a
background, a
Fuck
distant
no, this
buzz.
is how it's done.
I don't hear the words.
And I said,
All I can hear, all I can focus on, is the soft
can I go to the stove
gas
boss?
from the
Chance
fire.
and hell, gloop.
My
No!
thoughts
You
turn
go to
to
the
the
house
house
and
we saw yesterday, and the huge fireplaces. Real fireplaces for burning wood. I'd like to make love with Christian in front of a real fire.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
I'd like to make love with Christian in front of this fire.
was it? I was
Yes.
thought it was.
That would
No,
be
a lot
fun.
of criticism.
No doubt he'd think of some way to make it memorable. Like all
Hearing
the
her
times
say
we've
by
made love.
glorifying their suffering instead of
I
relieving
snort
it.
wryly to
Exactly.
myself.
They'd be like,
And the
oh,
times
here
when we
are
were
the
just
fucking,
fucking.
this guy.
Yes,
Can you hear how loud he's
those
screaming?
were
Like,
memorable
listen to
days.
how loud he's screaming. It's
Where
like,
is
this
he?
fucking dude.
The flames shimmy and flicker. holding me captive.
Questionable political context. That was the thing.
I focus solely on
It was
their
like-
flaring, scorching beauty.
Why we got a space monkey so fucking close to Reagan? Anyway,
He said that the first time he slept with me in my bed. Oh no. I
And
wrap
they
my
never,
arms
like,
around
did she ever
myself,
fuck?
and the world
I
falls
wanna
away
find
from
out the
me.
answer.
And
I will
reality
find that
fades
answer out.
into my
Really?
consciousness.
If I'm on this earth,
The creeping
and it,
emptiness
like one of
inside
the put out there the
expands
questions,
some more.
I want some motherfucker to be like,
Is missing.
okay, what's your name? He's gonna be, my name is Varpish. Yeah, how old are you, Varpish? I'm
Mrs.
99
Jones
years
gently
old.
coaxes
Varpish,
me,
tell us your story.
her
I
voice
fucked
ringing
Mother
back
Teresa.
into the room,
May
into the
8th,
now.
1947. It was behind
She gives me a cup
basketball
of tea.
stadium
I take the
in
cup and saucer gratefully.
Bombay.
The rattle
called it
betraying my
Bombay.
shaking
That's
hands.
back when it fucking
Thank
was
you.
Bombay.
I whisper,
And we called
my voice hoarse from unshed tears and a large lump in my throat. Mia sits across from me on the larger than large U-shaped couch, holding hands with Grace.
He's
They gaze at me,
barking.
pain
What you
and anxiety etched on their
Alright,
lovely
anyway.
faces.
Shout out to Minnie
Grace
Keeler
looks
lookalikes. Are you done?
A mother
And then
worried
your
for
mother
her
be
son.
saying,
I
baptism
blink
of the night.
dispassionately
Is
at
that the
them.
worst thing we can do? No,
I
I mean, that's
can't
not
offer a
cool, but
reassuring smile.
I would rather have that
There's nothing,
than
just blankness and the growing emptiness.
suspicious management.
I gaze at Ali,
money.
Jose, and Ethan, who
I
stand
don't
around
give a
the
shit about
breakfast
your
bar,
reviews
all
on this
serious
shit.
faces,
Were you taking care of people? It sounds like they were just like,
discussing something in soft,
Alright, guys.
subdued voices.
let's not help
Behind
anybody,
them, Mrs. Jones busies herself in the
but
kitchen.
let's get a whole bunch of
Kate
press.
is in the TV room, monitoring the local news. I hear the faint squawk from the big plasma TV. I can't bear to see the news item again.
Richard the
Christian
colonial
Grey,
and the racism.
Missy,
This one I didn't really
His
understand. She
beautiful
always
face on TV.
for the most amount of
I
people I've ever since.
It occurs to me that I've never seen so. Yet they are still
was she?
dwarfed by its sheer size.
Really?
Little
With a name like
islands of lost, anxious people
fucking
in my
Rabbi,
50s home.
Agar.
What would he think about their being here? Somewhere, Taylor and Karen are talking to the
I don't
authorities
understand.
who are drip feeding us information,
With a name like
but it's
Rothschild,
all meaningless. The fact
I'm
is,
inherited. Oh, is
he's
she
missing.
Albanian?
He's been missing for 8 hours.
How'd she
No
get
sign,
fucking Albanian?
no word from him. The search has been called off. This much I do know. It's just too dark, and we don't know where he is. He could be hurt, hungry,
Oh, she was Albanian.
or worse. No. I offer another silent prayer to God. Please let Christian be okay. Please let Christian be okay. I repeat it
What do you
over
think?
and over
What
in my
box you think
head.
Mother
My
Martha
mantra, my
Mother Teresa
lifeline,
checked if she were like
something
applying for a
concrete
job?
to cling to in my
Was she African
desperation.
American?
I refuse to think the worst.
She said she
No,
came from Africa.
don't go there. There is hope.
Next,
Hope.
next.
You're my lifeline.
She do Asian?
Christian's words come back to haunt me.
India.
Yes, there is
She do
always
white,
hope.
Caucasian.
You're my lifeline.
She do Asian?
Christian's words come back to haunt me.
India.
Yes, there is
She do
always
white,
hope.
Caucasian.
I must
That's the other thing
not
too. I never
despair.
got
His
clear
words
like
echo
color
through
picture.
my mind.
It was always like, yeah, they got the
I'm now
blue.
a firm advocate
Her
of
face was
instant
always like super
gratification.
white in it. Though.
Carpe diem, Anna. Why
She never had a
didn't I
tan.
seize the day?
I would expect her to have a tan
I'm
at least in
doing
India.
this because I finally
Really?
met
Have you ever seen
someone I
Indians?
want to spend the rest of my life with.
Some of them are fucking dark as
I
Africa.
close my
Really?
eyes in silent prayer, rocking
And this woman
gently. Please let the rest
like
of
a
his
snowball.
life not be this short. Please,
Mother Teresa.
please.
Quintessential.
We haven't had enough time.
Working to save
We need
dark
more
fighters from
time.
foundation of failures.
We've done
Euro
so
American
much in the last
international
few weeks.
media harm.
Come so far.
Or
It
somehow
can't
especially
end.
data so converted to
All
create
our
social
tender
change.
moments.
Like non-white people labor in this
When
giant
he made
media.
love to me for the first time at the Olympic
Dark
Hotel,
bodies cannot act with
on
their
his
collision.
knees in front of me,
It
offering
was like
himself to me,
they needed someone to help
finally touching
or some
me.
point or some technocrat.
I
behind you.
am
I am
just
till
the same, Anna. I love you and I need you. Touch me, please. Oh, I love him so. I will be nothing without him. Nothing but a
This
shadow.
bitch wanted all her
All
writings
the
and
light
correspondence to be
eclipsed.
destroyed. I'm
No,
like, why would
no,
you? If you
no.
weren't doing bad
My
shit,
poor Christian.
if you're not doing bad shit,
This is me, Anna.
you never say, I
All
will
of
write all
me.
my shit to be destroyed.
And
No, you'd
I'm
be like,
all
dude,
yours. What
get
do
out
I
there
have
for
to do
everybody.
to make you realize that? Make you see that I want you any way I can get you. That I love you. And my 50 shades. I open my eyes and gaze unseeing into the fire once more. Memories of our time together flitting through my mind. His boyish joy when we were sailing and gliding. His suave, sophisticated, hot as hell look at the masked ball. Dancing. Oh yes, dancing. Here in the apartment to Sinatra, whirling around the room. His quiet, anxious hope yesterday at the house. That stunning view. I will lay my world at your feet, Anastasia. I want you, body and soul, forever. Oh, please let him be okay. He cannot be gone. He is the center of my universe.
Maybe I was expecting her to be Indian.
An involuntary sob escapes my throat,
As
and
I don't know,
clench
as a
my
kid, she
hand
looked
to
like
my
a
mouth.
really?
No, I must be strong.
Well, not like her face, just because I had a
Jose
monkey.
is suddenly at my side, or has
Are
he
you
been
done?
there a while? I have no idea. Do you want to call your mom or dad? He asks gently. No. I shake my head and clutch Jose's hand. I cannot speak. I know I will dissolve if I do. But the warmth and gentle squeeze of his hand offers me no solace. Oh, Mom. My lip trembles at the thought of my mother. Should I call her? No. I couldn't deal with her reaction. Maybe Ray. He wouldn't get emotional. He never gets emotional. Not even when the Mariners lose. Grace rises to join the boys, distracted, and
Motherfuckers
grabs
were
my other
volunteering.
hand.
It said there were sisters of volunteers. Sisters
She
don't get
says,
anything.
her voice
Volunteers.
initially
So
determined,
basically,
but
she
cracking
has
on the last
a
word. Her eyes
fucking
are wide and
not-for-profit
red
just
rimmed.
$30 million.
Her
Just
face
sit on that
pale
shit.
and
You could be
pinched
living
from
off that
lack of
interest.
sleep. I gaze up at Ethan, who is watching Mia and Elliot, who has his arms around Grace. I glance at the clock.
shit.
It's after 11, heading toward midnight.
Okay, so
Damn,
what's her
time.
And
With
Jay-Z.
each passing hour, the
Guys.
clawing emptiness expands,
From where is she?
consuming me, choking me. I know deep down inside I am preparing myself for the worst.
How the fuck did you
I
get to
close my
India?
eyes and offer up another silent prayer,
She's born in
clasping both Mia's and Jose's hands. Opening my eyes again,
She moved to
I
Ireland.
stare into the flames once more. I can see his shy smile, my favorite of all his expressions. A glimpse of the real Christian, my real Christian. He is so many people. Control freak, CEO, stalker, sex god, dom, and at the same time, such a boy with his toys. I smile. His car, his boat, his plane, his Charlie Tango helicopter. My lost boy. Truly lost right now. My smile fades and pain lances through me. I remember him in the shower, wiping away the lipstick marks. I am nothing, Anastasia. I'm a husk of a man. I don't have a heart. The lump in my throat expands. Oh, Christian, you do. You do have a heart. And it's mine. I want to cherish it forever. Even though he's so complex and difficult, I love him. I will always love him. There will never be anyone else, ever. I remember sitting in Starbucks, weighing up my Christian pros and cons. All those cons, even those photographs I found this morning, melt into insignificance now. There's just him and whether he'll come back. Oh, please, Lord, bring him back. Please let him be okay. I'll go to church. I'll do anything. Oh, if I get him back, I shall seize the day. His voice echoes around in my head once more. Carpe diem, Anna. I gaze deeper into the fire, the flames still licking and curling around each other, blazing brightly. Then Grace shrieks, and everything goes into slow motion. Christian! I turn my head in time to see Grace barreling across the great room from where she had been pacing somewhere behind me. And there, in the entrance, stands a dismayed Christian. He's dressed in just his shirt sleeves and suit pants, and he's holding his navy jacket, shoes, and socks.
They must have
He looks tired, dirty,
We got the Flying Nun one.
utterly beautiful.
We got the Whoopi Goldberg one.
Fuck.
And we
Christian,
got this Jewish
he's alive.
guy. And I'm just sitting in the
I
car,
gaze
just like,
numbly
boom,
at him,
that one.
trying to work
50.
out if I'm hallucinating or if he's really here. His expression is one of utter bewilderment. He deposits his jacket and shoes on the floor in time to catch Grace, who throws her arms around his neck and kisses him hard on the cheek. Mom? Christian gazes down at her,
What are
at a loss.
we
I thought I'd never see you again.
Some rabbits and be
Grace
like, where will
whispers,
you be, Rabbi?
voicing our collective fear.
First thing, we're not recruiting
I'm
anybody.
here.
No.
I hear the consternation in his
We don't
voice. I died a thousand deaths
You
today,
gather.
she whispers,
Another day.
her voice barely audible, echoing my thoughts. She gasps and sobs, no longer able to hold back her tears. Christian frowns, horrified or mortified, I don't know which. Then, after a beat, envelops her in a huge hug, holding her
No, it's
close.
gonna be Rabbi
Oh,
Rothschild.
Christian!
Shit, no.
She
Oh, that's
chokes,
the reason.
wrapping her arms
that
around
would be
him,
like really good.
weeping into his neck. All self-restraint forgotten. And Christian doesn't balk,
Well, I'm still stuck on
Just
this fucking
holds
monkey picture.
rocking to and fro,
Monkey,
comforting her.
space.
Scalding tears pool in my eyes. Eric hollers from the hallway.
It really looked like a fucking
He's
monkey.
alive.
Like, she looked like
Shit,
Mother.
you're
She looked
here.
like Mother Teresa. Like,
He appears from Taylor's office, clutching his cell phone,
I
and
think this was
embraces
the
both of
picture.
them, his
No,
eyes
yeah.
closed in sweet relief.
So I saw that.
Mia squeals something unintelligible from beside me. Then she's up and runs to
And I was
join
like,
her
okay.
parents, hugging all of them too. Finally,
The little
tears
hole.
start to cascade down my cheeks. He's here.
And I
He's
was like,
fine,
oh,
but I cannot
well, this is
move.
the same. Why?
Eric is the first to pull away, wiping his eyes and clapping Christian on the shoulder.
Well, it's like,
Mia
there's a
releases
hole.
them then, and Grace steps back. Sorry,
Anyway,
she mumbles.
where did Mother Teresa get her habit?
Christian says, consternation still evident on his face.
Get that
Where
uniform.
were you? What happened?
Kid.
Grace cries and puts her head in her hands. Mom,
Uniform.
Christian mutters.
Library?
He draws her over her head. I'm here.
Oh, why would it was trademark?
It's just taken
Holy
me a hell
shit,
of
it's
a long time
fucking
to get back
super
from Portland.
Bitch,
What's
we're
with
like,
the welcoming
cut.
screen?
I'm gonna wear this
He
shit.
looks up and
That's what my
scans the
style is
room
going
until his
just
eyes
like that
lock
shit.
in mine.
Really?
He
Fuck.
blinks and
bitch.
glances briefly at Jose, who lets go of my hand. Christian's mouth tightens. I drink in the sight of him, and relief courses through me, leaving me spent, exhausted, and completely elated. Yet my tears don't stop. Christian turns his attention back to his mother. Mom, I'm good.
It's been trademarked. Fuck you. I'm gonna wear this shit all day,
Christian
every
says
day.
reassuringly. She places her hands on either side of his face. Christian, you've been missing. Your flight plan.
I want everybody
You
to
never
know.
made it to
Listen
Seattle.
here, you fucking
Why
cunts.
didn't you contact us?
The missionaries of charity.
Christian's
I'm gonna
eyebrows
wear that
shoot up
fucking
in
thing.
surprise.
I might wear it all day some days. I might wear it when I'm taking a shit.
Why did
Got
you
it?
call? No power in my cell. You didn't stop? Call collect? Mom, it's a long story. Oh, Christian, don't you ever do that to me again. Do you understand? She half shouts at him. Yes, Mom. He wipes her tears away with his thumbs and hugs her once more. When she composes herself, he releases her to hug Mia, who slaps him hard on the chest. You had us so worried, she blurts out, and she too is in tears. I'm here now, for heaven's sake, Christian mutters. As Elliot comes forward, Christian relinquishes Mia to Carrick, who already has one arm around his wife. He curls the other around his daughter.
I don't mind if we made bad
Elliot hugs
representation.
Christian briefly, much to Christian's surprise, and slaps him hard on the back. Great to see you, Elliot says loudly, if a little gruffly,
We don't even know
trying
what
to hide his emotion.
So I'll throw
As
in the
the
washing
tears
machine.
stream
When
down
I'm
my face,
done.
I
When
can
they're
see
done.
it all.
Yeah, and I explained to them, dude, you got leprosy. Can I at least give it like a one time?
Unconditional love.
Washing
He
machine.
has it in spades.
I'm like, dude,
You
I
just
once
never
thought I
accepted
had
it
leprosy.
before.
So, of
And
anybody
now,
who can like
he's at a
connect with
total
you
loss.
anywhere in the world, it is like
Look, Christian,
I would have
all
let
these
somebody
people
put it on a
love
spin
you.
cycle.
Perhaps now you'll start believing it. Kate is standing behind me. She must have left the TV room. She gently strokes my hair. He's really here now, she murmurs comfortingly. I'm going to say hi to my girl now, Christian tells his parents. Both of them nod, smile,
Cadbury might
and
win
step
purple,
aside.
and Nestle might win blue.
He moves
I like
toward
the
me,
colors and stuff.
gray eyes bright, though weary and still bemused. From somewhere deep inside, I find the strength to stagger to my feet and bolt into his open arms. Christian! I sob. Hush, he says and holds me, burying his face in my hair and inhaling deeply. I raise my tear-stained face to his. He kisses me far too briefly. Hi, he murmurs. Hi, I whisper back, the lump in the back of my throat burning. Miss me? A bit. He grins.
Well,
I can tell.
I mean, if
And with a
anybody's
gentle
like,
touch of
Mike,
his hand,
how do
he
you
wipes away the
first
tears
words
that
ever fucking
refuse to
my
stop
phone?
running down
Like,
my
I
cheeks.
I
thought-
that fucking bitch gets
I
sucked
thought-
my dick.
I choke.
Does she ever get laid?
I can see. Hush,
Another
I'm here. I'm here. He murmurs and kisses me chastely again. Are you
I'm
okay?
like calling her something.
I ask, releasing him and touching his chest, his arms, his waist. Oh, the feel of this warm, vital, sensual man beneath my fingers reassures me that he's here, standing in front of me. He's back. He doesn't so much as flinch. He just regards me intently. I'm okay.
Dude, imagine she's
not going
giving
anywhere.
out pussy like crazy.
Oh, thank God.
That's how she made that $30
I
million.
clasp him
She's
around
just
his waist again.
like, all
and
these
he hugs
fucking,
me once
all
more.
these fucking.
Are you hungry?
Hookers.
Do you need something to drink? Yes. I step back to get him something, but he doesn't let me go. He tucks me under his arm and extends a hand to Jose.
You ever think
Mr.
when
Gray,
you know when guys
says
die,
Jose evenly.
they're like they have a
Christian
penis that comes
snorts.
up during that
Christian,
fucking
please.
what
He
do you call that
says,
thing?
Christian,
The
welcome
2004
glad you're okay.
tsunami that was on my birthday. It
Thanks for
killed like
letting me stay.
250,000 people. Some crazy.
No problem.
There are
Christian
all these
narrows his
washed up
eyes,
bodies,
but he's distracted by
and what
Mrs.
happens
Jones,
with the body is
who
it
is
fills
simply
up
at
with
his
fucking
side.
gas and nasty
It
shit.
only occurs
But
to
then
me
the
now
penis
that
gets
she's not
fucking-
her usual smart
It'll be
self.
like
I hadn't noticed it
straight
before.
up. So you
Her
would just
hair
see
is loose,
just
and
like
she's in soft
like
gray leggings and a large gray sweatshirt with WSU
another guy.
letters emblazoned on the front that dwarfs her.
You're like, it fills
She
up with
looks
shit.
years
Just like,
younger. Can I get you something,
oh,
Mr. Gray?
hi.
She wipes her eyes with a tissue.
How'd we get on this?
Christian
Oh, I was
smiles
gonna say
to Gray.
hi.
She wipes her eyes with a tissue.
How'd we get on this?
Christian smiles.
Oh, I was gonna say, you think she ever ran? She jumped on one.
Scale.
What? She's so proud that, we're about houses for the dead.
I'll get it. I
Well, that
murmur,
means there's a lot of
wanting
dicks
to
on
do
this
something
jump.
for my man. No, don't go. He says softly, tightening his arm around me. The rest of his family closes in, and Ethan and Kate join us. He shakes Ethan's hands with a bottle of beer and a glass. He takes the bottle, but shakes his head at the glass. She smiles and returns to the kitchen. Something stronger, mutters Elliot. So what the fuck happened to you? First I knew was when Dad called me to say the chopper was missing. Elliot, Grace scolds. Helicopter, Christian growls, correcting Elliot, who
Dude, I'm
grins.
gonna
and I suspect this is a family joke.
Fucking things I would chop off
Let's
this
sit,
bitch
and I'll tell you.
from the.
Christian pulls me over to the couch, and everyone sits down, all eyes on Christian. He takes a long drink of his beer. He spies Taylor hovering at the entrance and nods. Taylor nods back. Your daughter? She's fine now. False alarm, sir. Good. Christian smiles. Daughter? What happened to Taylor's daughter? Glad you're back, sir. Will that be all? We have a helicopter to pick up. Taylor nods. Now, or will the morning do? Morning, I think, Taylor. Very good, Mr. Gray. Anything else, sir? Christian shakes his head and raises his bottle to him. Taylor gives him a rare smile, rarer than Christian's, I think, and heads out, presumably to his office or up to his room. Christian, what happened? Eric demands. Christian launches into his story. He was flying in Charlie Tango with Roz, his number 2, to deal with the funding issue at WSU in Vancouver. I can barely keep up. I'm so dazed. I just hold Christian's hand and stare at his manicured fingernails, his long fingers, the creases on his knuckles, his wristwatch, an Omega with 3 small dials. I gaze up at his beautiful profile as he continues his tale. Roz had never seen Mount St. Helens, so on the way back as a celebration, we took a quick detour. I heard the temporary flight restriction was lifted a while back, and I wanted to
Why
take a
the hell
look.
did you think this is
Well,
fucking monkey?
it's fortunate that we did. We were flying low, about 200 feet above ground level, when the instrument panel lit up. We had a fire in the tail. I had no choice but to cut
Here's the
all the
thing,
electronics.
I wasn't that
He shakes his
familiar
head. I set her
with the
down by
space
Silver
monkey.
Lake, got Roz out,
Or
and
not
managed to put the
six.
fire out.
Why? Dude, everything was
fire?
new to me.
Both engines?
Well, like 6 years
Eric is
old.
horrified.
And I look at this book and I was
Shit.
like,
But I thought,
fucking shit.
I know. Christian interrupts him. It was
That's
sheer
a
luck I
goddamn
was
monkey.
flying so low. He murmurs.
In a habit.
I shudder. He releases my hand and puts his arm around me. Cold? He asks me. I shake my head. How did you put out the fire? Asks Kate, her Carla Bernstein instincts kicking in. Jeez, she sounds
you thought-
fierce sometimes. Extinguisher. We have to carry them by law. Christian answers levelly. His words from long
To be
ago
honest with
circle
you,
my mind. I thank
I
divine
didn't think
providence
that.
every day
I knew my.
that it was
That's
you
right.
who
You
came
call
to
her Mother
mention
Teresa. Mother
and
Teresa
not
was not
Catherine Kavanaugh.
going to space. I
Why
knew
didn't
that.
you call or use the radio? Grace asks. Christian shakes
But I
his
wasn't
head.
100% sure
With the
whether
electronics out, we had no radio, and I
this
wasn't going
monkey
to
was
risk
running.
turning them on because of the fire. GPS was still working on the BlackBerry, so I was able to navigate to the nearest road. It took us 4 hours to walk there. Roz was in heels. Christian's mouth presses into a disapproving flat line.
Anyway.
We had no cell reception. There's no coverage at Gifford. Roz's battery died first. Mine dried up on the
Hey,
way.
dude, who do I like? Who am I?
Hell. I tense, and
There's
Christian
one
pulls me into his lap. So, how did you get back to Seattle? Grace asks, blinking slightly at the sight of the 2 of us, no doubt. I flush. We hitched and pooled our resources. Between us, Roz and I had $600, and we thought we'd have to bribe someone to drive us back. But a truck driver stopped and agreed to bring us home. He refused the money and shared his lunch with us. Christian shakes his head in dismay at the memory. Took forever. He didn't have a cell. Weird, but true. I didn't realize. He stops, gazing at his family. That we'd worry? Grace scoffs. Oh, Christian, she scolds him. We've been going out of our minds. You made the news, bro. Christian rolls his
Are you
eyes.
sure it was a monkey like that?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
it
figured
wasn't like
much
that.
when I arrived
No,
at
it
this
had the
reception
fucking thing,
and
'cause
a
I was
handful
like-
of photographers outside. I'm
You don't
sorry.
see that very often.
I should have asked the driver to stop so I could phone, but I was anxious to be
I
back.
did not think the monkey was.
He glances at
Really,
Jose. Oh,
No.
that's why.
No.
Because Jose is staying here. I frown at the thought.
No.
Jeez, all that worry. Grace shakes her head. I'm just glad you're back in one piece, darling. I start to relax, resting my head against his chest. He smells
It was a
outdoorsy,
very confusing
slightly
time. I
sweaty,
think the flying gun had just started on Nick at Night.
of tears of gratitude.
And Sister Act and or Sister Act 2
Carrick says again,
were
frowning
in
in
theaters
disbelief.
and or had just been released
Figure.
on VHS.
Christian shrugs and
Very
runs
soon
his
thereafter.
hand down my
And
back.
Laserdisc. Really?
He whispers. He puts his
Sister
fingers
Act
under
and
my
or Sister
chin and
Act 2 on
tilts my head
Laserdisc.
back.
Sister
Stop with the crying. I wipe my nose with the back of my hand in a most unladylike way.
Was it on
Stop
VHS?
with the disappearing. I sniff and his lips work
Oh
up.
yeah. Oh, you want Sister Act on Laserdisc?
That's odd,
Oh, for sure.
Carrick says again. Yes, crossed my mind too, Dad.
Someday.
But
Laserdisc
right now,
is so expensive.
I'd just like to go to bed and think about all that shit tomorrow.
What is a Laserdisc?
So the media know that the Christian Grey
How much-
has been
how much
found
can a
safe
Laserdisc
and well. Peyton says,
It's like a
Yes.
CD.
Andrea and my PR people will deal with the media. Ross called her after we dropped her home. Yes, Andrea called me to let me know you were still alive. Eric grins. I must give that woman a raise. Sure is late, says Christian. I think that's a hint, ladies and gentlemen, that my dear bro needs his beauty sleep. Elliot scoffs suggestively. Christian grimaces at him. Harry, my son is safe. You can take me home now. Harry?
Laserdisc.
Grace looks adoringly at her husband.
DVDs are
Yes, I think we could use.
interesting that it's
Eric replies, smiling down at her.
really, really
Stay, Christian offers.
because it's the
No,
last
sweetheart.
game.
I want to get home, now that I know you're safe. Christian reluctantly eases me onto the couch and stands. Grace hugs him once more,
I will
presses her head against his chest, and closes her eyes, content. He wraps his arms around her. I was so worried, darling, she whispers. I'm okay, Mom. She leans back and studies him intently while he holds her. Yes, I think you are, she says slowly, glances at me, and smiles. I flush. We follow Carrick and Grace as they make their way to the foyer. Behind me, I'm aware that Mia and Ethan are having a heated, whispered conversation, but I can't hear it. Mia is smiling shyly at Ethan, and he's gaping at her and shaking his head. Suddenly, she crosses her arms and turns on her heel. He rubs his forehead with one hand, obviously frustrated. Mom, Dad, wait for me, Mia calls sullenly. Perhaps she's as mercurial as her brother. Kate hugs me hard. I can tell some serious shit's been going down while I've been blissfully ignorant in Barbados. It's kind of obvious you two are nuts about each other. I'm glad he's safe. Not just for him, Anna. For you too. Thank you, Kate, I whisper. Yeah, who knew we'd find love at the same time? She grins. Wow, she's admitted it. With brothers, I giggle. We could end up sisters-in-law, she quips. I tense, then mentally kick myself as Kate stands back to gaze at me with her "what aren't you telling me" look. I flush. Damn, should I tell her he's asked me? Come on, baby. Elliot summons her from the elevator. Let's talk tomorrow, Anna. You must be exhausted. I am reprieved. Sure. You too, Kate. You've traveled such a long distance today. We hug once more. Then she and Elliot follow the Greys into the elevator. Ethan shakes Christian's hand and gives me a quick hug. He looks distracted, but he follows them into the elevator and the doors close. Jose is hovering in the hallway as we come out of the foyer. Look, I'll turn in. Leave you guys, he says. I blush. Why is this awkward? Do you know where to go? Christian asks. Jose nods. Yeah, the housekeeper. Mrs. Jones, I prompt. Yeah, Mrs. Jones.
Bad
She should be here, Christian.
podcast.
Thank you. Christian says politely as he comes to stand beside me, placing his arm around my shoulders. Leaning over, he kisses my hair. I'm going to eat whatever Mrs. Jones has put out for me. Good night, Jose. Christian wanders back into the great room, leaving Jose and me at the entrance. Wow, left alone
Mother
with
Teresa
Jose.
was on with bobbleheads?
Well, good night. Jose looks uncomfortable all of a sudden. Good night, Jose,
Oh,
and thank you for staying. Sure, Anna. Anytime your rich hotshot boyfriend goes missing, I'll be there. Jose!
This is their religion. This is their religion now. It's fucking Mother Teresa and a bunch of Nazarene bobbleheads.
I'll
Fuck
see
you
you
guys.
sometimes, yeah? I've missed you. Sure,
Oh,
Jose. Soon, I hope. Sorry tonight was so shitty. I smirk apologetically. Yeah, he grins. Shitty. He hugs me. Seriously, Anna. I'm glad you're happy. But I'm here if you need me. I gaze up at him. Thank you. He flashes me a sad, bittersweet smile, and then he goes upstairs. I turn back to the great room. Christian stands beside the couch, watching me with an unreadable expression on his face. We are finally alone, and we gaze at each other. You still got it bad, you know, he murmurs. And how would you know that, Mr. Gray? I recognize the symptoms, Miss Steele. I believe I have the same affliction. I thought I'd never see you again. I whisper. There, the words are out. All my worst fears packaged neatly in one short sentence, now exercised.
What do I call this?
It wasn't as bad as it sounds. I pick up his suit jacket and shoes from where they lie on the floor and move toward him. I'll take that, he whispers, reaching for his jacket. Christian gazes down at me as if reason for living and mirrors my look, I'm sure. He is here, really here. He pulls me into his arms and wraps himself around me. Christian, I gasp. Hush, he soothes, kissing my hair. You know, in the few seconds of sheer terror before I landed, all my thoughts were of you. You were my talisman, Anna. I thought I'd lost you, I breathe. We stand, holding each other, reconnecting and reassuring each other. As I tighten my arms around him, I realize I'm still holding his shoes. I drop them noisily to the floor. Come and shower with me, he murmurs. Okay. I glance up at him. I don't want to let go.
Welcome to Respect the
Reaching
Dead,
down,
the
he
podcast
tilts my
where
chin up
we
with his
don't.
fingers.
Shit.
No, even tear-stained, you are beautiful, Anna Steele. He leans down and kisses me gently. And your lips are so
Did you like her?
He kisses me again, keeping me in.
Oh,
I. And to think I could have lost. No. I stop thinking and surrender
Welcome
myself.
to Respect the Dead. I'm Kelly
I
Conrad,
hate
I'm
my
Roots,
jacket.
and I'm Amy Mandy.
and today it's my turn to
Drop
go.
it.
And
I
we
murmur
are
against his
talking.
lips.
Neither of you know what I'm doing, right?
No, it's
back.
Oh, okay, I love this.
Puzzled.
Okay, so we are
He
talking
smirks
about
at
a
me.
crusty crazy Virgo.
Why?
Her name was Anya's
From the
Ganja.
inside, fresh
She
pocket.
And then I'm
She
like,
was out
oh, yeah,
for 76 years
doesn't
and
look like
one
her.
day before I was.
I
So,
did
like,
go
Slings the
like
jacket
Okay,
over the back of the
76
couch and
ECC.
faces the box on top.
I felt she was born to
Seems
explode
the
sharp,
day
but destined
and
to be the
my
biggest,
subconscious
baddest,
growth.
world bossiest, white saviorist in
It's
human
after
history.
midnight, so
Lots of people know her as a saint,
it's his
a
birthday.
miracle worker, a proof of the goodness of
I
humanity.
whisper,
Her
and my
name
heart
becomes
starts
synonymous
pounding.
with virtue, generosity,
I
and
was
godliness.
Oh, shit. Everybody told her, you know, they have leopard colonies in Hawaii.
They say, "Well, here you go."
I grin
Trigger warning, I
impishly
said
at
bag.
him. I feel giddy. He
In the past.
gives me a shy smile, and I melt despite my thumping heart. Delighted in his expression. With deft fingers,
Okay,
he
so when I was a
unwraps
kid,
and
my
opens the
mother would always
box.
be like,
His brow
listen,
creases
Mommy does
as he
her
fishes
best,
out a
but she's no
small,
Mother Teresa,
rectangular plastic keychain.
which is good,
Featuring a
because if
picture
she
made up
was
of
like
tiny
Mother
pixels
Teresa, she probably would have
flash
given
on
me
and
HIV
off
and then told me
like
I
an
deserved
LED
it.
screen. It depicts the Seattle skyline with the
I don't know,
words
do
Seattle
you know about that little?
across the
We'll
landscape.
get to that.
I'm so
He
excited.
stares at me
And
for a
I will
minute,
just say,
and then
Mother
gazes
Teresa
at me
was a Beasler.
confused.
She
A
was the
frown
biggest Beasler
furrowed
to
his
ever
lovely brow.
Beasler. Wow.
So I am
Turn it
so
over.
excited for this episode
I
because
whisper,
Kaylin has been
holding my
teasing
breath.
Mother Teresa
He does,
for us for
and
like
his eyes
weeks.
sink to mine,
I
wide
think
and
that was one
gray,
of the first
alive with wonder
people I
and
talked to
joy.
when we decided to
His
do
lips
this. I was like,
part
I want to
in
dig up
disbelief.
her fetid
The word
and
yes
get through the
flashes on
streets
and
of
off
Calcutta.
every room.
You did.
I
And
whisper.
I feel like she's also just one of those ones that I keep coming across when I've like been
Chapter
like, who are
20.
people that are dead that suck? Like she's always popping up on lists, so I'm excited to actually. But I haven't.
I nod
I'm on some
nervously,
FBI list or something.
blushing and anxious
But,
and
yeah, but I've
not
been purposely
quite
trying to not read
believing
that much
his
about her because I kind of was like,
This
oh, I think
man
Kaylin's gonna do
whom I
her, and
thought
so
I
I'm not
lost.
gonna.
So many
How could
days.
he not
So I'm
understand
so
how
excited.
much I
I'm
love
also excited to hear about like how her PR. She has like the best PR in the world. She is remembered as being.
sweet and loud.
Okay, I'm ready.
Like manner.
Yeah.
He's laughing.
Let's do it.
Young
Okay,
and carefree.
so by the age of 12, she was claiming me. Can we just
I grab his
go back
arms
to
to
the
hold
fact that her
on,
middle name
feeling
is
his muscles
pronounced
ripple
Ganja?
beneath my
Okay,
fingers.
so
His
really
infectious
obsessed.
laughter
At first, I was like, this is gonna be my drag queen name.
A girl totally utterly
That's what I thought. I'm like,
man.
I'm 100%
Puts
gonna
me
be
down.
Anya Ganja.
Anya
This is
Ganja.
so
His
good.
hands are on either side of my hips.
Okay.
His
So
tongue
by 12, she was
consistent.
claiming a divine connection to God, and by 18, she had joined up with a bunch of Irish nuns called the Sisters of Loretto, and they started
And it's
doing
an
missionary
exaltation
work
that
in
leaves
India.
reeling.
The name Teresa comes from Saint, I think this
I
is
have
French,
no
like
doubt.
Saint Therese of
And I
Lisieux,
savor the
who
taste
is
of
the
this
patron
delicious
saint of
man.
missionaries.
This
So,
man I
like,
thought I
probably
might never
the
see
most
again.
racist saint
His
possible.
joy is evident. His eyes shine.
Between 1931 and 48, she taught at a Catholic high school and then decided to open her own school and work
I thought I
with
lost you.
and work with
Still
sort
dazzled
of
and breathless
means
from his
use
kiss.
for like photo opportunities, publicity, and to further develop her own sense of morality. And like she once said that poor people were put on earth to suffer so that people who were close to God could show God's love and develop their own character.
So like Instagram missionaries.
Oh,
Yes,
Literally like blonde women who pose with African
Before I
children.
can ask
Yeah,
him,
yes.
he
Oh no,
stills and looks down at me.
100%, but like so much worse. Okay.
At least they're only in it for the clout,
I
right?
look up into his speculative gray
Yeah,
eyes.
they're not like burning kids with like hot knives or
Jesus
God.
Christ!
Spoiler!
Sorry.
Looks so much horrified.
Trigger warning, burning with hot knives.
Burning children with hot knives.
I nod with a straight face.
2 years later, she created the Missionaries of Charity, which is like, it's
I
like
wanted
very
you to know
focused on the
that whatever
family.
Flynn
It's
said,
like, oh no,
it wouldn't
don't worry,
make a
we're doing
difference
good
to me.
stuff. We're the Missionaries of
Christian
Charity.
Blake sent me this movie.
So they said that their mission statement was care for the sick and the dying. And by 1965, she had an official international religious family.
I
So
nod
it's sort of
again,
like
trying
drag
desperately to
moms
gauge his reaction.
with like young drag
Gazes at
queens.
me
It's like
in
she's like the
stupefied
mom.
wonder.
She's like the
Then
house
narrows
mom,
his
and she
eyes
runs
and
this
his
like
mouth
gaggle,
twists.
this cult of nuns, and they have to like follow her direction
He
because she's
whispers
like godly
Oh my
enough.
god, nun ballroom would be such a funny idea for a movie.
I would watch it.
Oh my god, it's called Sister Act.
Right now.
Sister Act. Thank you very much.
He runs his
I love
hand,
Sister Act too.
then shakes his head
Both of
and
those
changes
movies are
tack.
amazing. I like. I showed them to my best friend for the first
His
time because
whispers
they'd never
laced
seen
with
them and they
disbelief.
lost their fucking
His
mind.
expression alters suddenly.
How have I
His
never
eyes
seen that? It's like hocus pocus
His
pocus
mouth
tablet.
a smile. His brill runs down.
Mother Teresa's orders soon spread globally, creating centers to serve those in need of the time, which is like a lot of
He
I
said
help the
softly.
blind and the elderly,
Retribution?
people that
Oh,
at the
shit.
time didn't have
I
any
know
way
he's
to
praying,
help themselves.
but I take a
Our little
cautious step
cult
back from
started
him
with only
anyway.
12 followers, but eventually
grins.
she would have like 5,600 members and
Whispers.
hundreds of thousands of volunteers. And these people were working
And
at
his eyes
orphanages,
burned
schools,
bright,
homeless shelters, health clinics, homes for the sick and dying, and like
He adds
she would
threateningly.
house inmates that
All
were
of my
sick.
insides
So she
tightened
didn't
at
have like a
once.
prison, but she did
Oh,
not have a
my.
prison.
My
And
future
she also
husband
built
wants
a
to play.
leper colony in India, and a lot
I
of
take
people
another
claim
step
that
back,
it wasn't
then
so
turn
much
to run,
so that they could
but in
live
vain.
their lives like
Christian grabs me in
as
one
comfortably
easy
as
swoop
possible,
while
so
I
much as it
squeal
was.
with delight,
She didn't want
surprise,
leprosy,
and shock.
so she didn't want to
He
treat
pushes
them.
me
So
over
she
his shoulder and
just
heads
sent
down
them
the
away
hall.
when they came to
Christian,
her hospitals or whatever.
I hiss.
Yeah, I was about to say, that sounds like a quarantine segregation.
No whether he
Like,
can
oh,
hear
you have
us
leprosy,
is
why don't you
doubtful.
just go into that
I
little
steady
corner over
myself by
there?
clasping
So a
his
leper
lower
colony.
back, and on a brain impulse, I squats behind.
Like,
He's
die
what's
or
been
don't
right
die, but
back.
don't die here.
Ow!
So she herself took a
Shower
vow,
time,
like before her
declares
daddy,
triumphantly.
to live
Put
like
me
her
down.
her goddaddy.
I try and fail to sound disapproval.
I promise
My
you,
struggle
Daddy.
is
I promise you, daddy,
his
will live
arm is
amongst
firmly
the poor.
clamped over my thighs, and for some reason,
He's
I
so
cannot stop
good,
giggling.
daddy.
On these shits, he asks, as he opens the door to his
I'm gonna
bathroom.
help these fucking
I prefer that to
lepers for you
touching the
dying.
floor. I attempt to snarl
Stop
at him,
it, you're turning
but
me
it's not very
into
effective as I can't keep the laughter out of my voice.
It's all like flustered
Without putting it down, he
goodness,
slips
I'm
off
so
one
ready
of
for
my
my
shoes
Lord
and lets
Father.
them flatter to the tile floor. Pausing by
I
the
feel his
vanity,
deep throbbing
empties
love.
his pockets, dead blackberry.
Okay, so in her own words, she said that with
I
her
can only
unlimited
imagine what I
love,
look like in the
she would
mirror
make
from
it
this
her life's
angle.
work to protect
When he's
the
finished,
hungry, the
he
naked,
marches
the homeless,
directly into his
the word I can't
oversized
say for
shower.
disabled people,
Christian,
the blind, the lepers, and all those people who
his
feel
intent
unwanted,
is now
unloved,
clear.
uncared for throughout
He
society.
switches the
People
water
that
on
become
to
a burden
max.
to the society and are shunned by
Arctic
everyone.
water
I like
spurts
how she
over my
included the
backside,
naked.
and I
Very nice
squeal.
of her to include
Then
nudists
stop.
in there.
Mindful once more that Jose is above
They are
us.
shunned by society.
It's cold,
I mean,
and
that
won't
statement,
close.
divorced from everything else, if it was like somebody was like, I am a Christian and therefore I've devoted my
I'm
life to
drenched,
people
and
who live in
once
the
more,
margins
I
of
cannot
society,
stop giggling.
like,
No!
that would
I
be
squeal.
fine and
Put
me
no
down.
if she did that. If she wasn't
I
like,
swat
I'm
the
fine,
If she
harder
had
this
just
time.
accuracy,
I'm devoting my life to these people, I'm
But
going to
his
treat them
slide
like
down,
absolute
down,
shit
so
because I know it's best for
His
them.
white shirt
Yeah,
stuck
and
to
then
his
also just the
chest,
whole
his
angle of
hands
like,
are
I see poor people
I
as a way
so
of
too.
making myself
Flushed.
better, Yeah. not actually improving their lives.
grin
Like
down
that whole angle of like
she
poor
does
people.
improve their
Yeah.
lives
So
because she makes them
unbelievably
convert to
hot.
Catholicism, which saves their eternal soul,
He
which
sobers,
is like,
his eyes
is there
shine.
any gift
cups
better
my
than
face
that?
So
By
now
saving
they're
their
going to
lives.
heaven.
His kiss is gentle,
As opposed to when they're
cherishing,
poor and just going to
And
heaven.
the suffering, it makes them
I
pure.
no longer
Yeah.
care that
Like
I'm
they,
fully clothed.
it's like it's sort of like,
wet
oh my god, when you get to
shower.
heaven, it's gonna be so
just
chill
the
because
two
your
of
life
us.
here sucks.
Cascading
But like in
water.
heaven, we won't
It's
stick
back.
you with dirty
It's
needles and
It's
make you
mine.
eat off plates that we wash in the sink with shit sheets. Like
My hands
it's gonna be
move
so much nicer in
involuntarily to
heaven.
his
It
shirt.
has that vibe
As
of
it
the people who are
clings to
very much
every
like, oh my
line
god, you're so
of his
resilient for
chest.
everything you go through.
Feeling
You're
your
so
hair
strong.
the
And
white
hush
wetness.
brave. You're gonna
I
get
yank
a
the
reward
shirt
eventually.
out of his
Eventually.
Yeah,
Hard
but like
to
that
dance
person
my
is
mouth.
like burning you with a
His
hot
lips
knife.
devour
Like,
me.
oh my god, you poor
As I start to
So
unbutton his
strong.
shirt,
You can get so much
As
abuse.
a queer during
Sliding
Pride Month,
fast
I
down
have
my
some
dress.
feelings about
His
this when
lips
we're
become
filming this,
more
but
insistent,
recording.
more
I can see you
provocative.
filming.
So there's this thing, I don't know, do you know what indulgences are?
Yes.
From the medieval
Desire.
times.
I tug his shirt hard.
Basically, you could like buy your way out of hell by giving
Buckets
money
fly
to the
everywhere.
charity of the church, or like
tiles
gifts,
that
or like
disappearing onto the shower
property.
floor.
Like you
As I strip the wet
use
fabric
your
off his
wealth
shoulders
way
and down
to
his
balance
arms,
the scales of
I
heaven.
press
Old school philanthropy.
Hampering
Like
his
if you
attempts
donate
to
a
undress
building
me.
to a university,
Puffing legs.
Like, it's that kind of thing.
Holding up his
And
wrists
that was one of the primary things that Martin Luther took issue
with
with.
scrambling fingers,
Started the
first
Protestant
one,
Reformation.
and then
It was just like, he was like, hey, it seems like you should be able to buy your way into heaven.
his shirt
Jesus is like, it's like a rich man entering heaven is like as easy as like shoving a fucking camel through the eye of a needle. And Mother Teresa is like, well,
he shakes his head.
but he bought us a school.
What do you know? Well, how big is the needle?
How big is the school?
Finishes the ball and turns south with my zipper.
Like the needle is as big as the donation.
Exactly. It's a camel-sized needle.
Maybe this camel's just walking right the fuck through.
Those loom needles get pretty big. Maybe it's one of those.
I don't know if they get camel big.
There's a needle in Seattle that's enormous.
That's the one. That's the one Jesus was talking about.
All you have to do is walk a camel
Up the needle in
through
Seattle.
the door.
There's so many camels through that needle.
I'm just gonna gaggle camels through there.
My arms are trapped
What
on
is
my bra
a
dress, which hang unfastened below my breasts. My arms are still in the sleep.
There's a whole caravan of camels heading towards the border, and they're coming straight for the needle in Seattle.
I reach around behind him and welcome
This
his
is
shocking
This is why we need to stay next to Donald Trump.
He pushes his groin into my welcome.
Make America camel free.
Oh no.
Why didn't he let me turn his hands off?
Oh my goodness. We're
He
silly
tugs
today.
on
I
my
like it.
nipples, and as they hardly stretch
This is
under
what
his
happens
extra
when,
touch,
when it's not
all
like
the
11
thoughts of his
p.m. when we
hands.
start.
Yeah.
There was a
Pleasure
few
spikes
super
sharp
notable
and
critics of
reminiscent
her.
in my belly.
One
I
guy
lean my
that
head
actually
back
lived
against
in
him
Calcutta, and some atheist Christopher Hitchens
and
from
turns
the
me once
UK.
more,
Oh, yeah.
capturing
So
my
these
mouth
people
with
were like
his.
writing books about her,
Feels
making
my
movies
bra,
about her.
dress, and
I
panties
watched
down
one of the
to the
documentaries
joint
today.
of
It was
shirt
called
and
Hell's
selfie
Angel,
on the
which
shower
had like
floor.
chef's kiss at the
I
title,
grab
bro.
the body
And
wash
like, it
beside
was
us.
so good, and he
Christian
was
stills
so
as he
pissy
realizes what
about
I'm
her.
about to do.
Because he's like older
Staring
white
him
British
straight in
dude,
the
but
eye,
he's so
I squirt
angry
some
because he's
smelly
like
gel
this
into my
fucking
palm
con
and
artist.
hold my hand up in front of his chest.
And it
Waiting
was
for
like
an
a
answer to
25-minute
my
documentary, and it's free on YouTube. So
His
if you want
eyes
to watch it, I
widen,
would say
and he
watch it
gives
because
me an
it's good.
almost
Oh, yeah, I wanna
imperceptible
watch that.
So
nod.
he said
Gently,
she
I
returns
place
us to
my
the
hand
medieval
on the
corruption
sternum
of the church,
and
which
start to
sold
rub the soap
indulgences
into
to the
his
rich
skin.
while preaching
His
hellfire and
chest
continence
rises
to
as
the
he
poor.
inhales
Mother
sharply.
Teresa was not
He
a friend of the
stands
poor,
stock
she was a
still.
friend of poverty.
After a
She
beat,
said that
his
suffering was a
hands
gift
clasp
from
my
God,
hips,
and
but he
he
doesn't push
once
me
like
away.
camped outside her
He
house
watches
so that
me
he could like
warily,
harass her
his look intense
and
and
ask her
scared.
questions.
His lips are
I know, I
parted
love it.
as his
And he
breathing
asked her outright, like, are you
increases.
trying to do something
Is
about
this
poverty?
okay?
And she was like,
I
no, I'm not a
whisper.
social worker.
Yes. His short
And
and
she said
ready
her mission
reply
was just
is
to
almost
create more
gasp.
Catholics. She's
I am
like, that's how I'm
reminded
going to
of
help
many
you
showers we've
by
had
getting them into
together,
heaven.
like the one at the Olympics.
She wasn't there to like heal or teach or like
Well,
make the change,
now
which
I
is
can
why
touch him.
the children there
I
would
watch him
occasionally
in
go
gentle
unfed.
circles,
The
feeding my
orphanages
man,
were burned
moving
with
his
hot
arm
knives and
over
then
his
like
ribs, down his
excommunicated
flat,
from
firm
that
belly,
place
toward his
for
happy
disobeying
trail
the
with the
nuns.
waist of his
I
pants.
watched like a 20-minute video
He
with
whispers
subtitles
and
that
reaches
like a
for the
child
shampoo,
explaining what happened.
shifting us out
And
of
it's like
range
they
of the
just
stream of water
didn't
and
do
squirting
something that
some
one of the
onto the
sisters
top
there
of my
said.
head.
And they
I
burned
think this is
him
my
with
cue to
hot
stop
knives,
watching him.
punished his
So I
sisters
hook my
just for
fingers
being
into
like,
his
no,
waistband.
don't do that to
He
him.
works the
And
shampoo
then
into
dumped
my
him on
hair,
the streets.
his
And
firm,
his
long
parents
fingers massaging my
could
scalp.
like see him during
Groaning
see
in
the kids during the day, but they couldn't
I
afford
close my
to come
eyes and
home.
give myself over
They
to
had
the
nowhere to live,
heavens
so the kids
sensation.
were supposed to sleep there at
After
night, and then
all
during
the
the day,
stress
the
of
parents would like dig through
this
trash
is
and shit
just
looking
what
for
I
stuff to
need.
sell. And now
He
they had to
chuckles,
like
and
bring
I
their
open
kids
one
around
eye
with
to find
them.
him smiling
And
down at
when
me.
the interviewer asked the nun who was in charge about it, I was like, should she have done that? Like, is this
He says,
okay?
and
Like,
leans over to kiss
they're
my
like, I think
forehead.
people understand that we have the best intentions, and they forgive. You know, I forgive, so they forgive.
Says
Yeah, and would I do it again?
I do as I'm told.
Yes.
His
But was it
fingers
wrong?
slowly work over my head,
No.
cleansing, relaxing, loving.
Just like,
Oh,
well, I mean, the thing is that we're operating through God. So, like,
He reaches
how
for
could
more
God
shampoo
be
and
wrong?
gently
I was
washes
like,
the
well,
long
okay, well, that
tresses
seems
down
like
my
a
back.
very easy
When he's finished,
way to get
he
out
pulls
of
me back into
literally
the
every
shower.
horrible thing you could ever possibly do to
Working
someone.
quietly.
Oh, you want to speak to my supervisor?
I
You
willingly
mean
comply.
Lord?
Carefully rips his eyes out. When
That
he's done,
actually
I
happened,
faced him
but
once more.
when people asked where all the money that was donated went, the nuns were like, I don't know, why don't you ask our banker, God?
I whispered.
They
He
really
smiles
did
that
that.
lopsided smile. Here's his
Literally,
hand to a gesture that
You
says,
know,
I saw several people being like, our banker is God.
I grinned.
So,
It
why
feels
don't you
like
ask him?
Christmas.
What are you gonna fucking
I
say?
make short work of the zipper
God?
and soon his pants bounces join the rest
Good
of our
luck.
life. I stab and reach for the
So I kept
mouthwash, fresh
referencing
water sponge.
HIV
Looks like
because
you're
they
pleased to see me.
were treating a lot of
I
patients
murmur
with
dryly.
HIV, and this was
I'm
well
always pleased
after
to see
people
you.
understood how HIV was
He shrugs at me.
transmitted. So the fact that
I
they
soak
were
the sponge,
using
then retrace
pills
my
on
journey over
patients
his
with
chest.
HIV,
He's more
rinsing
relaxed,
them
maybe
under the
because I'm
cold
not
tap,
actively touching
and then
him.
using them on
I head
other
south
patients,
with the
including
sponge
sick
across his
children
belly,
or children in the
along the happy
orphanage.
trail.
Jesus.
When confronted about it, they're like, what's the point in
Up
sterilizing them
his direction.
anyway? Half these people
I
are probably
pick up
gonna die,
I
and like
got
these children
his
are
eyes
poor.
and
Like,
sensual walk.
the thing is, suffering is good for
I like
you.
this
So
one.
is it really wrong
I
to
drop the
use
sponge
a
into my
needle on
hands,
someone,
grasping it
literally
firmly.
take it out of someone with
Closes
HIV,
his eyes,
rinse it
tips
under
his
the
head
cold
back,
water like
and
it's me with my
groans,
chopsticks,
thrusting his
and
hips
then like
into my
put it back in
hands.
some other person? Like,
Oh,
what
yes.
the literal?
And I love the
So
idea that
arousing.
the fact that they're like,
My inner
well,
goddess
these
has
people are things are
resurfaced
gonna
after
die anyways. Like,
breaking
yeah,
the rock
because you're not
in the
sterilizing your
corner.
fucking
He's
equipment.
wearing
Yeah.
olive red lipstick.
That's what's leading to the
His
deaths.
burning eyes
Sorry, in
suddenly
the
locked
80s
with
as well, like
remembered
the
something.
proliferation, like when they knew what HIV
Exclaims.
was, like proliferation of HIV started much earlier when it was harder to sterilize things, but in the 80s you had autoclaves, like you had literal closets that you could stick needles in and sterilize them. Like there is no reason, not that, like I understand why in certain parts of the world they have to reuse needles because there weren't disposable ones available to you, but like
His other
you
hand is in my
could
wet
have
hand.
had, like I'm sure thousands of wealthy donors would have donated fucking autoclaves.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll get to the fact that she couldn't literally afford it, any of this, anything that she needed. I'll just skip to that now. We'll get back to this. So all the people working there were volunteers. None of them were trained. But
My
they
legs are
could have
bent,
been,
and I clean
because by the time of her death, motherfucking Teresa was a
braces me against the
billionaire.
wall of the shower
What
and
the
pauses,
fucker?
gazing down at me.
Oh,
He murmurs,
Why the investigation found that the Vatican
I
Bank,
blink up at
aka the
my
Institute
heart
for the
hammering,
Works of
my
Religion,
blood pulsing
had a
hot
huge
and
account in her
heavy through
name
my body.
that had she withdrawn that
Desire,
money from, she
will,
would have
and
collapsed the financial
surging
institutions at the time.
Jesus Christ.
That's how much money she had, like, to withdraw. These were not in assets.
She would have taken like
Pushed down against
Jesus
her
Christ,
brown
and
mouth.
like and yet to this day she has this like cultural aesthetic of being like Gandhi basically.
Yeah, Gandhi was also a lobster.
Gandhi was a little fucking
yeah.
Always.
She did let do Gandhi as way.
but I feel like Mother Teresa was probably worse.
Being this kind of like almost decrepit or like simple, humble woman.
Oh no, Mother Teresa like
His voice is
actively
reverential, and
contributed
he leans
or
down,
caused the
capturing my mouth
deaths
with
of
his,
so
and
many
starts
fucking
to
people, way more
slow.
than she saved. Like the
I
like the
close
scales
my
are not
eyes and
balanced.
tilt my head back as my body bows.
Fuck her.
My will
Oh my
is
god,
submitted
fuck
to
Mother
his.
Teresa. Dear God, how much money is in the bank right now? Can you tell me how much of it is
My
my
jaw,
job?
my
Angel
chin,
comes down and is
down
like,
my
"You're
neck,
overdrawn,
and
bitch."
subsequently
That's what I need.
upward,
Bitch.
away from the sunlight.
Thanks,
Shower.
my daddy.
Hey, speaking of, you can join our Patreon
Man,
to get exclusive patron-only access to some of our other content.
Probably some outtakes that we could put
possession
down
as
the
my
set.
I'll
body
tell you how much we have on our Respect the Dead checking account if you join our Patreon.
We'll send our representation, a demon,
I
and
love
he'll
you
tell you.
so much. I'm suddenly overcome by the longing of my love and the depth of my
Ask
need.
him.
I'd rather have Satan
I
as a
will
weaker
spend
than
the
God.
rest of my life loving this man.
Homegirl had
And with that
orphanages,
awe-inspiring
but
thought,
the volunteer said that there was no,
a healing
so like,
kinetic
just go
orgasm,
and volunteer for
crying
the first
out
time
his
with
name as
no
tears
understanding
flow
of
down
like
my
what you were
cheeks.
actually walking
He reaches
into,
his
because they
climax and pours
expected like
himself into me.
this huge organization like Mother fucking Teresa. You would expect that like
tightly.
they would have a list of the children they had fed that day, or like an
water
order they would
spills
go
down
in.
around
But instead, volunteers would show up and they'd be like, grab a baby and feed it. Like, whoever's
My
closest.
fingers are pretty.
And the volunteers were like, I have no doubt that,
Postcoital and sated
like,
as I
quite
lean
often
against
the
his
children
chest.
just went unfed because
He
they were
raises
just
my
over
finger.
there. Everyone was a
I'm
volunteer.
sitting between
And
his
they were the
legs
fucking
and he's
nuts, which is
holding
like,
me
you're
close.
also a
I
volunteer.
don't want.
You're not exactly making like fat paychecks
Christian
either.
murmurs his
Like,
assent, but suddenly
and
I'm
they'd all
bone
taken a
tired.
vow of poverty.
Whoa,
Like,
weird.
everybody there
So
had
much
no
has
idea
happened this
about
last
how to
week.
properly
Enough
sterilize
for a
things,
lifetime of drama.
like nutrition.
And
There
now,
were patients
I'm
that
getting married.
choked and
A
died
disbelieving
because they
giggle
were trying to
escapes my
spoon feed
lips.
paralyzed people.
Jesus Christ.
He asks fondly.
Can I just, like, as a little sidebar, I have to say, like, this is what, like, I know there are certain people who don't want to donate to certain charitable organizations that have very high overhead costs.
Sobering at the
But,
thought
like,
of what
this is
might
kind
have
of
been.
why overhead costs have to be taken into account, because otherwise you have a bunch of fucking idiots who don't know what they're doing, running around like chickens with their heads cut off and choking patients to death. Like, you actually do need to have some paid people on staff.
So
Invest in the training, invest in people knowing what they're doing, invest in some organization, invest in like some doctors,
For your hospital,
Yeah.
a whiteboard,
nurses,
An organizational staff, something, anything.
How close a call was it?
I was so mad the entire time I was researching this, and when we were going to record it the other night, I was like, I'm too tired to get mad. What it deserves, like.
No, I'm glad we waited till like we're all here now.
I love
And
you so
the
much.
thing too that I keep thinking is like I kind of feel bad for these volunteers because it's not like they intended, like they came in. Like obviously that would suck. Like you're told like, well, go feed someone, just go feed someone, and they're like, okay, you find a person.
That's so fucking stupid. Grab a baby and feed it.
Do you want to eat?
And you just grab them and you start feeding them. And then they start like choking, and it's like I don't know what to do. I haven't been trained to deal with it. Like that would be horrible to go through. So like I don't even feel like I feel a sense of like sympathy for these poor volunteers.
Quite a lot of them were also white singers doing missionary work for the church.
I shake my head and
So
rise.
it's still a little
like
fucking,
my feet.
it's still a lot sketchy, but like yes, it
I am
would still
sitting
be
up in
really
bed.
traumatizing.
Christian
Like,
The whole missionary thing in general is really fucked up for a lot of reasons, the colonization and such. But there is this part of me that's just like, God, imagine if you did that. Like you're like, I'm here to help, and then your fucking person you're feeding dies because they're choking because you didn't know they were paralyzed. And you're just feeding them normal food. You should know.
You shoved a fucking carrot down their throat.
Shakes his head.
Why don't you eat it?
like you're staking a vampires.
It's a whole fucking carrot.
I'm laughing about this.
Sorry.
Sorry about your gag reflex heavy, but now
I would have told you earlier, but since it was going to
survive.
What man has everything?
Leaving Mother Teresa's orphanage with a nicer body because of my
Puts the
gag
keychain down on the bedside table and
The
snuggles me inside.
children's hospitals and
Into
the
his arms
orphanages
against
were
his chest so that
definitely the worst part. Volunteers said that, like, so this would be like kids
I
like
smirk,
16
but
and
he can't see
under.
my expression.
Mostly it was like
I am far from
babies.
perfect, Christian.
There was a volunteer, I can't remember the exact quote, but I saw this like two different places. It was like her second day
Can
or
I ask
something,
you something?
and she had some medical training,
He nuzzles
and
my
she was
neck.
like, "Yo, this 15-year-old boy has
You didn't
appendicitis.
call
Like,
on your
I need
trip
to
back
take him to the
from
hospital. We can't treat
Was
him
that
here." And
really
they're like,
because of
"No, we
Jose?
can't do that."
You were worried
And
about
she was like,
being
"What do you
here
mean
alone
we don't
with
do that? I can literally just take
Christian
him to the
says
hospital." She was
I
like,
turned to
"Well,
face
if
him,
all people that could
because
be
I know
treated
why
here were
as
taken
I
to the
reach
hospital, there would be nobody
You
near."
know how ridiculous that
You
is?
should be shut
How
down.
much stress you put your family
She was like, "If we let him go, we'll have to
Oh,
let
what?
everybody go to the hospital."
If we help one person, we'll have to help everyone.
Shy smile. I had no idea.
Look, we don't help people here, okay?
I pursed my lips.
Like, like you think you are, bitch. I don't need you coming into our house and acting like you know better than fucking
I
God.
nod.
You know better than my dad? My fucking dad is gone.
What do I look like? Fucking Mother Teresa?
I'm imagining Mother Teresa saying that.
I'm serious. Stop trying to make me laugh. I'm still a little mad at you.
all the
Though
time.
that's
Me
partially
too.
eclipsed by the fact that
Okay,
you're
so
home safe and sound when I
The
thought
children were
my
up and
voice
tied
fades
or
about
strapped
all
to
those
bed.
anxious few hours.
Usually because the devil
you know
was
what I
inside
thought.
them, because these were
His
Catholics.
eyes soften and he reaches
So
up to caress
people
my
with like
face.
mental illness were obviously
I'm sorry.
possessed.
Okay.
People with issues like
Poor mom,
anything like seizures or whatever were usually strapped to the bed, not just when they were having seizures, but
He smiled
24/7.
shyly.
The volunteers talked about children literally just like being like dragged by their arms across the floor of the orphanage, and so many babies being like shaken.
No.
More shaken than me when I found out Natasha Leon was straight.
I smiled.
Literally,
She
like,
is?
Perhaps now.
she's straight.
She sways.
Natasha Leon is straight.
What?
I mean, now this episode is hateful for 2 reasons.
To all the queer people listening to this, I'm so sorry. We'll put a trigger warning at the top so that you know.
I swear.
Natasha.
Besides, astounded.
I mean, yeah, we're
About
talking about
to
the
bring
stuff,
this
but
right.
But she was
Mr.
an icon, just like Mother Teresa. Both let us down. And like, I cannot stress enough that she
I wake
had
suddenly
like
from a dream
billions of
or
dollars in
nightmare,
her account,
and my
but people's
pulse
like
is
toes
thumping.
are being
I
amputated
turned,
without anesthetic. Paralyzed
my
people
relief,
were
Christian
not
is
like
fast asleep
given
beside me.
any sort of
Because
actual
I'm shaken,
nutrition. Like
he stirs
after
and reaches
Buddy
out and sleep.
choked and died, they were
His
like,
arm
we
over
should
me,
probably
and rests his head on my shoulder, sighing softly.
and not like we need
The
to
room is
invest.
flooded
Yeah,
with light.
we need to invest in IVs. But even if they
Christian
did have
never
IVs, they
sleeps.
probably would have been
I lie back
contaminated.
and let my
And
legs hard
yeah,
fall.
and they would have
Just
stood
I
out of vein.
After that,
to get
I
your
listen.
eyes gonna mess with
Just like
I
under
turn
your
and
skin,
stare
just
at
under the skin, mashed peas or
Just
whatever.
giving you blood poisoning.
Oh god.
steady breath.
So
At his lovely
they
face.
even turned
A
down
face
freedom.
that is now
It
so
wasn't
familiar.
about saving
All
money
its
because a
dips and
volunteer was
shadows
like, why are we
etched
giving
on my
babies
mind.
ice cold baths?
He looks
That
much
seems like
younger when
it's
he's asleep.
probably bad.
And I grin
Like, why
because
don't we
today
have a
is
water
a whole
heater?
year
Like, I'll
older.
buy it and I'll
I hug
install it
myself,
and I'll hook it up. And
thinking
they're
about
like,
my
that's not how
present.
we do it here. This is the way Jesus
What will
wants
we
it.
do?
It's just suffering
Perhaps I
porn.
should start by
It's
bringing
just like
breakfast
we
to
are
bed.
getting our rocks off by
Besides,
watching other people
Jose
suffer.
is
That's all it is. Jesus.
I
By
find Jose at
helping
the
people
counter, eating a
that
bowl
were
of cereal.
really suffering. Spoiled people with
He
hot
knows I've spent
baths.
the night
These
with
are like
Christian.
the real
Why
suffering
do I
that you're
suddenly
helping.
But if
feel
you
so
actually help
shy?
them, then they won't be
It's not
suffering
as if
enough.
I'm naked or
And they
anything.
need to be suffering
I'm
enough.
wearing my
Well, yeah, and then if they're not suffering anymore, then how can
Morning,
you
Jose.
help them?
I smile.
But your point is,
Brings it out.
your purpose on earth
Hey,
is to help
Anna.
people, so we need to keep
His face lights up.
people like
In a position
Genuinely
where they need
pleased
help.
to see me.
It's like
There's
back in
no
the old
end to
days when
teasing us,
firefighters
just
used to like set houses on fire to have
Well,
something
I
to
asked.
do.
are you doing?
Sure.
Back when they were like mercenary,
It's
when
pretty
they were
special.
mercenary firefighters, like when they weren't like publicly funded, they would just like set
What's
houses
a
on
real
fire and
man's
they'd be like,
breakfast?
you want to put it out?
tease.
Pay us some
Love
money.
Oh
something.
my god, that's so
It's
easy.
Christian's
I love my
birthday
little,
today.
I love these little
I
fire
made
bugs.
breakfast in bed.
That is such a good scam right there.
No,
I still doing that
it's
today.
rag from yesterday.
I'm like,
Yeah.
now that I know the police are doing it, I can tell that it's
Head to the
wrong.
fridge.
Yeah.
So you can't see my
The only
blood.
men in uniform with like firefighters and I don't know, park rangers.
When I take the eggs and bacon
Yeah, I
out
do.
of the
I,
fridge,
I,
Jose
like,
is
the
grinning.
bear.
I was about to reference something from fairy tale theater, and I was like, that is not a cultural touchdown.
I curse my lips. I love
Just
him,
not.
Jose.
Eggs.
His eyes widen
So
momentarily.
now that I know that they didn't have hot water, I
He
feel like
asks,
now's
gesturing around the
the
great
time to
room.
explain that
I scowl at him. Gee,
and all of
thanks.
the linens
Hey,
were washed in the same sink at the same time. So the bloody
Why always
piss
have to
shit
scribble that
sheets
So were they just all violently shitting all the time?
yeah, onto the sheets that would then be used
Never been
in
that
the
kind
sink
of girl.
with their dishes.
And then like that would cause them to shit more because they've been
I
eating
asked,
shit.
changing the subject. I don't want to argue.
I couldn't find anything that said the nuns used
Christian
those
says
dishes,
saunters
but I
to the
have
living
a
room.
feeling they did not.
Holy fuck.
Of course not.
He's wearing
They go home
only
to their
pajama
nice
bottoms that
clean
have
house,
been
nice clean dishes that were washed in hot water,
Not shit.
and eat off of those.
One of the volunteers asked Mother Teresa, like, hey, there was a regular patient here who seemed to be getting somewhat better, but
Christian
she's
turns
not.
to me and
And
smirks as
Mother
I
Teresa
stare.
was like, oh yeah, we took her to a different
He's done this on
facility.
purpose.
We're were properly
I
cared
narrow
for.
my eyes,
And then a few days
desperately
later, she
trying
saw
to
her
cover my
like don't
blue
on the
hand.
street,
And
unable
Christian's
to walk,
expression
like
alters subtly.
bleeding, and
He
very
knows that
much
I know
help,
what he's up
but
to.
they wouldn't let her bring her
Because
back.
I was going to bring you breakfast
Teresa.
today.
I hate
Swagger me
her.
over.
Did they give
He
a
wraps his
reason?
arm around me.
There's no reason. Mother
Yes,
Teresa,
on my
like you
lips.
can't go up to her, like
Very
question her, criticize her, like it's motherfucking Teresa.
Just
You can't be like Mother Teresa. I
I
think
want
you're
to scowl at
immoral.
him and tell him
right,
to
and then
behave.
she'll feed me to her
But
supervisor.
it's his
God, it'll be a
birthday.
whole
Do
thing.
you like me to talk to my boss?
This is
Is
so
God
territorial.
a little guy called
Good
TRUMAN?
morning, Christian. Happy birthday.
You may
I
have
give him
heard
a
about
smile and he smirks at me.
Yeah.
Dumping sick people on the side of the road like a box of puppies.
I flushed the color of
So
the red
fucking
room of
Christ,
pain
like,
and glanced nervously at Jose.
So
He
the
looks like he swallowed
colonialism
something
was bad.
unpleasant.
The
I turn away
white
and
savior
start
shit
preparing
was
the
bad,
food.
but
So, what do you
force
plan today, Jose?
baptizing people
Christian
out of
asks,
their religion
seemingly casual,
on their
as he
deathbed.
sits down on a
It's
marble.
like
Fuck
I'm
that.
without their
headed up to see
consent.
my dad.
Wow, like paralyzed people that are
Christian
unconscious.
frowns.
Not even like at the last moment, she was like, come on,
They
just
were
let
in
me
the
do
army
it, just in
together.
case. And
They
just
lost
in
contact
case,
when
right?
Joanne and I were
Instead,
in
she was like,
college
no,
together.
let's wait till they're
It's kind of cute. They're best now.
Oh my god,
We're going
fuck
on a
her.
fishing trip.
Wow.
If she has this much contempt for these people, why does she care about saving them?
Yeah.
It's about
Some
her.
great catches in
Is
these
it just like a
coastal
little
waters.
notch? It's a little notch on her belt?
It's yeah. I think it's
My
about
brother
her.
Elliot and I landed
It
at
is about her
34
at
They're
at
talking
her
fishing.
Nobel Peace
What
Prize
is it
award
about
ceremony.
fishing? I have never understood it. 34
She
pounds.
brags about how
Not
many
bad.
lives she saved
And a
in
spot
India,
eagle?
and then
Holds the
pivoted
record.
directly into.
43
But I feel
pounder.
that the greatest destroyer of peace
Never said.
is abortion,
Well, of course it is.
because it is a war against the child,
Would you like to
a direct killing of the innocent
I zone
child,
out.
murder
This
by the
I
mother
did not
herself.
need to
And
know.
if we accept that a
But at the
mother,
same time,
her
I
own
really
child,
see
how can we
Christian.
tell other
Jose's not
people
so
not
bad.
to kill one another? She was like, think about it, I haven't.
I mean,
By the
she
time
would
Jose
know
makes
because she's killed somebody
both of them
before.
are much more relaxed
I
with
was
each
just
other.
thinking, like, how
Christian
how
wouldn't change his
brave of
attitude.
orphanage, and I'll do
Jose
it
says
for
to
you.
Christian,
Like,
Me.
I'll give them
Christian
HIV.
smiles.
I'll speed them up with my
Jose,
sugar.
sure,
she could
Brains, turn those little infant brains into
Next
soup.
time,
Sure,
sure,
she could brains, turn those little infant brains into
next
soup.
time we'll have a real
Just shake them like a maraca.
Oh, Mariah. That's good
He
there
waves
too.
at us from
God
inside the
damn it.
elevator.
And what a fucking spit in the face of everyone that she like basically helped to kill by giving her a Nobel Peace Prize.
There's so many people from India
But I can't say I
who
like it.
I read
Christian,
that
that's
would
not
go
true.
to the
You
US
have
and
no idea.
places in the UK and be
He
like,
smirks down at me.
are these people
He
fucking
wants
kidding
to
me?
big
Are they
time.
serious? Because like
I
she's
frown.
not known all around
Christian
the world
is
as
just
a
a
savior. It's
A good
just
friend.
in Western countries.
And I'm suddenly aware that I
Everyone
sound
else
like
is like,
Christian
oh no, she was a
talking about
monster
Mrs.
because they
Robinson.
saw what happened. There's
The
like
thought
their
is
children are
unsettling.
literally scarred.
Christian holds up his hands in a placating gesture.
Okay.
She's got good PR.
Okay.
He says
Her
softly.
PR is fucking other
Oh,
billionaires.
we're not
Like
fighting.
Of course, of
Bill
course.
Clinton made her an honorary citizen of the U.S.
You didn't tell them you were getting married.
and she was Albanian.
No.
Because she
I figured
showed
I
how
ought
we
to
can
tell
make
Mom and
real
Ray
our
first.
dreams for a just and good
It's the
society.
first time
Like
I thought about
killing
this since I
babies.
said yes.
And everyone that she could get her
What are my
rubbing
parents
little
going to say?
wrinkly little fucking
Christian nods.
craven paws
Yes.
on. She was awarded the Medal of Freedom from Ronald Reagan.
I should ask you on
At the same time,
I laugh.
they were celebrating
Oh,
that mass,
Christian,
had
this
proxies
isn't the
murder
18th
four
century.
American nuns and the Catholic
Holy shit.
Archbishop of San
What
Salvador.
will they say?
Yeah,
The
literally,
thought that
while
conversation
she
fills
was
me with horror.
having her little mass
traditional.
ceremony, he had made
Christian
people go
shrugs.
and murder a bunch
Let's
of
talk
fucking
about that
nuns.
later.
And she was like,
I want to give
I'm
you
gonna
your
call
other
it politics.
I guess that those nuns were South
Killed.
American socialists who wanted to help people, and she was just killing the kind of people that Reagan held in contempt. So he was like, give them that own freedom.
She also said that people that were dying of AIDS did it because of their dirty sexual situations, sexual activities. And I'm like, girl, how many people died of AIDS because you stuck them in the dirty fucking needle though?
How many people died of AIDS from blood transfusions? Like, that had a much higher rate of transmission than, that was like 100%. Yeah, that was known at the time. That was known as
What is going on?
yeah.
She was friends with fascist dictators, people accused of torture and genocide. The biggest financial fraudster in the 80s, Charles Keating, used to fly her around on his private jet. She took money from like mobsters, and when confronted with evidence that her donations were made with stolen money, she was like, I don't get involved in that kind of thing.
I mean, that's hilarious. Taking money from the mob and being like, I don't know about it though. I don't like to think about money. I think it's crass. It's very.
I think they just have some laundry mats. I don't know why everyone's asking me questions about this. I don't get it.
They just,
I'm just a nut.
they work in sanitation. They've got very good benefits. It's a union job.
Yeah, support unions. Mother Teresa said support unions.
She also refused to return any of the money put to improvement that was also,
Of course.
she said,
She didn't steal it.
just like where in the Bible does it say having stolen money is a sin? And after all, won't I use it for something better than whatever they would for? It's going to the church.
I mean, I have to come down on her side here. If you donate stolen money to our Patreon, like, I'm not going to be mad at it. Like, we didn't steal it.
No, and I will not give it
I will
back.
not give it back.
Yeah, I won't either. No, I'll keep it.
I think it is very beautiful for the poor to accept their lot, to share it with the passion of Christ. I think the world is being much helped by the suffering of poor people.
Not the suffering of me. I get to go on private jets with my money model drinking.
Oh, she got the best medical treatment. She was like flown on private jets to the US to get all of her treatment for all of her everything that ailed her, and then would like be flown back to be like have pictures taken with the poor.
And it's from me. It's some kind of jet flying by.
Oh, okay, I'm like, are we under attack?
Just me. I live in Los Angeles. We are constantly under attack by our police. Well, I'm very disappointed that she, when she got sick, she wasn't treated with the goal.
Carrot down their throat, poked with like a wet cold
Full of AIDS.
It's like, I don't know where I read
That
this.
was just used on like 3 patients with HIV and a small child who was disobeying.
I honestly, I wish she had a much more horrible fate than she did, but she didn't. As she was dying, though, an archbishop at her bedside yelled, "It's the devil! Satan is messing with this dear old woman," because apparently she would like have fits at night, but not during the day. And I guess like that means it's the devil if it's like it only happens at the witching hour or whatever the fuck. So attempts were made to evict our Dark Lord from this frail, rotting fed in his body.
Get her ass, Satan. Get her.
And it worked, and she died.
Yay.
When she died,
Just a
like, yeah, just being like old and having like several in her 80s, I want to say.
Yeah, that's right.
Future Calentella. I don't know if you know, but she was turned into a saint.
I didn't know about that.
She's officially a fucking saint. And
I nod and swallow.
2 years after
He
her
cocks
death.
his head to one side,
Only 2 years. Which is
assessing
like,
my reaction,
Yes,
and frowns.
that's
yeah.
a
Then he
record.
turns
I
his
mean, I
attention
guess
back
like
to the
maybe
box.
Jesus.
He tears through the pale blue tissue paper, fishes out an eye mask, some nipple clamps, a butt plug,
Like the
his
OGs.
I
iPod,
didn't even know they were
his
sainted.
silver gray
The
tie,
Bible Kardashians. I think
last,
Mary's.
Saint Mary, yeah, Saint Mary is.
his flavor,
Because I've seen churches with
Saint
that.
Mary of
Saint Mary,
Nazareth.
yeah.
his
It might have been a
expression
different
dark,
Mary, but like, I'm sure there was a lot of Marys.
One of those.
It's like one of them, sweetie. Okay, so in order to be canonized, you need to have performed 2
for my
miracles.
birthday.
Hers are fucking hilarious. They both
Did my
took place
voice and
after
sound
she
get
died.
smaller?
After she died. They
Myriad
both took place
emotions
after she
cross
was
his
dead.
face,
The
none of
first
which
one
I
was
can
apparently
place,
a woman
but he settles for
with
anxious.
several tumors, was like hanging
Not
out in her living room,
reaction
just
I
like
was
vibing
expecting.
next to her photo of Mother Teresa.
He
And
asks,
Mother Teresa
not
like
the
shot a
whips
beam
and
of
stuff.
light at her photo.
Yes, that
And destroyed her tumors.
Oh my
he shakes his head
god.
and
Her
glances
husband
down
was
at
like,
the contents of the box.
no, it was her oncologist.
It was literally her oncologist, Muhammad, did it, and he's not even Christian.
Puts the contents back in the box. When he glances at
The
me
church
again,
was like,
his
then how do you
expression has
explain the
completely
beam of
changed.
light? It was like, I have lies.
His eyes burn.
Or maybe her like fucking brain tumor was like pressing on her.
He holds out his hand.
How do you explain this hallucination this woman with a brain tumor had?
Sex. And it's not.
Jeez.
My belly clenches.
Like literally there's like a huge lump on the side of her head. It's like, how do you explain
I put
this?
my
It's
hand
like she's
in his.
literally, her brains are leaking.
She's like, I saw Mother
And I follow him out
Teresa.
of the bedroom. My heart.
Okay,
in my
so the
mouth.
second one was also
Desire
tumors.
races
Later,
and
some
pump through
dude's
my
wife
blood as my
prayed to
insides
Mother
tighten,
Teresa,
hungry anticipation.
and then apparently his tumor was gone.
Finally,
But also, he was getting
chapter
cancer treatments.
21.
So, not
Christian
really
pauses outside the playroom.
anything. Even the
We're
fucking
sure about
NPR
this?
posted,
He asks. His
like,
gaze
published
heated
something
and
saying
anxious.
like skeptics would
Yes,
have a hard time
I murmur,
disagreeing
smiling
that
shyly.
Mother Teresa performed
His eyes
miracles.
soften.
Which was like a really weird, out of place, like biased kind
I'm
of
derailed by
piece
his
that was
unexpected
like
question,
really widely
and my
criticized
mind
because
goes
they were
to
like, I'm
overdrive.
gonna have a hard time
One
saying
thought
that
occurs.
getting a cancer
I
treatment
don't
was curing
want you to
cancer
take
by the
photos
cancer
of me.
treatment. Like it's actually very easy.
Still,
But it's
Like,
because
his
it's
expression
or like,
hardens as he cocks his head to
we
one
are very
side.
accepting,
Eyes
and
speculate.
that's not what happens.
Oh, shit.
You did not interview all of us.
Ask me why, but
I had the worst sunburn, and then while I was rubbing aloe vera on myself, Jesus appeared to me and took my
his
sunburn
brow furrows as he
away.
unlocks the door, then stands
I mean, it
aside
was
to
still
usher me
there,
into
but
the
it
room.
hurt so much
I feel
less
his
for
eyes
like
on
a
me as he follows
while,
me
a good
inside and
hour.
closes the door.
And then later, I peeled it off, and it's in the shape of Mother Teresa.
Takes out the earpod,
Okay,
switches it
kind
on,
of wrinkly,
then
like,
waves at the music
shit,
center on the wall,
like,
so that the
discarded
smoky
skin
glass
is
doors
exactly how I
glide
describe
silently.
Mother Teresa, so that's
Yeah,
He
I
presses
believe
the
it
buttons,
is.
and the sound of the subway train echoes around the room. He turns it down
One
so that
last
the
thing.
slow,
There was
hypnotic
one miracle
electronic beat
that
that follows
apparently
becomes heavier.
somebody said she
A woman
performed,
starts to sing. I
and
don't
it
know
was
who she
apparently
is,
caught on film.
but her voice
So I
is
watched
soft
it.
yet
And
raspy.
apparently the miracle is that it was really bright in the room at the time, even though it was super dark in the room at the time. And the filmmaker was like, when I went to I realized that they were like putting this whole
My blood is
miracle
in my
narrative on it.
veins,
But I
pulsating
just
before,
used a
so
new
it
kind of
feels.
Kodak film that
Time
we
to
haven't tried before. So I thought maybe they would
filter.
use
I saw just
Kodak,
casually
but
over
apparently
the tugs on my chin,
it was her
so I no
divine
longer
light
like
lighting up the room.
Literally, like, I put my finger in
Bent
front
his
of the
soft
lens.
cheeks against the corner of my mouth. His fingers still grasping my chin.
So dumb. Okay, well, I
It's your
mean,
birthday.
all three of those are really a
I
stretch.
whisper. He traces his thumb along my lower
Like,
lip.
I'm sorry,
His brow
she couldn't
creased
like,
once more.
she couldn't wind up some water or like do some like Xeroxing of some bread or some bash or something.
His
Like, what
words are
is this,
softly
honey?
spoken.
Like, I'm
But
so
he regards
sorry.
me
Also, I find it very difficult to believe that her miracles were actually helping people. If it was like suddenly there was a famine in West Africa, I'd be like, that's her.
After what
Tracy
seems
is
an eternity,
looking up at us.
There are so many possibilities.
It's one of Steve's miracles.
His
Look,
voice
yes.
is low.
Thanks, Mother
excited.
Teresa.
She goes to hell and sings like, for a woman like you, there can be no greater punishment than having to torture the people you helped in life. And she's like, already like
Steps back and sits down nonchalantly on
Sorry,
the
what did you say? I didn't hear you over the sound of sizzling baby flesh.
He gives me a sensual, challenging look. I swallow compulsively,
That's
pressing
okay.
my
I'm
thighs together.
possibly gonna make
I'm
this
already
episode title is
down
gonna be
between my
named
legs. My
Mother
inner
Teresa,
goddess is
open
stripped
bracket,
naked and
sizzling
standing
baby
in
flesh.
line,
Yeah.
ready and waiting to let me
This is
catch
like
up.
baby flesh.
Oh my
I
god.
pull her
Or
over from my
Anya
shoulders, my
Concha
eyes
Stravaganza.
ready and
I'm
shrug,
gonna pee my
letting
pants.
it fall
Okay,
his mesmerizing gray eyes.
that's it.
Fuck that bitch. I hate her so much.
Wow.
She
I'm
sucks.
so glad she's fucking dead. I'm so glad she's a
I
marginal.
honestly wish she would come back to life so that she could die again. I like wish she
My
could come back
nightdress
to life so
scandals
that
and
I could get
ripples softly
something,
down my body.
yeah,
Pulling at
really
my feet.
suffer because
I
I
am
think it's good
naked
for the
and
world.
practically panting.
Like it's just not fair that she didn't suffer
Christian
because it's what
pauses
she
for
would
a
have wanted.
moment, and
So
I
I
marvel
like
at the
we should get
frightened
her
carnal
DNA, make
appreciation
sure
of
the
his
frog,
expression.
clone her, put her in a theme
Standing
park,
up,
and then
makes his
we'll
way
see
over
what
to the
happens from
chest
there.
and picks up his
Enthusiastic
silver gray tie, my favorite tie. He pulls it through his fingers at me. I expect him to ask for my hands, but he
To
doesn't.
everybody, for everybody that she harmed, like children that are now grown up, they should get to come in with like a dirty needle and stab her. That should be like a free thing for them. Stick her with her, and then they go to the gift shop and say, "I stabbed Mother Teresa with a dirty needle."
As he tightens the knot,
It's
his
like,
fingers
you
brush
give
the base of my
them the
throat.
needle and they give you your shirt.
Yeah, and then they take the needle and they put it under some cold water, and then they pass it to the next guy.
Objects and tips against my
Oh, no, okay, it's kind of fucked up because these people are clones and not the real Mother Teresa, so she hasn't done anything yet. So I think we might need to get her to hurt some people so that it can be justified, maybe just other Mother Teresas.
We're talking about the ethics of cloning now.
The ethics of
He
cloning.
says, and then picking
Is a
up the
clone a
tie,
separate person?
he yanks
Let's
sharply so that
okay,
I'm
we'll let
forced
the Mother
forward
Teresa
into
clone
his
first and
arms.
see what she does with her
His
life,
hands
and
dive
maybe she'll
into
make
my
better
hair and
decisions.
pull my
And if she
head back,
doesn't,
and he
needle
really
time.
kisses me hard.
That's my
His tongue
proposal.
It's very the
unforgiving
end
and
of Hunger
merciless.
Games, where they were
One of
like,
his
in
hands
order to
runs
punish you,
down my back,
spoilers for the
caught my
Hunger
behind.
Games, in order to punish the people that send these children to the Hunger Games, we are going to send their children to the Hunger Games.
His eyes molten gray.
A
There you go.
perpetuated cycle of violence.
My wits
Very
thoroughly
Shakespearean.
scattered.
Well,
I'm sure
I
my
hope
lips
that
will
the
be
worms
swollen
took their
after
time
sexual
eating her
assault.
eyes.
Yeah, she would have been buried because I don't think Catholics do
And I
cremation.
obey.
So I think
Pulling
they
my
would
hair
have
free of the
just,
tie,
I don't know, there would have
he
been
quickly
much
brings
to
and
eat.
secures it. He tugs the braids so my head
Gray
tilts up.
eyes.
She was, yeah, she was very like not.
Murmurs
There
and
was,
kisses
there
my
was so much
throat.
on her there. She was
Sending
just like
shivers running
a lot
up and down
of
my
skin
spine.
draped over a skeleton.
Just have to say
Maybe she was
stop.
a little appetizer before they moved on to a
He
more filling
whispers against my throat.
meal.
I nod, my
Human
eyes
jerky.
closed,
Oh
and yell
no,
at
yeah, she
slips on
was
me.
super
He
let
turns
the
me
entire.
around
Every
once
time I looked
more
at a
and
photo
picks
of
up
her, I'm
the
like,
empty
you
tie.
look like a belt that went to
He
wash.
says, tugging it gently over to the chest where the rest of the box's contents are on display.
Billionaire and supported.
Like, I'm sorry, but like, let's get some
Holds
SPF
up
on
the
that
button.
knot.
You can afford some TRILLIONAIRE, sweetheart.
As if I'm a virgin.
Right.
You don't want to start with this.
All right. Well, thank you for telling us all about how much Mother Teresa sucked.
Yeah, they can't be as excited about it as I was.
I was so excited.
So
It was
glad
great. Well, I wish the viewers could have seen it because, like, Toots and I, our faces just slowly, like, our jaws got wider. We were smiling at each other.
that uncanny feeling he has to reach my mind.
We were like a dog that like can tell our owners about to take us for a walk. We were like, yeah, we were so
It's
excited.
like, why are you walking in the door? Why are you opening the closet? Why are you putting your shoes on? Is that my leash?
Yes.
He places a different pair of clamps on the chest. They look like giant black hairpins, but with little jet jewels hanging down. They're just me, Christian murmurs, his voice laced with gentle concern. I blink up at him,
Thank you so
wide-eyed.
much for listening to this
Christian,
episode of
my
Respect
sexual
the
mentor.
Dead. You can follow
He knows so
Respect
much
the Dead
more
on
about all
Instagram
of
and
this than
Twitter
I do.
at _.
I'll never catch up. I frown. He knows more than me about most
And you should
things,
check out our YouTube
except
channel.
cooking.
You should have dead people there as often,
He asks.
but still, we're making
Yes.
content.
I whisper, my mouth dry. Are you going to tell me what you intend to
Review
do?
on Apple Podcasts or wherever you found
I'm
us.
making this up as I go along.
Rate it Apple
This is
Podcasts.
busy.
Reviews are the best way for new listeners
How
to
should I
discover the
behave?
show. Give us at least
His
5
brow
stars and
raises.
then share us with a
However you
good
want
friend
to.
who likes venting about
No.
it.
And also
What
give
are
us
you
some money
expecting
over on
my
our
alter
Patreon.
ego
Patreon
Anastasia?
supporters get some
He asks,
content, like
his tone vaguely mocking and confused at
big
once.
sponsor ad though.
I blink at him.
It has to be a fake business
Well,
though. You're
yes.
MLM, honey.
I like him. I
Join us every
murmur.
Monday for our
He
next
smiles his private smile and reaches up to run his thumb down my cheek.
Bye.
He breathes and runs his thumb across my lower lip. I'm your lover, Anastasia, not your doll. I love to hear your laugh and your foolish giggle. I like you relaxed and happy, like you are in Jose's photos. That's the girl that fell into my office. That's the girl I fell in love with. That's the girl that fell into my office. That's the girl I fell in love with. My mouth drops open, and a welcome warmth blooms in my heart. It's joy. Pure joy. But having said all that, I also like to do things to you still, and my alter ego knows a trick or two. So, do as you're told and turn around. His eyes glint wickedly, and the joy moves sharply south, seizing me tightly and gripping every sinew below my waist. I do as I'm told. Behind me, he opens one of the drawers, and a moment later, he's in front of me again. Help, he orders, and tugs on the tie, leading me to the table. As we walk past the couch, I notice for the first time that all the canes have vanished. It distracts me. Were they there yesterday when I came in? I don't remember. Did Christian move them? Mrs. Jones? Christian interrupts my train of thought. I want you to kneel up on this, he says when we're at the table. Oh, okay. What does he have in mind? My inner goddess can't wait to find out. She's already scissor-kicked onto the table and is watching it with adoration. She's already scissor-kicked onto the table and is watching it with adoration. He gently lifts me onto the table, and I fold my legs beneath me and kneel in front of him. Surprised by my own grace. Now we are eye to eye. He runs his hands down my thighs, grasps my knees, and pulls my legs apart and stands directly in front of me. He looks very serious, his eyes darker, hooded, lustful. Arms behind your back. I'm going to cuff you. He produces some leather cuffs from his back pocket and reaches around me. This is it. Where's he going to take me this time? His proximity is intoxicating. This man is going to be my husband. Can one lust after one's husband like this? I don't remember reading about that anywhere. I can't resist him, and I run my parted lips along his jaw, feeling the stubble, a heady combination of prickly and soft, under my tongue. He stills and closes his eyes. His breathing falters, and he pulls back. Stop, or this will be over far quicker than either of us wants. He warns. For a moment, I think he might be angry, but then he smiles, and his heated eyes are alight with amusement. You're irresistible.
The Hurricane
I
Ian
doubt.
death toll is now at least
Am I
1
now?
away as
He
emergency
says
missions
dryly.
continue in the
I nod.
hardest hit areas,
Well,
handing out food
you
and
distract
water
me.
and
I'll
hope
get
to
it.
people stuck on barrier
I like
islands.
distracting
Pine
people.
Island.
I whisper, looking foolishly at him, and he cocks his eyebrow at me.
And tonight, a story of hope after a dramatic
Oh.
rescue in Naples.
I try to hide my smile. There was a time, not very long ago, there was a time, not very long ago, when I would have been subdued by this threat.
Minutes away.
I would never
To
have
his
had the
mother,
nerve
to
to kiss
Hurricane
them,
Ian.
unbidden,
Only
while
hours
he was in this room. He was in this room.
Formality.
I realize now, I'm no longer intimidated by him. It's a revelation.
Storm surge
I
destroyed
grin
their cars
mischievously,
and
and he
threatened
smirks at
something
me.
much more important.
Behave. He growls and stands back, gazing at me, and slaps the leather cuffs across his palm. And the warning is there, implicit in his actions. I try to be contrite, and I think I succeed.
But
He
John was
approaches me
coming.
again. That's better. He breathes, and leans behind me once more with the cuffs. I resist
Arriving
touching
just
him,
in
but
time to
inhale his
save his
glorious
disabled mother.
Christian scent, still fresh from last night's shower. I should bottle this. I expect him to cuff my wrists, but he attaches each cuff above my elbows. It makes me arch my back, pushing my breasts forward, though my elbows are by no means together. When he's finished, he stands back to admire
But with
me.
his youngest son Xavier's help,
He
John
asks,
saved the life
it's
of
not
the
the
woman who
most
gave him
comfortable of
his.
positions, but I'm so wired with anticipation to see where he's going with this that I nod, weak with wanting. Good. He pulls the mask from his back pocket. I think you've seen enough now, he murmurs. He slides the mask over my head, covering my eyes. My breathing spikes. Wow. Why is not being able to see so erotic? I am here, trussed up and kneeling on the table. Hot and heavy deep in my belly. I can still hear though, and the melodic steady beat of the track continues. It resonates through my body. I hadn't noticed before. He must have it on repeat. Christian steps away. What is he doing? He moves back to the chest and opens a drawer, then closes it again. A moment later, he's back, and I sense him in front of me. There's a pungent, rich, musky scent in the air. It's delicious, almost mouth-watering. I don't want to ruin my favorite tie, he murmurs. It slowly unravels as he undoes it. I inhale sharply as the tail of the tie travels up my body, tickling me in its wake. Ruin his tie? I listen acutely to determine what he's going to do. He's rubbing his hands together. His knuckles suddenly brush over my cheek, down to my jaw, following my jawline. My body leaps to attention. Shiver through me. His hand flexes over my neck, and it's slick with sweet-smelling oil, so his hand glides smoothly down my throat, across my clavicle, and up to my shoulder. His fingers kneading gently as they go. Oh, I'm getting a massage. Not what I expected. He places his other hand on my other shoulder and begins another slow, teasing journey across my clavicle. I groan softly as he works his way down toward my increasingly aching breasts, aching for his touch. It's tantalizing. I arch my body farther into his deft touch, but his hands glide to my sides, slow, measured, in time to the beat of the music, and studiously avoid my breasts. I groan, but I don't know if it's from pleasure or frustration. You are so beautiful, Anna, he murmurs, his voice low and husky, his mouth next to my ear. His nose follows along my jaw as he continues to massage me, beneath my breasts, across my belly, down. He kisses me fleetingly on my lips, then he runs his nose down my neck, my throat. Holy cow, I'm on fire. His nearness, his hands, his words. And soon you'll be my wife, to have and to hold. He whispers, hold me now, to love and to cherish. Please, with my body, I will worship you. I tip my head back and moan. His fingers run through my pubic hair, over my sex, and he rubs the palm of his hand against my clitoris. Mrs. Gray, he whispers as his palm works against me. I groan. Yes. He breathes as his palm continues to tease me. Open now. My mouth is already open from panting. I open wider, and he slips a large, cool, metal object between my lips. Shaped like an oversized baby's pacifier, it has small grooves or carvings, and what feels like a chain at the end. It's big, subtle, and
sociology at the University of Central Florida. Talk to me a little bit more about Biden's trip to Puerto Rico on Monday.
My heart
and
lurches into my mouth.
Look like on the island. Thank you for joining me today.
And stops palming.
Thank you for having me.
No,
So yes,
don't stop. I want to shout, but my mouth is full. His oiled hands glide back up my body and finally cup my neglected breasts. Don't stop sucking. Gently, he rolls my nipples between his thumbs and forefingers, and they harden and lengthen under his expert touch, sending synaptic waves of pleasure all the way to my core. You have such beautiful breasts, and he murmurs, and my nipples harden further in response. He murmurs his approval, and I moan. His lips move down from my neck toward one breast,
And so,
trailing soft bites and sucks
your involvement at the University of Central Florida.
down
Tell
toward
me a
my
little bit
nipple.
more about what
Suddenly, I feel the pinch of
research
your
hub
hand.
is at the university and your
I garble my groan
contributions
through the
to
device in my mouth.
no, absolutely.
How?
So our
The feeling is exquisite.
painful,
Pleasurable. Oh, the pinch. Gently. Tongue. And as he does so, he applies the other. The bite of the second clamp is equally harsh, but just as good. I groan loudly. Just as good. I groan loudly. He whispers, "Oh, oh, I do. Give me this." He tugs gently on the ornate metal pacifier in my mouth, and I release it. His hands once more trail down my body toward my sex. He's re-oiled his hands. They glide around to my backside. I gasp. What's he going to do? I tense up on my knees as he runs his fingers through my buttocks. Hush.
and that's great. And that actually
Breathes
is
close to my ear. He kisses my neck as his fingers stroke and tease me.
to withstand
What's he
another
going to
hurricane
do?
after the devastation of
His
Korea.
other hand glides
As you
down
said,
my belly to my sex.
and
Palm
done a lot of
once
research
more.
to gather
Uses his
information
fingers
to help
inside
those
me
who were impacted.
loudly,
I think that,
appreciatively.
Puerto was,
I'm
able to
going to
withstand
put this
another
inside
hurricane.
you. He
Well, right
murmurs.
now, the audit shows that the recovery
His fingers trail between my buttocks, spreading oil.
right
But here,
people still
he moves his fingers around and around, in and out, hitting the front wall of my vagina. I moan and my restrained nipples swell. Ah, hush now. Christian removes his fingers, and I hear a very faint click. Instantly, the plug inside me starts to vibrate. Down there, I gasp. The feeling is extraordinary, beyond anything I've felt before. Ah! Christian calms me, stifling my gasps with his mouth. His hands move down and tug very gently at the clamps. I cry out loudly.
Absolutely. And,
Christian,
please. President Biden has made a trip to Puerto Rico, spoke to Puerto
This
Ricans
is
over
too
there,
much.
and he
All
has
this
said
overstimulation
that I will
everywhere.
help you rebuild.
My body starts
He
to
announced that
climb,
a $60 million
and on my
relief
knees,
fund
I'm
for
unable to
Puerto
control
Rico
the
in
buildup.
response to the devastation
Oh
from
my!
Hurricane Fiona.
Will I be able to handle
In your
this?
opinion, is that a sufficient amount in order to, build the island and
I
help them
pant,
reach space
sounding
sustainable
desperate
going
even to
forward?
my own ears.
Well, again, there's been a lot of progress.
His hands are now on my waist, holding me, but I can't concentrate on his hands. What's inside me, and the clamps, too. My body is building to an explosion. With the relentless vibrations and the sweet, sweet torture of my nipples. Holy hell! It will be too intense. His hands move from my hips, down and around, slick and oiled, touching, feeling, heating my skin, heating my behind. so beautiful, he murmurs, and suddenly he gently pushes an anointed finger inside
You kind of answered my next question,
into my
but
backside.
talk about it a little bit more. We talked about
It feels
how there
alien,
was some funds already that were in place in Puerto Rico from previous. During President Biden's speech, he had addressed the Puerto Rican government saying that they had some previous for the hurricane and had some funds in place. What does that process look like? You know, how soon should Puerto Rico's government start to distribute and apply that aid that was given to
at
them?
the same time, plunging into the earth. I can hold on no more, and I scream as my body convulses and climaxes at the overwhelming fullness. As my body explodes, I'm nothing but sensation everywhere. Christian releases first one and then the other clamp, causing my nipples to sing with a surge of sweet, painful feeling. But it's oh so good, and causing my orgasm, this orgasm, to go on and on. His finger stays where it is, gently easing in and out. Ah! I cry out, and Christian wraps himself around me, holding me, as my body continues to pulse mercilessly inside. No! I shout again, pleading, and this time he tugs the vibrator out of me, and his finger too, as my body continues to convulse. He unstraps one of the cuffs so that my arms fall forward. My head falls on his shoulder, and I am lost to all this overwhelming sensation.
You know,
I'm all shattered breath, exhausted desire, and sweet.
Puerto Rico has gone through Hurricane Maria, and now
Vaguely,
Fiona.
I'm aware that
What are
Christian
you
lifts
thinking
me,
are some of the lessons
carries
that
me
you
over to the
learned
bed,
from these
and
two
lays me
hurricanes?
down on the cool satin sheets. After a moment, his hands, still oiled, gently rub the backs of my thighs, my knees, my calves, and my shoulders. I feel the bed dip as he stretches out beside me. He pulls the mask off, but I don't have the energy to open my eyes. Finding my braid, he undoes the hair tie and leans forward, kissing me softly on my lips. Only my erratic breathing disturbs the silence in the room and steadies as I float gently back to her. The music has stopped, so one eye to open. He's gazing down at me, smiling softly. Hi, he says. I manage a grunt in response, and his smile broadens. Rude enough for you? I nod and give him a reluctant grin. Geez, any ruder, and I'd have to spank the pair of us. I think you're trying to kill me, I mutter. Death by orgasm. He smirks. There are worse ways to go, he says, but then frowns ever so slightly as an unpleasant thought crosses his mind.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for speaking with me today. I appreciate you taking the time out to speak to us. Dr. Fernando Rivera, Director
I notice that he's gloriously naked and ready for action.
your time, and
When he takes my hand and kisses my knuckles, I lean up and capture his face between my hands and pull his mouth to mine. He kisses me briefly, then stops. This is what I want to do, he murmurs, and reaches beneath his pillow where the music is a button and the soft strains of a guitar echo around the walls. I want to make love to you, he says, gazing down at me, his gray eyes burning with bright, loving sincerity. Softly, in the background, a familiar voice starts to sing. The first time ever I saw your face, and his lips find mine. As I tighten around him, finding my release once more, Christian unravels in my arms, his head thrown back as he calls out my name. He clasps me tightly to his chest as we sit nose to nose in the middle of his vast bed, me astride him. And in this moment of joy with this man to this music, the intensity of my experience this morning in here with him and all that has occurred during the past week overwhelms me anew. not just physically, but emotionally. I am completely overcome with all these feelings. I am so deeply in love with him. For the first time, I'm offered a glimmer of understanding as to how he feels about my safety. Recalling his close call with Charlie Tango yesterday, I shudder at the thought and tears pool in my eyes. If anything ever happened to him, I love him so. My tears, so many sides of Christian, his sweet, gentle persona, and his rugged, I can do what I fucking well like to you and you'll come like a train, dominant side. His 50 shades, all of him, all spectacular, all mine. And I'm aware we don't know each other well, and we have a mountain of issues to overcome. But I know for each other, we will, and we'll have a lifetime to do it. He breathes, clasping my head in his hands, gazing down at me. He's still inside me. Why are you crying? His voice is filled with concern. Because I love you so much, I whisper. He half closes his eyes as if drugged, absorbing my words. When he opens them again, they blaze with his love. And you, Anna, you make me whole. He kisses me gently as Roberta Flack finishes her song and talked, sitting upright together on the bed in the playroom, me in his lap, our legs curled around each other. The red satin sheet is draped around us like a royal cocoon, and I have no idea how much time has passed. Christian is laughing at my impersonation of Kate during the photo shoot at the Youth Men. To think it could have been her who came to interview me. Thank the Lord for the common cold, he murmurs and kisses my nose. I believe she had the flu, Christian, I scold him, trailing my fingers. I believe she had the flu, Christian, I scold him, trailing my fingers idly through his chest hair, and marveling that he's tolerating it so well. All the pains have gone, I murmur, recalling my distraction from earlier. He tucks my hair behind my ear for the umpteenth time. I didn't think you'd ever get past that part of it. No, I don't think I will, I whisper wide-eyed, then find myself glancing over at the whips, paddles, and floggers lining the opposite wall. He follows my gaze. You look to get rid of them, too. He's amused, but sincere. Not the crop, the brown one, or that suede flogger, I flush. He smiles down at me. Okay, the crop and the flogger. My mistake. As are you, Mr. Gray. It's one of the things I love about you. I kiss him gently at the corner of his mouth. What else do you love about me? He asks, and his eyes widen. I know it's a huge deal for him to ask this question. It humbles me, and I blink at him. I love everything about him, even his 50 shades. I know that life with Christian will never be boring. This. I stroke my index finger across his lips. I love this and what comes out of it, and what you do to me with it, and what's in here. I caress his temple. You're so smart and witty and knowledgeable, competent in so many things. But most of all, I love what's in here. I press my palm gently against his chest, feeling his steady beating heart. I'm the most compassionate man I've met. What you do, how you work, it's awe-inspiring. I whisper, awe-inspiring? He's puzzled, but there's a trace of humor on his face. Then his face transforms, and his shy smile appears as if he's embarrassed. And I want to launch myself at him. So I do. I am dozing, wrapped in satin and gray. Christian nuzzles me awake. Hungry, he whispers. Famished. Me too. I lean up to gaze down at him sprawled on the bed. It's your birthday, Mr. Gray. I'll cook you something. What would you like? Surprise me. He runs his hand down my back, stroking me gently. I should check my BlackBerry for all the messages I missed yesterday. He sighs and starts to sit up, and I know this special time is over. For now. Let's shower, he says. Who am I to turn down the birthday boy? Christian is in his study on the phone. Taylor is with him, looking serious but casual in jeans and a tight black t-shirt. I busy myself in the kitchen fixing lunch. I have found salmon steaks in the fridge, and I'm poaching them in lemon, making a salad, and boiling some baby potatoes. I feel extraordinarily relaxed and happy, on top of the world, literally. Turning toward the large window, I stare out at the glorious blue sky. All that talking, all that sexing. A girl could get used to that. Taylor emerges from the study, interrupting my reverie. I turn down my iPod and take out an earbud. Hi, Taylor. Anna. He nods. Your daughter okay? Yes, thanks. My ex-wife thought she had appendicitis, but she was overreacting as usual. Taylor rolls his eyes, surprising me. Soap was fine, though she has a nasty stomach bug. I'm sorry. He smiles. Has Charlie Tango been located? Yes. The recovery team is on its way. She should be back in Bowling Field late tonight. Oh, good. He gives me a tight smile. Will that be all, ma'am? Yes, of course. I flush. Will I ever get used to Taylor calling me ma'am? It makes me feel so old. At least 30. He nods and heads out of the great room. Christian is still on the phone. I am waiting for the potatoes to boil. It gives me an idea. Fetching my purse, I fish out my BlackBerry. There's a text from Kate. See you this evening. Looking forward to a long chat. I text back. Same here. It will be good to talk to Kate. Calling up the email program, I type a quick message to Christian. From Anastasia Steele. Subject, lunch. Date, June 18th, 2011. 13:12. To Christian Gray. Dear Mr. Gray, I am emailing to inform you that your lunch is nearly ready, and that I had some mind-blowing kinky fuckery earlier today. Birthday kinky fuckery is to be recommended. And another thing, I love you. A.X. Your fiancé. I listen carefully for a reaction, but he's still on the phone. I shrug. Perhaps he's just too busy. My BlackBerry vibrates. From Christian Gray. Subject, kinky fuckery. Date, June 18th, 2011. 13:15. To Anastasia Steele. What aspect was most mind-blowing? I'm taking notes. Christian Gray, famished and wasting away after the morning's exertions, CEO, Gray Enterprises Holdings. Yes, I love your signature. Yes. What happened to the art of conversation? From Anastasia Steele. Subject, famished. Date, June 18, 2011. 13:8. To Christian Gray. Dear Mr. Gray, may I draw your attention to the first line of my previous email, informing you that your lunch is indeed almost ready? So none of this famished and wasting away nonsense. With regard to the mind-blowing aspects of the kinky fuckery, frankly, all of it. I'd be interested in reading your notes, and I like my bracketed signature too. A.X. Your fiancé. Yes. Since when have you been so loquacious? And you're on the phone. I press send and look up, and he's standing in front of me, smirking. Before I can say anything, he bounds around the kitchen island, sweeps me up in his arms, and kisses me soundly. That is all, miss. He saunters in his jeans, bare feet, and untucked white shirt, back to his office. Breakfast. I've made a watercress, cilantro, and sour cream dip to accompany the salmon, and I've set the breakfast bar. I hate interrupting him while he's working, but now I stand in the doorway of his office. He's still on the phone, all thoroughly funked hair and bright gray eyes. A visually nourishing feast. He looks up when he sees me and doesn't take his eyes off me. He frowns slightly, and I don't know if it's at me or because of his conversation. Just let them in and leave them alone. Do you understand? Yeah. He hisses and rolls his eyes. I mind eating, and he grins at me and nods. I'll see you later. He hangs up. One more call? He asks. Sure. That dress is very short, he adds. You like it? I give him a quick twirl. It's one of Caroline Acton's purchases. A soft turquoise sundress, probably more suitable for the beach. But it's such a lovely day on so many levels. He frowns, and my face falls. You look fantastic in it, Anna. I just don't want anyone else to see it like that. Oh, I scowl at him. We're at home, Christian. No one but the staff. His mouth twists, and either he's trying to hide his amusement, or he really doesn't think that's funny. But eventually, he nods, reassured. I shake my head at him. He's actually being serious? I head back to the kitchen. 5 minutes later, he's back in front of me, holding the phone. I have Ray for you, he murmurs, his eyes wary. All the air leaves my body at once. I take the phone and cover the mouthpiece. You told him? I hiss. Christian nods and his eyes widen at my obvious look of distress. Shit! I take a deep breath. Hi, Dad. Christian has just asked me if he can marry you, Ray says. The silence stretches between us as I desperately think of what to say. Ray, as usual, stays silent, giving me no clue as to his reaction to the news. What did you say? I crack first. I said I wanted to talk to you. It's kind of sudden, don't you think, Annie? You've not known him long. I mean, he's a nice guy, no suspicion, but so soon. His voice is calm and measured. Yes, it is sudden. Hang on. Hastily, I leave the kitchen area, away from Christian's anxious gaze, and head toward the great window. The doors to the balcony are open, and I step out into the sunshine. I can't quite walk to the edge. It's just too far up. I know it's sudden and all, but, well, I love him. He loves me. He wants to marry me, and there'll never be anyone else for me. I flush, thinking this is probably the most intimate conversation I have ever had with my stepfather. Ray is silent on the other end of the phone. Have you told your mother? No. Annie, I know he's all kinds of rich and eligible, but marriage, it's such a big step. You sure? He's my happily ever after, I whisper. Whoa, Ray says after a moment, his tone softer. He's everything. Annie, you're such a headstrong young woman. I hope to God you know what you're doing. Hand me back to him, will you? Sure, Dad. And will you give me away at the wedding? I ask quietly. Oh, honey. His voice cracks, and he's quiet for a few moments, the emotion in his voice bringing tears to my eyes. Nothing would give me greater pleasure, he says eventually. Oh, Ray, I love you so much. I swallow to keep from crying. Thank you, Dad. I'll hand you back to Christian. Be gentle with him. I love him, I whisper. I think Ray is smiling on the other end of the line, but it's hard to tell. It's always hard to tell with Ray. Sure thing, Annie. And come and visit this old man and bring that Christian with you. I march back into the room, pissed at Christian for not warning me, and hand him the phone, my expression letting him know just how annoyed I am. He's amused as he takes the phone and heads back into his study. 2 minutes later, he reappears. I have your stepfather's rather begrudging blessing, he says proudly. So proudly, in fact, that it makes me giggle, and he grins at me. He's acting like he's just negotiated a major new merger or acquisition, which I suppose, on one level, he has. Damn, you're a good cook, woman. Christian swallows his last mouthful and raises his glass of white wine to me. I blossom under his praise, and it occurs to me I'll only get to cook for him on weekends. I frown. I enjoy cooking. Perhaps I should have made him a cake for his birthday. I check my watch. I still have time. Anna? He interrupts my thoughts. Why did you ask me not to take your photo? His question startles me all the more because his voice is deceptively soft. Oh, shit. The photos. I stared down at my empty plate, twisting my fingers in my lap. What can I say? I'd promised myself not to mention that I'd found his version of Penthouse Pets. Anna, he snaps. What is it? He makes me jump, and his voice commands me to look at him. When did I think he didn't intimidate me? I found your photos, I whisper. His eyes widen in shock. You've been in the safe? He asks, incredulous. Safe? No, I didn't know you had a safe. He frowns. I don't understand. In your closet, the box. I was looking for your tie, and the box was under your jeans. The ones you normally wear in the playroom? Except today. I flush. He gapes at me, appalled, and nervously runs his hand through his hair as he processes this information. He rubs his chin, lost in thought, but he can't mask the perplexed annoyance etched on his face. Abruptly, he shakes his head, exasperated, but amused too, and a faint smile of admiration kisses the corner of his mouth. He steeples his hands in front of him and focuses on me once more. It's not what you think. I'd forgotten all about them. That box had been moved. Those photographs belong in my safe. Who moved them? I whisper. He swallows. There's only one person who could have done that. Oh? Who? And what do you mean, it's not what I think? He sighs and tilts his head to one side, and I think he's embarrassed. So he should be, my subconscious snarls. This is going to sound cold, but their insurance policy, he whispers, stealing himself from my response. Insurance policy? Against exposure. The penny drops and rattles uncomfortably around and around in my empty head. Oh, I murmur, because I can't think of what else to say. I close my eyes. This is it. This is 50 Shades of Fucked Up. Right here, right now. Yes, you're right, I mutter. That does sound cold. I stand to clear our dishes. I don't want to know anymore. Anna. Do they know? The girls? The subs? He frowns. Of course they know. Oh, well, that's something. He reaches out, grabbing me and pulling me to him. Those photos are supposed to be in the safe. They're not for recreational use. He stops. Maybe they were when they were taken originally, but... He stops, imploring me. They don't mean anything. Who put them in your closet? It could only have been Layla. She knows your safe combination? He shrugs. It wouldn't surprise me. It's a very long combination, and I use it so rarely. It's the one number I have written down and haven't changed. He shakes his head. I wonder what else she knows and if she's taken anything else out of there. He frowns, then turns his attention back to me. Look, I'll destroy the photos now if you like. They're your photos now if you like. They're your photos, Christian. Do with them as you wish, I mutter. Don't be like that, he says, taking my head in his hands and holding my gaze to his. I don't want that life. I want our life, together. Holy cow. How does he know that beneath my horror about these photos is my paranoia? Anna, I thought we exorcised all those. That beneath my horror about these photos is my paranoia. Anna, I thought we exorcised all those ghosts this morning. I feel that way, don't you? I blink at him, recalling our very, very pleasurable and romantic and downright dirty morning in his playroom. Yes, I smile. Yes, I feel like that too. Good. He leans forward and kisses me, folding me in his arms. I'll shred them, he murmurs, and then I have to go to work. I'm sorry, baby, but I have a mountain of business to get through this afternoon. It's cool. I have to call my mother. I grimace. Then I want to do some shopping and bake you a cake. He grins and his eyes light up like a small boy's. A cake? I nod. A chocolate cake? You want a chocolate cake? His grin is infectious. He nods. I'll see what I can do, Mr. Gray. He kisses me once more. Carla is stunned into silence. Mom, say something. You're not pregnant, are you, Anna? She whispers in horror. No, nothing like that. Disappointment slices through my heart, and I'm saddened that she thinks that of me. But then I remember with an ever-sinking feeling that she was pregnant with me when she married my father. I'm sorry, darling. This is just so sudden. I mean, Christian is quite a catch, but you're so young, and you should see a little of the world. Mom, can't you just be happy for me? I love him. Darling, I just need to get used to the idea. It's a shock. I could tell in Georgia that there was something very special between you two. But in Georgia, he wanted me to be his submissive. But I won't tell her that. Have you set a date? No. I wish your father was alive, she whispers. Oh no, not this. Not this now. I know, Mom. I would have liked to know him too. He only held you once, and he was so proud. He thought you were the most beautiful girl in the world. His voice is a deathly hush as the familiar tale is retold. Again, she will be in tears next. I know, Mom. And then he died. She sniffs, and I know this has set her off as it does every time. Mom, I whisper, wanting to reach down the phone and hold her. She murmurs and she sniffs again. Of course, I was just asked him. Oh, that's sweet. Good. She sounds melancholic, but she's making an effort. Yes, it was, I murmur. Anna, darling, I love you so much. I am happy. And you both must be. Yes, Mom. I love you too. Bob is calling me. I have to go. Let me have a date. Plan. Are you having a big wedding? Big wedding. Crap. I haven't even thought about that. Big wedding. No, I don't want a big wedding. I don't know yet. As soon as I do, I'll call. Good. Take care now. Be safe. You two need to have some fun. Plenty of time for kids later. Kids? And there it is again. A not so veiled reference to the fact that she had been so early. I didn't really ruin your life, did I? She gasps. Oh, no. Anna, never think that. You were the best thing that ever happened to your father and me. I just wish he was here to see you so grown up and getting married. She's wistful and maudlin again. I wish that too. I shake my head, thinking about my mythical father. Mom, I'll let you go. I'll call soon.
For now, residents who continue to deal with the floodwater
You too,
do
Mom.
the best they can.
Bye.
And are hopeful they can return soon. To begin,
Christian's kitchen is a dream to work in. For a man who knows nothing about cooking, he seems to have everything. I suspect Mrs. Jones loves to cook too. The only thing I need is some high-quality chocolate for the frosting. I leave the two halves of the cake on a cooling rack, grab my purse, and pop my head around Christian's study door. He's concentrating on his computer screen. He looks up and smiles at me. I'm just heading to the store to pick up some ingredients. Okay. He frowns at me. What? You going to put some jeans on or something? Oh, come on. Christian, they're just legs. He gazes at me, not amused. This is going to be a fight, and we're not at the beach. Would you object if we were at the beach? He considers this for a moment. No, he says simply. I roll my eyes again and smirk at him. Well, with me. As the doors close, I wave at him, grinning sweetly as he watches, helpless, but fortunately amused, with narrowed eyes. He shakes his head in exasperation. Then I can see him no more. Oh, that was exciting. Adrenaline is pounding through my veins, and my heart feels like it wants to exit my chest. But as the elevator descends, so do my spirits. Shit, what have I done? I have a tiger by the tail. His glitch in her hand. Shit. I think about what little experience I have with men. I've never lived with a man before. Well, except Ray. And for some reason, he doesn't count. He's my dad. Well, the man I consider my dad. And now I have Christian. He's never really lived with anyone, I think. I'll have to ask him if he's still talking to me. But I feel strongly that I should wear what I like. I remember his rules. Yes, this must be hard for him. But he sure as hell paid for this dress. He should have given Neiman's better instructions. Nothing too short. This skirt isn't that short, is it? I check in the large mirror in the lobby. Damn. Yes, it is quite short. But I've made a stand now, and no doubt I'll have to face the consequences. I wonder idly what he'll do. But first, I need a pack. I stare at my receipt from the ATM. $51,689.16. That's $50,000 too much. Anastasia, you're going to have to learn to be rich too. You say yes. And so it begins. I take my paltry $50 and make my way to the store. I head straight to the kitchen when I arrive back, and I can't help feeling a frisson of alarm. Christian is still in his study. Jeez, that's most of the afternoon. I decide my best option is to face him and see how much damage I've done. I peek cautiously around his study door. He's on the phone, staring out the window. And the Eurocopter specialist is due Monday afternoon. Good. Just to keep me informed. Tell them that I'll need their initial findings either Monday evening or Tuesday morning. He hangs up and swivels his chair around, but stills when he sees me, his expression impassive. Hi, I whisper. He says nothing, and my heart free-falls into my stomach. Gingerly, I walk into his study and around his desk where he's sitting. He still says nothing. His eyes never leaving my back. Are you mad at me? He sighs, reaches out for my hand, and pulls me into his lap, wrapping his arms around me. He buries his nose in my hair. Yes, he says. I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. I curl up in his lap, inhaling his heavenly Christian smell, feeling safe regardless of the fact that he's mad. Me neither. Where would you like? He murmurs. He runs his hand up my bare leg to my thigh. Besides, this dress has its advantages. He bends to kiss me, and as our lips touch, passion or lust or deep seated need to make amends lances through me, and desire flares in my blood. I seize his head in my hands, thrusting my fingers in his hair. He groans as his body responds, and he hungrily nips at my lower lip, my throat, my ear, his tongue invading my mouth. And before I'm even aware of it, he's unzipping his pants, pulling me astride his lap, sinking into me. I grasp the back of the chair, my feet just I like your version of sorry. He breathes into my hair. And I like yours, I giggle, snuggling against his chest. Have you finished? Christ, Hannah. No! Your work. I'll be done in about half an hour. I heard your message on my voicemail. From yesterday. You sounded worried. I hug him tightly. I was. It's not like you not to respond. He kisses my hair. Your cake should be ready in half an hour. I smile at him and climb off his lap. Looking forward to it. It smelled delicious. Vodka even, while it was making. I smile shyly down at him, feeling a little self-conscious, and he mirrors my expression. Geez, are we really so different? Perhaps it's his early memories of baking. Leaning down, I plant a swift kiss in the corner of his mouth and make my way back to the kitchen.
Days after Hurricane
I am all prepared when I hear him come out of his study, and I light the soft gold candle on his cake. He gives me an ear-splitting grin as he saunters toward me, and I softly sing happy birthday to him. Then he leans over and blows it out, closing his eyes. I've made my wish, he says as he opens them again. For some reason, his look makes me flush. The frosting is still soft. I hope you like it. I can't wait to taste it in his picture. He murmurs, and he makes that sound so sexy. I cut us each a slice, and we dig in with small pastry forks. He groans in appreciation. This is why I want to marry you. And I laugh with relief. He likes it. Ready to face my family? Christian switches the R8 ignition off. We're parked in his parents' driveway. Yes? Are you going to tell them? Of course. I'm looking forward to seeing their reactions. He smiles wickedly at me and climbs out of the car. It is 7:30, and though it's been a warm day, there's a cool evening breeze blowing off the bay. I pull my wrap around me as I step out of the car. I